Chapter 351. The assassin sets traps. Along with the ogre dogs, several drowned corpses were visible. Were the drowned corpses fresh, newly made ones? Considering the heavy rain a few days ago, it was entirely possible. For monsters, whether they had been born an hour ago or a week ago, it made little difference. Sometimes, older ones become dangerous, but just being newly born didn't make them wobbling, clumsy creatures. So, whether they were freshly born or not didn't matter. What mattered was the numbers. There are many. That was the comment from the whip-wielding guard. Yes, the numbers were indeed many. The quantity was one issue, but the variety was a bigger problem. Among the monsters in front of them, there were creatures with a significantly greater threat level. Svampen lemnar kroppen. Gödet inandugura och legadik open normally. Monster beasts are less dangerous than the common monsters, but exceptions exist everywhere. A simple example would be the bear monster. A bear is a dangerous creature, even when not a beast. When a bear becomes a monster beast, it becomes far more threatening and dangerous. The two most obvious examples raised their heads among the monsters. One of them had a head larger than the other. Rrrr. The bear monster with drooling jaws and bloodshot eyes immediately stood out. Seeing that, Rem spoke. "There's a religious zealot friend." Indeed, Ragnar responded. Had Audin heard that, he would have likely asked with a gentle smile if he should stand next to his god as usual. However, the bear was different from Audin. It did not smile. Grr. Instead, it beat its chest and roared. The roar vibrated throughout its entire body. It was a cry that would freeze the body of its prey instantly. It seemed like a signal of sorts. "They're coming." Dunbakel spoke. The monsters, like a wave, rushed toward them. They started charging. The ogre dogs stomped the ground, dirtied their bellies with mud. The drowned corpses flailed their arms and rushed forward. The ghouls extended their claws, striking the ground forcefully as if showing off. The numbers had surpassed 100. Each time the beast swarm surged forward or the bear monster moved, the ground shook with loud thuds. If the people here were ordinary civilians, they would not just be in trouble, they would be fighting for their lives. It was a scene that would naturally induce terror. However, the humans gathered here were far from ordinary or average. If they were prey, their bodies would freeze at the bear monster's roar. But only the freest of individuals had gathered here. None of them would freeze at the sight of such a monster. Thud. A beam of light shot into the head of one of the charging bear monsters. It was a thrown axe. The beast, roaring loudly, emitted a deflating sound from its mouth. Its head jerked back, only to snap forward again. The strong neck muscles prevented its head from being torn off. However, the result didn't change. The bear, with an axe embedded in its head, began to lose its momentum and tumbled forward. Several ogre dogs near it were crushed under the bear monster's body. The scream of the ogre dog rang out. That was the end of it. With its head shattered, the monster that survived and moved on was likely a hydra. The hydra had multiple heads after all. Of course, even Encrid had never seen a hydra in person. For a bear monster with a split head to die was only natural. "Oh, that was mine," Dunbakel grumbled. Grrr! The ghoul's signature scream echoed loudly. Ragnar and Jaxon nonchalantly sliced the ghoul's head and limbs off, as if pulling weeds. A series of concise movements. They minimized their steps and slashed through any monster that came too close. Encrid also stepped forward. Wasn't it said that it took 3 trained spear soldiers to handle one ghoul? A well-trained soldier could take down a ghoul alone. For such monsters, even 1,000 could come, and Encrid would still survive. Just hit and retreat, repeat it over and over. If you're alone, that's the way to do it. What about while escorting Crang? It's fine to fight while carrying him and running. But now I'm not alone. I'm with the squad members. There's no need to retreat. Instead, we pushed forward. We struck, killed, and cut down monsters in the blink of an eye. The monster's black blood soaked into the rain-drenched ground. Monster tossing, huh? After the brief chaos settled, Jaxon spoke. It meant someone had driven the monsters here and thrown them at them. Monster tossing, pushing, throwing up, and various other names are used for this famous technique. This isn't the end. Jaxon wiped his sword with a cloth and threw the cloth on the ground. That was his judgment. It wasn't simply ignoring or luring the monsters away. Sending them in such an organized manner was no ordinary skill. They weren't to be underestimated. Let them come as much as they want, Dunbakel said confidently. Monsters were no threat to her. She stomped her foot, smashing the ogre dog's head as it came at her, drooling. The ogre dog's head exploded, and more than 5 others were crushed beneath it. The creature let out a screech. But it didn't matter. That's just the beginning, Jaxon continued. His tone was firm. It was speculation and prediction, things he was used to. Of course, this wasn't from a defensive standpoint, but an attacking one. Are they gathered? It wasn't just a couple of guilds moving. It was on too large a scale. Norelia must also have its own assassination guilds. Had they all come together, forming a united guild? It was a simple guess, but it felt certain. Such a scale, and the audacity to target the royal family of a nation. A single guild wouldn't handle this. Why did they gather? Through a few guesses and predictions, he drew an answer. The client wanted hunting dogs, and the ones selected for that role had chosen survival by working together instead of feeding off each other alone. Jaxon's guess was almost perfect. It had played out exactly that way. In Aspen, the assassination guild known as the Monster Swamp controlled most of that world, but Norelia was different. They competed and coexisted. Their numbers weren't small. The domestic situation was complicated, and wars had raged here and there for years, giving rise to guilds formed by a few nobles who saw this as an opportunity. Some operated as mercenaries, using their skills to take on contracts from ordinary people. In this ecosystem, 12 guilds had managed to survive over a long time. Currently, those who had each formed their own guilds were now united as the 12 Dagger Alliance. We hired dozens of mercenaries and sent our own men, but all failed. They were up against that madmen unit, weren't they? Assassin guilds were naturally sensitive to information. They had realized what happened immediately after it occurred. They were now staying in a mansion that had been remodeled in a city close to the capital. Of course, security and precautions were thorough. Are we just going to let it slide? Everyone knows what failure means. There was always one guild leader who held the most influence among the 12 dagger guilds. Before the alliance formed, the woman who led the largest faction spoke to everyone. We must do everything we can. Giving up meant death. The client was from the royal palace. Failing or giving up would only lead to the same result. To survive, there were only 2 options. Escape, abandoning everything built so far, or succeed. She and the other guild leaders naturally dreamed of the rewards that would follow afterward. Abandon everything and run? That was out of the question. If that was the plan, they might as well force the job through and make it succeed. The nation's ruler would change. Naturally, there would be rewards to follow. They had come too far to just give up. So they set aside their pride and gathered together. With everyone's minds united, the woman who became the focal point spoke. We're facing those who've made names for themselves on the battlefield. Winning in combat is impossible. Let's fight our fight on our stage, using our methods, right? Her husband-to-be responded first. Of course. Even the other guild leaders, who were jealous of her, nodded. And so, they did. They moved according to their own ways. The opponent couldn't possibly know every assassination technique they had, and one of them would eventually be caught. Once that happened, it was over. Some of them had experience hunting bounties, but there was no way anyone could fully grasp all the traps set by the assassins. They were all veterans of the battlefield, after all. Their judgment was sound. "Please save me." A voice was heard while traveling along the road. A young man, clearly still a child, was sprawled on the ground. It looked as if he had been caught in a trap. The young man, bleeding profusely, spotted Encrid's group and desperately opened his mouth. "Please save me. My father is a landowner with many tenants. I will repay you. I promise." Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. "How did you end up in this trap?" Before Encrid could speak, Jaxon asked the question. His tone was different from usual, similar to how he spoke when imitating Cray's. His voice was soft, pretending kindness and concern. The young man responded between sobs. "I was on my way to sell wheat, but when I woke up, he seemed as confused as anyone would be in such a situation. Should we help him?" The whip-wielding escort asked, feeling a strange sense of unease. Encrid observed the situation. The man genuinely seemed to be caught in something he couldn't control. "Please, please, help me," the man cried, tears and snot pouring from his face, his words distorted by his desperation. Jaxon was already scanning the area, his eyes narrowing as he spoke. "It's a trap. Looks like there are traps buried around him." He could sense poison in the air and saw the sunken spots in the ground where the traps were hidden. "Will he die if we leave him?" "If we leave him, yes. These traps were set to kill him. Ignoring it might work, but it would still be a trap aimed at them. If we ignore it, they'll blame us for his death," Encrid said, piecing the situation together. Jaxon continued explaining briefly. The trap was one they couldn't avoid, forcing a choice. "To save him, we need to cross these traps. But if we do nothing, we'll be drawn into a complicated mess when we reach the next city." The man, still crying, shouted, "The one who killed my father is there." Jaxon frowned. It was a familiar trick, using hostages, threats, poison, and more to manipulate them. They were trying to entangle them in a mess, make them act recklessly, and then stab them from behind. "Cunning," Jaxon muttered under his breath. Encrid made a decision. "Dunbakel, yeah? Get him." Dunbakel, fast and agile as seen in the previous battle, could easily dodge traps and lift the man to safety. "Got it." Dunbakel didn't ask questions. If Encrid gave the command, she followed through. She moved swiftly, using her speed and strength to bypass the traps and reach the man. The earth beneath her feet collapsed as she leapt into action. With a swift jump, she reached the child and, without hesitation, broke the trap's hold. The metal that had been constricting his ankle shattered with a loud crack. The child, sobbing uncontrollably, was cradled in her arms as she made her way back, jumping over traps effortlessly, displaying the impressive strength of her beastly legs. With one final leap, they were free, and the child's cries echoed in the air. Encrid quickly tended to the child's injuries, applying powder to stop the bleeding and wrapping bandages around his wounds. "Thank you. Thank you so much," the child whispered, still overwhelmed with emotion. He was just an ordinary civilian, no relation to the assassins, no part of the game they were caught up in. It was clear to Encrid from the start. Jaxon reached the same conclusion, knowing that if they left him, they'd be seen as murderers in the city, but saving him also meant navigating a double trap. Thanks to Dunbakel's strength and Jaxon's experience, they were able to escape the traps and get the man to safety. But the danger didn't end there. "Please, help us." A group of merchants appeared, bleeding and running from something. Encrid frowned. Were they truly merchants? They were hiding something, showing signs of hostility, classic tactics of assassins. But something didn't sit right. As they approached, Encrid's heightened senses picked up on something odd. None of the merchants were injured in a way that seemed accidental. Their movements were too coordinated, too precise. There were even ghouls behind them, confirming the threat. Despite the suspicion, Encrid's instincts warned him to stay cautious, unsure of the real intention behind this encounter. Their movements were too well practiced. There was no panic, no hesitation. It was a trap, and Encrid was quick to react. "They're enemies," he said, and Jaxon nodded in agreement. To confirm his suspicion, Encrid threw a dagger with pinpoint accuracy at one of the merchants, aiming for their throat. The merchant, his belly round with a visible bulge, narrowly avoided it, showing surprising agility for someone pretending to be a civilian. "Cold-blooded," the merchant muttered, clearly a trained assassin in disguise. Encrid smiled lightly, responding with a teasing comment. "Are you pregnant?" The merchant's expression twitched and his anger flared. Despite years of training to maintain composure, the unexpected insult was too much. That small slip in his composure was all Encrid needed. In an instant he launched another silent knife, this time hitting its mark in the merchant's neck. The assassin collapsed, clutching his throat as blood poured from the wound. Chapter 352. Peaceful feeling, Crang found the experience to be something new. Is this what it feels like to be under the protection of a knight? He felt a sense of peace that he had never experienced before while wandering the continent. Despite the countless assassination attempts he had faced up until now, this feeling of calm still lingered. The merchants disguised as attackers were quickly thwarted before they could even begin, but that wasn't the end of it. Later they entered the city of Midpool. Thank you. The son of the landowner was overjoyed, tears flowing as he spoke. Despite the pain from his injured ankle, which had been caught in a trap, he acted as if he might kiss the ground in gratitude. Of course, he didn't actually bury his face in the filthy dirt, but his joy was evident. Having come so close to death and followed them in a state of tension, his reaction was understandable. Svampen försvinner om one dag. Skrivna expertens recept open. If he had been an assassin, none of this would have happened, one of Crang's guards remarked as they watched. I agree, Crang whispered, nodding. If they had harmed or ignored the landowner's son, the assassination guild would have framed them for murder. So the landowner's son was not related to the assassins. However, no one let their guard down. That was the essence of what Crang's guard had said. Throughout the journey, the landowner's son had been at the center of the group. Even if he had ulterior motives, he was in a position where they couldn't just ignore him. At the same time, Crang kept his distance from him, while Encrid treated his wounds and even searched through his belongings. Though Encrid's touch was meticulous, the son, overwhelmed by pain, didn't fully notice it. After all, with his ankle nearly severed, it was unlikely he could concentrate on anything else. Anyone would find it hard to maintain composure when suffering such injuries. Even if someone with strong willpower could endure, it was unnatural for someone who had never experienced such pain to stay calm. Crang's group watched him closely and finally entered Midpool. The city's walls, constructed from various colors of stone, were a notable feature of Midpool. Cities in Norelia generally took inspiration from the capital's walls, as they prided themselves on such things. The capital's walls boasted impressive grandeur, especially with the monsters and beasts roaming the continent. A few thieves couldn't simply roam freely. Thus, there were no small villages or towns, as humans had to build large cities to survive. Humanity had developed in this way. In the process, construction techniques had advanced significantly, and traces of these advancements were clearly visible in Midpool. Even now, workers were stacking stones to raise new sections of the walls. Thank you so much. As a city built on the surrounding farmlands, the lord was typically the landowner. The lord of this area, known as the Marquee of Octovo, was one of the wealthiest landowners in the kingdom. A brief exchange took place as the landowner attempted to show gratitude and extend an invitation. Then Encrid spoke up. What if these people are trying to trap your son and create a farce? With those words, the landowner stepped back. A person of his status would hardly be naive. By the way Encrid phrased it, the landowners seemed to have understood that they were not people to receive favors from. He may have unconsciously agreed with Encrid's words. "I will repay this debt in the future," the landowner said, leaving. He would pursue those responsible for targeting his son, even if he needed to enlist the Marquee's help. Encrid had no concern for that. The group then made their way to an inn, where they were served food laced with poison. Jaxon immediately recognized it, and once again, an assassination attempt was thwarted. Shortly after, someone in the alley behind a different restaurant threw a poisoned dagger. Encrid caught it with gloved hands, and threw it back at an even faster speed. Snap! A final gasp of breath came from the alley as the assassin's plan was foiled. "Why does he throw a dagger he can't even avoid?" Ram muttered, visibly annoyed by the constant attacks. Whenever the area cleared, they'd make another attempt. Ram had inserted his modular spear into place, resting it on his shoulder as he leaned casually. While it looked laid back, it was far from it in practice. An assassination attempt using poisoned darts had been made at Rem, but he simply twisted his waist and deflected them with the end of his spear. The rats in hiding kept attacking, throwing and hiding again. Rem found it bothersome to chase after them. It was understandable. The assassins kept pestering them, throwing poison daggers whenever they thought they could get away with it. This time, bolts and darts were mixed in with the daggers. The assassins didn't just target Crang, but they aimed at everyone, though it was futile. There is no point to it. The ones attacking were mostly just beggar groups, not skilled assassins. The absence of small villages meant people had to cluster in large cities to survive, a problem common to all major cities. And some of these beggar groups kept attacking. Of course, it was futile. Thud, thack, thwack. Ragnar stepped forward and sent the vagabond flying with his fists and kicks. "A monster!" one of the vagabonds shouted as he fled, but none of the group chased after him. They were probably hired by Krona, offering a few coins. The poison was likely administered in a similar fashion. Jaxon mentioned that it was the innkeeper's maid who had poisoned them, but Encrid didn't press her for answers. Jaxon had advised that there was no need for such an interrogation. "This is a common trick. They pretend it's a harmless drug and claim it's something else before they sprinkle it." Crang listened carefully to Jaxon's words. It was a method he had never heard of before. He had once nearly died from a potent poison, and at that time he had no idea when or how he had been poisoned. There was no one he suspected. Could this be the reason? It seemed likely. If they claim to be the fiancé or family member of one of our party members and say they're secretly following us, everyone nods in agreement. Since we're not fooled, they deceive others, those who wouldn't be suspecting them. They likely told them that they were concerned about travel fatigue and asked for some good medicine, but that it had to be done secret. It was a silly trick, but it worked well. What if the maid or the innkeeper secretly stole the powder? Would the assassination guild care about something like that? Rather than using a poison that would take effect immediately, they would likely use a poison that caused convulsions a day later. It was fortunate, though, that the innkeeper and the maid had a conscience. They didn't steal the powder. They used it all in the food they served. The maid who had served the food had been glancing at their group subtly, and this was the reason why. Of course, the faces of Encrid and the others would have drawn attention as well. Inside the inn, they didn't wear hoods to hide their faces, as doing so would have drawn more attention. Instead, they boldly revealed their faces. Naturally, this attracted gazes from around them. They also acted as though they didn't care about being followed, which ruffled the pride of a few would-be assassins. The result of this was above. Jaxon's warning came just as they were heading to a different restaurant after leaving the inn, where they had struggled to eat. An assassin dropped from above. By the time the thrown dagger landed, they were ready for an ambush. Rem, Encrid, and Ragnar moved at the same time. The three weapons split the air above them. The fairy assassin who had dropped from above was torn into 6 pieces. Blood rained down, splattering onto the floor. Intestines, flesh, severed arms and legs fell to the cobblestones of the alley. If this had happened in the middle of a main street, the guards would have rushed to the scene immediately. Ah! Ah! The dying assassin's last words. His pale skin, which reflected the moonlight, was now stuck in the filthy ground. Several more attempts to ambush followed, but before they could even start, they all fell. It was as the gods had said. Crang saw it the same way. It wasn't just that. There was something more. Wait a moment. When Jaxon stepped away for a moment, the attack significantly reduced. During this time, Encrid had found a restaurant. They say the roasted chicken here is the best. Huh? Crang tilted his head. Was this the time to be looking for good food? Don't like chicken? Encrid asked again. That wasn't the issue. It had been a long time since he had tasted proper food. He had been so plagued by poisoned meals that he had eaten not for flavor but purely to survive. Crang thought about this as they entered the restaurant. Be careful, the guards said, though they didn't stop their master. To them, it seemed like it was safe enough to eat anything, and so they did. Crang loosened his belt and ate with abandon. The restaurant only served roasted chicken, but their cooking method was exceptional. They impaled a whole chicken on a long skewer and roasted it over a wood fire. The chicken was rotated slowly in front of the flames for at least half a day, a cooking process that took a long time. This recipe has been passed down since my grandfather's time. I take great pride in it, the chef, who was also the restaurant owner, said with pride. And it was well deserved. The roasted chicken melted in the mouth. A thin layer of seasoning with salt, pepper, and other spices was applied, and it blended perfectly with the crispy skin, making it better than the meals of most lords. When Crang pierced the meat with his fork and cut it, the tender, juicy flesh came off easily. He ate it continually. Have you been starving for days? You're eating well, the owner remarked, offering him a juice made from a fruit he had developed. It was also exquisite. The sweet and sour taste complemented the oily aftertaste of the chicken. In cities with dense populations, cooking tends to develop the most. A city is by nature a hub for surrounding logistics, so there's an abundance of ingredients. Cities like Midfall, where agriculture is advanced, are also ideal for raising livestock. This city's walls are constantly being expanded, and the land area continues to grow for this very reason. Although there are facilities outside the walls with soldiers posted to guard them, livestock can't be raised there. Not every soldier can be a fighter who fights beasts and monsters like a shepherd on the frontier. Naturally, cattle, horses, chickens, and sheep are raised inside the walls. In areas near the vagabonds, some even live with a few animals. Livestock is especially useful for maintaining body heat in the winter. For these reasons, chickens are a common and smoothly supplied food in the city. They are raised in large numbers. If the upper management of the city is competent in operating the city, raising livestock with the remaining grains is only natural. That's why restaurants like this exist. We should capture that chef. Rem left the highest praise, and the chef who had been bringing out dishes like roasted potatoes froze in surprise. What? This restaurant is funded by the Lord. Don't try anything foolish. In this city, the highest authority was the Lord. Encrid calmed him down, assuring that it was just a joke. By this time, Jaxon had returned and was already tearing into a chicken leg. Hey, you damn stray cat! Are you going to creep around like that? You're just slow. The two of them were always bickering. Outside, a wild horse, despite being a horse, was tearing into a chicken. That's not a beast, is it? The freckled boy, a waiter at the restaurant, asked, looking terrified. It won't bite, Encrid reassured him, though the boy kept his distance from the wild horse with its mismatched eyes. The horse, munching on the bones and gnawing on the chicken, made a sickening crunching sound. Who would want to go near that? Let's have a drink, Rem suggested. Drink and take it with us, Encrid agreed. They scattered to different tables, looking like a group with not even a speck of discipline, but appearances were deceiving. None of them were letting their guard down. Crang, watching and listening to everything, felt at peace. Their calm demeanor made it so. And so, he tore into the chicken and had a drink made from cherries. The wine had a unique flavor. If he hadn't been with them, he might have suspected it had poison in it. There was no poison. "How many bottles can I buy?" Encrid asked the owner after they had eaten their fill. With their stomachs full, they returned to the inn. "Get some good rest." They exchanged brief goodbyes before washing up. After brushing their teeth with a thin brush, cleaning away bits of meat stuck between their teeth, they rinsed their mouths with cheap salty water. The bed, made of cotton rather than straw, made Crang feel the wealth of the city. To be able to sleep on a bed that wasn't rough or hard, how could that not feel precious? "It's unbelievable," the guard commented, and Crang agreed. They had spent the night, but curiously no assassins appeared. It was because of that red-haired guy's disappearance. Crang's insight made the situation clear. Since the man named Jaxon had disappeared, the attacks ceased. What had he done? It piqued Crang's curiosity, but he didn't ask. It was obvious, and he knew it wasn't something worth inquiring about. The group left the city, and the assassins' attempts to strike continued, but it was no longer a surprise. "This is off limits." A man claiming to be a former champion from the arena confronted them. "I'll handle it," Dunbakel the Beastkin stepped forward and shattered the man's face with a knee strike. She struck the opponent's spear with her scimitar and rushed forward, using her left foot to kick the ground and her right knee to lift him into the air. It was excellent martial arts. The champion's face collapsed as he fell to the ground. "Where's that arena? Do you just gather chicks to fight there?" The Beastkin scoffed and gave the group a cold glare. The mob scattered and fled. The stormy weather had been a lie, and now the sky was clear. The group rode their horses, moving at a steady pace. They understood the importance of managing their horses' stamina for long journeys. Then suddenly, an arrow flew toward them. The arrow was aimed precisely at Crang, but naturally Encrid intercepted. With a quick snap, the arrow shivered in his grasp, and Crang, standing in front of him, wasn't particularly shaken. He had stopped it, so it was fine. Encrid gripped the arrow and gazed into the distance. "This feels real." It was the end of a poorly executed ruse. Their last resort was long-range sniping. Despite their mediocre skills, the archer appeared to be a skilled marksman. Though Crang hadn't seen it, Encrid had caught sight of the archer riding away, bow in hand. Could they catch him if they pursued on horseback? Probably not. So, the only option left was to continue knocking down the arrows that came their way. The assassin had disappeared, but a mounted archer had appeared in his place. The new threat was more complicated, but still not a true danger. That was Crang's conclusion. No matter how many arrows flew his way, he wouldn't die, especially with Encrid guarding him. This was why he felt at peace. So the archer, riding in the distance, wasn't a threat. And then, the wild horse, whinnying, approached Encrid. "Are we going to catch him?" Encrid asked. And it seemed like the archer wouldn't be long for this world. Chapter 353. Who is the most insane? Make all the ministers your allies. Crang recalled the Queen's words. It had been a meeting in a secret place, not the audience room. What was the first question again? Crang thought back to that moment, when Encrid was speaking to the wild horse with different colored eyes. "Shall we go?" Ah, that crazy person. Where was he planning to go? The wild horse seemed to understand, nodding its head in response. In that instant, Crang remembered the conversation he had with the Queen, word for word. "Why should I give up the throne?" the Queen had asked, and Crang had answered. He wasn't sure if his answer had been a good one. He had simply stated what was on his mind. 1 drop for Sanganet Yelper dig at Geaner 23 kilo Pildhats Ter 11 Dagar. Open it's best that the one who swears to protect the kingdom is the one who sits on the throne. That had been the end of his brief response. Someone who will ask the same question as me still remains. The Queen hadn't commented on his answer, just stating it calmly. Out of respect for the Queen's will, Crang bowed his head. The conversation that followed had been more practical. Nobles have factions. Can you cover them all? A mind reader, even a magician, wouldn't be able to know that. Predicting the weather is difficult. To do so, one must read the flow of water and the changes in nature. Even a magician who can accomplish such difficult tasks cannot read the ever-changing thoughts of humans in real time. I can try to predict how much rain will fall next month. But I can't tell the mind of a farmer who will plow the land in front of me. It was a famous saying among mages from the continent. Whether the actual words had been spoken or not, the meaning of the proverb was clear. The person who swore allegiance to you yesterday could be swayed by a few gold coins tomorrow. Humans are like that, especially politicians, whose hearts change with every passing moment, from morning to lunch, from dinner to the next dawn. It's impossible to predict. How could anyone know exactly how human hearts will change? But it is possible to guide someone according to your will, through threats, intimidation, promises of rewards, and by reading the desires and needs of others. A magician may not be able to do this, but a politician or strategist who uses their intellect can. It's a skill based on insight, not magic. Check the factions, make all the ministers your allies. Crang understood the Queen's will. Could he make the ministers who filled the audience room his own? It was difficult. Any ordinary person would say it was impossible. How many factions did the current Norelia royal court have? Even the Queen didn't know. There were those who had become puppets of large trading companies. Some nobles, with dreams of founding a kingdom, gathered with their territories in mind. Others had pledged their loyalty under a great noble, and some had remained loyal to the royal family. But none of them were Crang's allies. Therefore, it was hard, and even harder. But the process will be long and difficult. It would be. Still, there was a way. Crang nodded, remembering the Queen's words. As you command. I hope the goddess of luck stays by your side. The Queen of Norelia believed in the god of Libra, who governed the sun and moon, a god of balance and fair judgment. But the Queen mentioned the goddess of luck. This must have been her way of saying that Crang's path would not be easy. Good fortune. May the fairness of Libra dwell within you. Crang concluded the conversation by mentioning the god the Queen believed in. The Queen had no children, so there could be no heirs. Crang was the child of the late king. Why had the late king kept his child hidden? It certainly wasn't to prepare for a succession. But things had twisted and turned, and the royal court had become a messy marketplace. No, it was more like an arena. Some inflated their power to threaten others, while some hid daggers behind their backs. Crang had stepped into that arena. Make the ministers your allies. The words from the Queen kept coming to mind since that meeting. To do so, Crang had to make dozens of decisions and face dozens of dilemmas each day. There was a way. It was just a long and tiring process. Because of that, Crang always felt like his head was splitting in two. Laughing heartily at Encrid had eased the pain a little. But still, there was a persistent dull ache in his head. Crang had grown accustomed to it. That was the path he was walking. It was better to call it a thorny path. He knew it well, but still, he had no intention of turning back or giving up. Hadn't the man in front of him shown him that? What do you want to be? A knight. Crang had asked and had received an answer. It wasn't laughable. It was much more pleasant to hear than someone from a remote mansion dreaming of the throne. Most of all, it was a sincere answer. The words of the Queen and Encrid mixed together in Crang's mind. It could have been complicated, but it was calm. The headache could have worsened, but it didn't. For the first time in a long while, Crang felt peace amidst the threat of assassins. That was entirely due to their abilities. Was it because of that? Did it give him some peace of mind? Let's ride. Encrid spoke as he conversed with the wild horse and mounted it. With a leap, Encrid got onto the horse, and the wild horse didn't lower its body for him. Encrid kicked the ground with his feet, making his body lift. His body floated sideways. As he leaned forward, he stretched his feet backward. It was as though he had leapt in a strange posture. Encrid's body seemed to freeze just above the wild horse's back, and soon he was seated atop it. He had lifted his body with exact force, perfectly controlling it, and stopped at the peak to land on the horse. It was an astonishing skill. Thus, the weight of a human, along with their gear, settled on the wild horse with a mismatched eye. A clacking sound was heard, but the wild horse didn't even flinch. It was as firm as if it had become part of a statue. Both the horse enduring it and the human's actions atop it were remarkable. Not even holding the reins? With an almost stationary jump, he landed on the horse without a saddle. "What are you doing?" From behind, Rem asked Encrid, while Ragnar quietly watched. Dunbakel showed curiosity, and Jaxon observed with a strange look. "I'm just going." Without looking back, Encrid's body disappeared. "What?" Crang's mouth hung open in shock. "What was that? What kind of horse is that? Breaking the ground as it moves?" The wild horse kicked the ground and dashed forward at a speed incomparable to any ordinary horse. Boom, boom. The sound of the earth breaking echoed, and it quickly left a streak behind. Encrid, now one with the horse, lowered his body even closer. At that moment, Crang felt as though half of his worries had been resolved. Though it wasn't just about the surprise. It felt as though his mind had cleared up. He had settled on an answer, yet still, he wondered if there was a better one. A headache had plagued him for some time. Crang chuckled softly. Encrid wasn't thinking about anything. He wasn't heading off to catch the archer in the distance. He was simply running because the horse was running. "Crazy bastard," Crang muttered. "Now you get it?" The gray-haired barbarian agreed beside him. "Isn't that your leader?" "Yeah. But crazy is crazy. Be careful, they're all a bit strange here." Rem, twirling his finger beside his ear, immediately judged all his subordinates to be on Encrid's level. Hearing this, Ragnar turned around. He had been looking in the direction Encrid had dashed, but Rem's words couldn't be dismissed so easily. "That guy likes to split people's heads with an axe. He doesn't care about friend or foe, so be careful. Don't be fooled. He's harboring a lazy demon inside him." "Who's saying that?" Jaxon interjected, and Rem continued. "That guy's got dozens of sneaky wildcats inside him, so be more cautious. I'd recommend not getting too close. Don't forget, that bastard might pull some tricks on you too." "Wow, you're saying that?" Dunbakel clicked her tongue. "That's a poor beast woman who injured her head. She's like that because of an accident when she was young, so cut her some slack," Rem added. "Who's got a head injury? These guys are all insane," Crang thought to himself, but didn't say it out loud. "Isn't it time to fight?" With just one comment, he managed to shift their attention. Crang's tone had changed, filled with vitality, much like when he had first met Encrid. Before, he had spoken with a certain weight, but now, this was the real Crang's voice. "Anyway, be careful." Rem glanced at Crang and added a few last words. Crang turned his head. The place where Encrid and the wild horse had raced was now in view. A reckless dash, throwing all concerns aside. The fog that clouded his mind seemed to have lifted. Instead of worrying, just act. Even as he headed toward the royal palace, the dozens of unresolved problems scattered in his mind disappeared. The headache vanished as well. He felt refreshed, like waking up after a good night's sleep and stepping into the warm sunlight. The sun was shining brightly, illuminating the surroundings. "That's quite a run," Crang said in admiration. The man-horse pair now looked like a dot in the distance. "Yeah, they said it was a wild horse, but it sure seems to carry a person well and run smoothly." Crang wondered why Rem kept sticking by his side. He honestly wished he would distance himself a little. In his view, Rem seemed to be the craziest one. Encrid didn't really understand what the wild-eyed horse was saying. To communicate with such a beast, a druid would be needed. Esther knew this. The panther's half-lidded eyes scanned Encrid's back. She understood that what Encrid was doing had nothing to do with magic or any spells. Instead, Encrid seemed to read the wild horse's cues instinctively. The intelligence of the wild-eyed horse was far beyond that of a typical beast, which made this possible. The wild-eyed horse clearly expressed its intentions, both through sound and its actions. "Tian, non ti massi de dama, Cryionaut, touch the girl, God's souls." With that sound and accompanying gestures, Encrid understood and mounted the horse. He had just signaled Rem to keep an eye on Crang. If left alone, Crang might just end up dying, while others merely watched. With a sharp motion, Encrid's weight shifted onto the wild-eyed horse's back, and an intense burning force filled the air. The power that coursed through the horse's mane, fur, and muscles felt like an invisible energy. Will? At least, it felt similar to the will he had experienced before. Rejection, sudden acceleration, and the overwhelming pressure of the sword. "What are you?" Encrid whispered as he lowered his gaze from the saddle. "I'm going to run." There were no actions, no sounds, but the intent was clear. Encrid lowered his body, and the wild-eyed horse immediately began to sprint. Boom! Have you ever seen a horse tear through the ground as it runs? I'm riding it. It was too fast. The surrounding scenery blurred into lines as they zoomed past. Encrid activated his will, using it to maintain a sustained burst of speed. Adapting to this was not difficult. Madman. Before long, they were right behind one of the archers, who shouted in surprise. Though the archer's horse was close to a good steed, it was nothing compared to the wild-eyed horse. In an instant, the wild-eyed horse was on the archer's tail and began to slow the chase by bending its knees and adjusting its speed. Then, it nudged the archer's horse with its body. Thud! From the archer's perspective, it must have felt as if he was about to topple off when the wild-eyed horse collided with him. The charge had been both fast and decisive. Despite the impact, Encrid felt almost no shock thanks to the wild-eyed horse absorbing the force. Mad wild-eyed horse. With that thought, Encrid tossed a cheap dagger. The dagger flew through the air and pierced the neck of one of the archer. "Let's go." Encrid spoke calmly, as if nothing had happened. "Ian." The wild-eyed horse responded with a sound, almost as if acknowledging the command. Why was it suddenly running with him? Encrid couldn't say for sure, but it seemed the wild-eyed horse wasn't fond of the fleeing enemies. It was as if the horse was saying, "You can't escape." Although it was a trivial reason, it mattered to a beast whose entire life was driven by the need to run. "Let's go." Encrid caught 4 more archers, and after that no more attempts were made. As they returned to the group, the wild-eyed horse raced far faster than the other steeds and stopped gracefully, like feathers floating to the ground. It was a horse born to run. "Good job." "What are you feeding that horse?" Crang asked as they approached. Encrid noticed a slight change in Crang's tone. He seemed more at ease, as if something had lifted from his mind. Until now, Crang had seemed like someone chewing on a stone, but now he seemed more relaxed. "This looks better." It was a fleeting thought. As Encrid dismounted and they resumed their journey, Crang spoke again. What will you do if you become a knight? I'll try to end the wars. That made Crang's pupils contract. Just a knight? Could a mere knight achieve such a thing? It was a statement that only someone with vast vision could make. Why? Can't I? No. Crang shook his head, perhaps realizing the contradiction in his words. He had the same dream as Encrid, but to end it, more savage and significant acts were required. It was a contradictory feeling. But at least now the doubts had been resolved. Seeing Encrid riding the wild-eyed horse made other concerns feel trivial. Later, we should duel with swords. Anytime. Crang had stopped worrying about the assassination threat. He was already on friendly terms with everyone, quickly getting along with all of them. Or rather, he had become someone who could exchange a few words with anyone. You're bad at directions, huh? No. I just value going the right way over going fast. Crang had a conversation with Ragnar. You really are a gloomy one. If a barbarian forces me, I'll shank a carrot his way. He chatted with Jaxon as they ate boiled carrots for dinner. I heard you like splitting people's heads with axes. Who said that? It's not a hobby, it's a specialty. He laughed with Rem. You seem a bit mad. Actually, do you know who's the craziest? It's the boss. And Ram even shared some secrets. Are you a beast woman? Not a were-tiger? My beast form is a white lion. Wouldn't you be tempted to bite if I mentioned that in front of you? Enki would get mad. You've gotten softer. Were you always like this? He teased Dunbakel as well. After all their banter, they were near the capital of Norelia. They'd been riding for over 2 weeks, steadily making their way there. Why won't you let me ride? Rem continued trying to get the wild-eyed horse to carry him, but it was no use. Encrid didn't want to ride again either. It seemed that when it was time to ride, other steeds were preferable. And so they arrived at the capital. The massive walls of the city stretched far and wide. Norelia's heart, where the king's chamber lay, the royal palace was in the city. The capital by the name of Norel. Looking at the capital, Crang straightened up, stretching his shoulders. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting its light on the walls. Though the walls were dark gray, they brightened as they absorbed the sunlight. The walls, which absorbed the sunlight, gently illuminated the surroundings at night. It was a power from an ancient spell. Watching this sight, Crang stood straight and then spoke. I get it. What? Encrid, who had been admiring the walls beside him, asked. Crang answered without hesitation. The craziest one is you. What kind of nonsense was that? Had he been too close to Rem? Encrid worried about Crang's state. Chapter 354. Cryionaut Angius Norelius. Stop. As they reached the city walls, the guards blocked their way with pikes. Encrid instinctively assessed the guards' positions, stances, and the direction of their feet. There were 2 in front and others standing behind. The 2 in the front were nothing special. They were not even worth discussing in terms of skill. New recruits. Encrid and his madmen unit referred to untrained soldiers as new recruits, based on the standards of the border guard's regular troops. His gaze met that of a more senior soldier standing behind the 2. The senior soldier glared at him, as if saying, Where do you think you're looking? Amateur. If it came to a fight, they couldn't even block a strike. De Sommerföder Führer 1969. Kommer at FM 11,000 core open. There were over 20 guards at the gate. Excluding the ones checking carts or wagons from one side, only 4 had come to stand in front. The 2 blocking the path, the senior behind them, and the last one, a middle-aged man standing at the very back, wearing a feathered cap, not a helmet. He wore a thin, long sword at his waist, and his posture was distinct. Could he be Bel? Encrid was weighing his skills when, You've been staring too obviously, Ram warned the guards. Before Encrid could respond, the man with the feathered cap spoke. Look at you, you caught on, huh? He tilted his head. his voice implying more than just words. The man's intuition was keen, and his skill was likely the same. Without hesitation, Encrid nodded in acknowledgement. "Hey, I see, you're actually admitting it," the man muttered, then raised his voice. "How many are there?" It was a question directed at his subordinates. The leading soldier eyed Encrid's group, 7 and a beast. "What's up with that weird-eyed horse, hey? And is that a panther?" The guards glanced over the group in disbelief, confused by the unusual gathering. Most notably, Esther, a beast, was a potential issue. If she caused any trouble, it would certainly be a hassle. The guard subtly lowered his pike, clearly wary of the panther. Or perhaps was he just scared? Encrid had no intention to explain. Esther was a panther, but among the border guard, no one would make an issue of it. Why? Because they thought she was a mage's companion. People knew that mages were mysterious and unusual beings, and those who saw Esther merely as a leopard were perfectly fine with it. To them, Esther was just an animal Encrid kept. No one in the border guard questioned Encrid's choice of companions. But this was the capital. Getting inside was the problem. Was it time to turn back? His mission was to escort Crang into the capital. Entry wasn't his responsibility. "It's fine, Don." As Encrid pondered, Crang patted him on the shoulder. "If you keep overthinking, you'll make a problem out of something simple. A sage once told me that, and I forgot it until now." Encrid looked at Crang, surprised by the sudden remark. Crang's eyes twinkled. "You're going to be a knight, right?" Seeing the seriousness in Crang's tone, Encrid nodded. "Of course. I'll ask again. Why are you standing by my side?" Crang whispered again, and meanwhile the guards' voices were becoming more hostile. "You can't have a beast without a leash. And do you all even have entry permits? You're making it obvious you're here to cause trouble. Are you mercenaries?" The man with the feathered cap also chimed in, adding his own sarcastic comments. "I don't know," to Crang. Encrid seemed like a straightforward person who moved forward without wandering. Such a person wouldn't usually make excuses or discuss values, but the fact that Encrid had done so meant that something was bothering. Encrid was genuinely impressed. This guy was sharp enough to pick up on such things. Crang had the perceptiveness to read between the lines. Bringing up the word excuse felt like Crang had seen right through him. Encrid hadn't forgotten that he was part of the border guard. If he were the type of fool who acted without thinking, he wouldn't have survived this long. He understood his position and the consequences of his actions. What would happen if Count Molson caused a scene right now? A knight defends, but a king rules. Encrid had no burning loyalty to protect Norelius. He wasn't tied to this land by birthright. He was just born here. But that didn't mean he didn't care for some things about the country. Encrid cared for the small town he was born in. He couldn't ignore the people who raised him when he would have starved without them. If only there were no more war. The fruit seller, peeling away a rotten part of an apple and splitting it, muttered, "Wouldn't it be better if everyone just paid attention to what's going on around them?" The elderly servant, roasting potatoes over the fire, sighed. "War's good for the young ones, I suppose, but not for the rest of us." An old woman, who once barely survived by selling her body, lamented her life. "If there had been no war, I'd have just quietly gotten married, had kids, and made stew." The stew the old woman had made warmed Encrid's stomach like never before. "You're a genius." There was also the mercenary who once called a young orphan a genius, urging them to survive. A mercenary who lost his legs but loved the children he cared for, knowing how to feed a starving child rather than filling his own stomach. Encrid's childhood was filled with hardships, but he didn't truly hate it. He didn't truly dislike it. They were all people living in this country. The royalty. If Crang became king, wouldn't something change? It was an instinctive feeling, a prediction. Encrid wasn't a prophet who could see the future, so he could call it a gamble if he wanted. Choose. Encrid, become my knight and stand by my side. Crang spoke, and his words carried a weight that seemed almost like willpower. It felt like a pressure that came from the intangible force of his intent, directed only at Encrid. Encrid didn't nod. He wasn't the one to make the choice first. The answer isn't necessary, Crang said, then looked up. He felt calm in the face of the assassin's threat. It was a realization that came with that calm. If your sword is at your waist, mine is in my mouth. It was in his head, and it flowed in his blood. It was time to wield that blade. Matthew. Lu. Crang called his guard's name, and the guard stepped forward. The sentry glared. What are you? Matthew, following Crang's instructions, opened his mouth. The name of the one and only, supreme and most exalted queen of this land, is hereby declared. The rightful heir to the royal lineage has arrived. The words were complex. The guard blinked in confusion, but his superior, still sharp, quickly reacted. What did you just say? The subordinate's hand shot out to grasp the shoulder of the guard, who seemed ready to resort to force, pulling him back. I said exactly that. The voice of Matthew, the guard, was loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. Though the area in front of the gates was bustling, Matthew's words clearly reached the ears of everyone present. What'd he just say? The royal heir? Could he be the secret child of the queen? Anyone with a hint of intelligence understood the situation was quite tense internally in Norelia. The issue of succession was always a delicate matter. Though the queen wasn't old, she had no children. Her husband, too, couldn't bear any, which was common knowledge. Unbelievable. Matthew's voice rang out for all to hear, directed especially at the guard in front of him. My master is none other than the royal heir of Norelia, and his name is Cryionaut Angius Norelius. Royal names were long, often drawing from ancestral names to form their own. But in comparison, Crang's name was short. That was because he had lived hidden as a second son. It was only when he grew up that he learned his real name, and so, call me Crang. With near ventriloquism, Crang spoke. When Encrid turned his eyes to him, Crang continued. That is my true name. He had been called that since childhood. Therefore, it was only natural to claim it as his own. Crang's words didn't seem like a lie. I was wrong. Encrid had assumed it was a false name, but now it appeared that Crang had used the first letters of Cryionaut Angius Norelius's name. Nevertheless, Crang was saying that it was indeed his original name, and thus the first name used. Bow your heads before royal blood. Matthew shouted. This is the first I've heard of a prince, and surely proof must be provided. From behind the senior guard, the person in charge stepped forward. He was the captain of the South Gate Guards. To Crang's response, he stepped forward. What proof do you require to prove myself? Claiming royal blood is a serious offense, the captain warned. Then arrest me and take me away. Crang spoke casually while pulling a pendant from within his chest. It was incomplete, a half-piece. It was a pendant he had worn around his neck. The royal seal was clearly etched into the pendant. It was so ornate that it could not have been easily replicated by anyone. Despite being only half the size of a palm, the pendant bore the royal insignia with the symbol of the three swords and the round head of the flame-maned sun. It was the symbol of the royal family. It was the half of it, with the sun's head on display. The other half is with my sister. With that, the only person who could verify Crang's identity as royal was the queen herself. However, should they let him in now? The captain of the guard was in a difficult spot. But then, just as things seemed to stall, a voice intervened. I vouch for him. A voice came from behind the captain. When had they arrived? I, Marcus Bazar, vouch for him in the name of the Bazar family. He is indeed the rightful heir of this kingdom, the royal blood. The guard captain understood that the decision had been taken out of his hands, let him in. It was impossible to undo the decision, now that it had been backed by the powerful Bazar family. From here on out, it was the kingdom's political game, where the art of killing in the name of politics would take precedence. The captain handled weapons, not words. But still, he could not just let them go. Let's keep the group under watch. Of course, the captain couldn't carry out his plan. They are all my people. Will you detain them? Crang, the blond man who had just revealed himself as royal, approached with a smile. This is troublesome. If he just let them go, the noble families might come after him later, pestering him endlessly. If things went poorly, he could be accused of harboring traitors and be executed. But stopping them now could lead to even worse consequences, as his own life would be at risk if Crang was truly royal. Even the most foolish man would not dare impersonate royalty in the capital, especially in front of the captain of the guard. This was probably the truth. So, he had no choice but to accept the situation. As Crang continued to smile, he spoke words that pierced through the heart of the captain. What noble or officer would speak such words? This was the first time he had heard such commands. Say that I insisted. Say I pushed my way in. Blame everything on me. Marcus nodded in agreement. The captain, now 40 years old, felt his heart race. What kind of man is this? Before he could say anything, Marcus approached and gently reassured him. I will ensure no harm comes your way. The captain nodded, but his eyes never left Crang. Crang seemed to be an exceptionally unique individual. Encrid and his group could only watch. Wow, the backing of royalty is impressive, Rem marveled. As he said, no one stopped the group. Though a wild beast with differently colored eyes might have been an issue, no one tried to stop the panther from entering the capital. The group had no time to take in the sights of the capital. Thanks to the guard's message, the royal guards arrived at the palace. They were the royal elite known as the Royal Guard. Each of them wore full plate armor, carrying long spears, short swords at their hips, and kite shields slung across their backs. Their golden-tinged helmets made them even more intimidating, as their lowered visors only left their eyes and mouth visible, enhancing their imposing presence. The uniformity of their attire and their stern expressions conveyed their authority. The royal guard surrounded the group. We will escort you to the palace. One of the guards, standing in the front, spoke. His helmet was a dull gray, unlike the other's golden hue. It was obvious that he hadn't had his helmet gilded, and simply looking at him would make one feel small, but there were no ordinary men here. Can you see them sweating? It must be hot in those suits, Rem commented. Jaxon, as usual, remained silent but inwardly approved of the situation. Dunbakel, with her eyes darting nervously, whispered, Are we really going to follow them? She sensed the danger of entering the palace. Do you want to turn back? You can go ahead. Encrid showed indifference. Dunbakel quickly shook her head. If the leader goes, so do I. Do as you wish. Encrid, however, felt his curiosity piqued. What was Crang doing now? What was his game? Though this wasn't a battlefield where blades spoke louder than words, seeing Crang's back made him seem like a general ready to take on hundreds or thousands. Watching him sparked a strange feeling inside Encrid. A desire. Something he hadn't expected. Do you want to improve your skills? Rem's casual question came to mind. When he had nodded, what had Rem said? Encrid turned his gaze to Crang, trying to remember the words he had once heard. Chapter 355. Reprimand and Tease, do not stop fighting. Rem judged that Encrid grew stronger through real battles. It was clear to anyone that Encrid's talent had limitations. Even Rem could see it. It seemed natural that he would stop growing at some point. How many times have we seen people rise through the ranks and then stop? The limit of talent quietly comes, stays, and slowly eats away at the person. Then, is there a way to break the limit? Yes, there is. In Rem's view, the best way is to risk one's life. A limit is nothing more than complacency. One of the best ways to avoid complacency is to put your life on the line, no matter what you're doing. 11,000 kia ventar pien de somme, erföda före 1969. Open, it's not just about swinging a sword. Even writing poetry or singing, if you put your life into it, you grow. This was Rem's philosophy. Put your life on the line and fight on the battlefield. That was the best advice Rem could give to a man trying to keep moving forward. Encrid reflected on their conversation. This wasn't a battlefield. Still, Encrid could see someone putting their life on the line and struggling. It seemed like Crang was doing that. He appeared to be putting his life on the line, rolling in the fight. That gave Encrid some kind of realization. Above all, it made him want to watch him even more. "Why don't you just look around the palace?" Marcus said. "Wouldn't it seem too much like I'm a highwayman if I make a request here?" He joked, but Encrid ignored him completely. He was too busy watching Crang. Esther narrowed her eyes and observed the interior of the palace. As a mage, her instincts sensed the magical tools and spell objects scattered around the palace. Something felt off. Of course, a palace of a nation would have plenty of spell objects and artifacts. That was to be expected. But it wasn't just about the artifacts. A mage wouldn't be surprised by things within their prediction range. Then, there was something sinister, something on the opposite side of order. Magic itself doesn't always follow order, but there was an ominous presence. "Grang," Esther muttered softly. The shape was a bit unusual, catching her interest. More than that, the palace, on the surface, was full of danger. But from the perspective of a mage who had reached a certain level, it felt strangely insecure. She couldn't explain why, but there seemed to be a lack of defenses in some areas. It looked as though someone had intentionally left gaps. "Have you come to find your death?" A guard in an ash-gray helmet spoke. They were heading toward the palace. They didn't pass through the center of the capital, but headed to one of its corners. His words seemed like a threat, matching the narrowing path ahead. The number of people around them kept dwindling. Matthew reacted to the words. "Do you know who is standing in front of you? One who believes in their bloodline and acts recklessly. Do not anger me." Clear enough, Encrid thought inwardly, realizing that this man was no easy opponent. Instead of openly sizing him up like before, he was now carefully observing the royal guards. There were 20 soldiers in total. Some of them appeared to be well-trained elites. They looked capable of thrusting their spears at anything surprising. However, some were terrible. They couldn't even march in sync. Military formation is the basic discipline of an army. If they couldn't even do that, they couldn't be called elites. Was this the standard of the royal guards guarding the royal family? Even so, the man in the ash-gray helmet walked before them, maintaining a perfect balance. Encrid admired his posture highly. Regardless of skill, it was an attitude that took responsibility for everyone. "It would be nice if they challenged us." Looking at his posture, Encrid could tell that would never happen. Some people's movements are so telling. This man didn't seem to be the type to prefer direct confrontation. He spoke plainly, and even if given the chance, would wait for his opponent to turn around before striking. His steps, posture, speech, and attitude all hinted at this. He wouldn't fight without a justified cause. The opposite of Jaxon, Encrid thought as his eyes met Jaxon's. "You seem to be thinking something unpleasant," Jaxon said. "No, not at all." Encrid denied it. He was good at this. It wasn't really a lie. It wasn't harming his beliefs. It was simply a courtesy, choosing to hold back words for the sake of the other person. "No, really. I can see it in your eyes," Jaxon responded. Encrid tilted his head slightly, denying Jaxon's words, then turned to Rem and Ragnar, who said something. "Do you think they'll feed us?" Dunbakel added another comment on top of that. Encrid quickly responded to her words. "They'll probably take care of it. Are we not going to fight now? No, I don't think so. Surely, their conversation would be heard by those surrounding them. And then, of course, it was heard, quite clearly. Arrogant, one of the royal guards, who was below average in skill, spoke up. He couldn't even follow proper military posture. He was pretending not to, but that only showed how poor his mental fortitude was. They were strangers, unfamiliar faces. When encountering people like that, he should be walking properly to uphold his unit's honor. But he wasn't doing that, proving he was incompetent. The fool spoke as though he was picking a fight, and Encrid worried about how the others might react. He wondered if they might snap. But before anyone else could, someone else spoke up. Are you trying to make a fool of me with just those words? Crang raised his voice from the front. That wasn't my intention. The man in the dark gray helmet responded. Then shut up. Before the sentence could even finish, Crang spoke up sharply. It was direct. And anyone talking behind our backs, calling us arrogant or whatever, better keep their tongues in check before they lose them. The royal guards flinched. Was it fear? No, it was anger. They made no attempt to hide it. This man was clearly not someone to be underestimated. Crang had mentioned he was royalty, but it seemed no one was treating him like it. The royal guards tasked with protecting the palace have loose tongues and even looser hands. It's disgraceful. Crang chastised them as he continued. You have no right to speak about our posture yet, the captain replied. Crang scoffed. Don't speak as if you're royalty. You're just a soldier. Then, shouldn't you prove that you're royalty? That's none of your concern. If you've been given order, then just follow it. Crang suddenly shouted, reprimanding the captain. The words were true, and the captain couldn't reply. The captain mulled over the words a few times, then fell silent. Encrid had to glance back. Rem stuck out his tongue and teased the royal guard from earlier. Ah, that was unexpectedly bold. And it wasn't just Rem acting this way. Jaxon clicked his tongue and shook his head. Ragnar, as always, spoke with a hint of wisdom. To know where you're going, you must read the stars. To lie down, you must know where to rest. He gave some advice to the royal guard. Encrid was dumbfounded, speechless at this turn of events. Where did the person muttering about looking north while facing south go? Of course, the advice wasn't wrong. You must know where to lie down before you stretch your legs. It was an expression about understanding one's circumstances, but hearing it from Ragnar made it lose some weight. The royal guard ground his teeth. His face was flushed red. If left unchecked, he might turn into a ripe tomato. If he turns into a fruit or vegetable, is he still a human, or should I call him a fruit man? Encrid muttered to himself, his thoughts drifting. Of course, he said this in a tone that only the royal guard could hear. Whoops. What? Then Encrid tried to cover it up with a light-hearted remark. The sound of the royal guard's grinding teeth grew louder, and his face turned even redder. Matthew, walking as if on a cliff's edge, couldn't hide his astonishment at the absurdity coming from behind. These madmen, what are they doing? Crang suppressed a laugh, and Marcus felt much the same. He hadn't expected this even when surrounded by royal guards in the capital. They say a leaking water bottle will leak everywhere, and this madness didn't stop at the border guards. You? The leader glanced back for a moment, as though about to say something, but then closed his mouth. The group reached the outskirts of the city and climbed into the carriage. More precisely, it was Crang, Matthew, and Marcus who climbed in. Marcus's guards tried to follow, but he sent them back. I'm with the hero who shook both the royal and border guards. Do you think there's any danger? Especially in the middle of the palace? His words carried weight, but Encrid didn't care much about it. The rest of the group got back on their horses. If they walked, they would arrive by dusk. For that reason, The carriage and the cavalry moved at a moderate pace. The road leading to the palace ran along the outskirts of the city. Along the way there were checkpoints set up, with soldiers stationed in them. There were gates and obstacles designed to block the road to the palace, just in case. But for now, everything was wide open. On horseback, Encrid could see the city walls absorbing the light on the left and the cityscape on the right. It wasn't a market area, but a district full of mansions. The capital is huge. Been here before? Rem asked, and Encrid nodded. When Encrid had been to the capital before, his situation had been closer to that of a beggar. A lot had happened since then. People had looked down on him, and some even tried to kill him. It would take half a day to explain everything, and it would fill a book if he wrote it. So he summarized briefly. The last time I was here, I was too busy getting beaten to enjoy the sights. That sounds like something the captain would say. Rem chuckled, nodding in understanding. Ragnar quietly looked around. It was his first time in the capital, too. In a big city, it's easy to get lost with just a small mistake. The alleys twisted like a maze. It must be quite a task to get from the palace to the gates. In reality, it was an easy path, just following the road. But to Ragnar, the alleyways looked like a maze, and he was already deep in thought about how to navigate them. Jaxon followed quietly. He had been to the capital before, and had even visited the palace. Abnaya. The name of the Aspen strategist popped into his mind. He couldn't find any lies in what that man had said. So, his task must be somewhere inside the palace. Jackson's eyes landed on the tall spires at the end of the road. The 3 tall spires symbolized the 3 swords of the palace. 3 knights who protected the previous king and wrote the founding myths of the country. When the next king ascended the throne, a national crisis struck, but a divine beast called the Sun Serpent appeared and saved the country. Dunbakel began to feel hungry. Encrid secretly hoped he might meet a knight inside the palace. He also wondered what he might ask if that were the case. "We arrived," the royal guard commander said. Just as he said, they reached the entrance of the palace, where the guards at the inner castle gates were visible. They were all soldiers in identical uniforms. The entire unit guarding the inner castle was referred to as the Royal Guard. There were 4 guards at the gate, all of whom saluted their commander. They then surveyed the group with their eyes and exchanged greetings with the royal guards who had accompanied them thus far. Encrid felt an odd sense of unease from this. They've split into factions. It seemed that some of the guards were friendly with certain members of the group, while others maintained a distance. It appeared that internal divisions were affecting the royal guard as well. "We'll see about you," one of the guards muttered, grinding his teeth before they parted ways. "This friend teased them," Encrid said, pointing at Rem. I'm so wronged here. Come on, tell me. Was it just me?" Rem responded to the royal guard, slicing through the thin thread of the guard's composure. Despite this, the guard endured, possibly due to his deep-rooted patience, earning him a respectful response. "Enough." The commander grabbed his subordinate's shoulder, warning him. "Take it easy," the commander said, but Encrid continued to point at Rem, as though he were the sole problem. "I swear, I'm the wronged one here." The commander, not waiting for a response, turned and led them to another person who would greet them. "You are called by the Queen to the audience chamber," the new figure announced. This person was unfamiliar to Encrid, but he introduced himself. "I am Baron Bentra." Encrid recognized the name. Bentra was a noble under Count Mulson. The man had sent troops to erase the border guard's insignia. With neatly combed blonde hair and broad shoulders, Bentra was clearly a well-trained individual. Marcus Bizar. Long time no see. Marcus was also a titled noble. Officially, a baron. His title had been granted under the Bazar family, one of the noble houses that operated with royal permission. Although Marcus was familiar with Bentra, he was far from the only one. Encrid noticed that Bentra didn't even acknowledge the others in the group, only leading them to the chamber. As they walked, Crang whispered a warning. "Don't mock the queen." Crang, the royal bastard, seemed to consider himself above others in terms of authority. Mocking the queen would be a capital offense, yet Crang didn't seem to care. "You may enter," Bentra said, turning to Encrid, before the others were told to wait outside. Encrid understood that this was more for the display of royal favor. The queen herself wished to meet the hero who had saved the border guard. "I fear I may violate etiquette," Encrid said hesitantly. "Don't worry. I'll personally guide you," Bentra replied with a lack of emotion that unsettled Encrid. The man's demeanor was impassive, which made Encrid uneasy despite the lack of direct malice. However, he had no real grounds to refuse. But then, Encrid couldn't help but notice a faint, unpleasant odor, one that was slightly more than just a bad smell. Dunbakel, too, was holding her nose in response to the scent. For those unaccustomed to the sharpness of trained senses, it might have only been mildly off-putting, but to those with heightened senses, especially beastkin, the odor was more than unpleasant. It was sharp enough to be uncomfortable. Encrid momentarily scrunched his nose, but said, "Thank you for your consideration." Soon, they arrived at the audience chamber. Rem waved a hand from behind, signaling Encrid to hurry inside. The rest of the group stood still, waiting. Encrid entered the chamber. The doors with intricate carvings opened on either side. The guards inside inspected him thoroughly before allowing him in. He had already removed his weapon. As the door closed with a grinding sound, Encrid noted that only 6 nobles were present in the chamber. These were the nobles hastily summoned for the occasion, all familiar faces to some degree. Chapter 356. Andrew's outburst. The 6 nobles said nothing to acknowledge Crang or Encrid's presence. They acted as if they were invisible. "Stay quiet. Do not speak unless asked. Do not lift your head or meet Her Majesty's gaze. When addressed, answer with sincerity. If summoned, step forward, kneel on one knee, and respond." These instructions were given by Baron Bentra, who approached Encrid. Despite the faint stench surrounding the Baron, Encrid masked his reaction and nodded in understanding. For most, the odor would go unnoticed unless they were beastkin or trained in sensory arts. Still, it lingered, faint but unpleasant. Bentra's solitary initiative, while the others remained silent, painted him as someone relegated to unsavory tasks. Encrid, curious, asked, "Are you being ostracized? Was the Baron being singled out for harsh duties by the other nobles?" If so, perhaps Bentra could take a page from Jaxon's playbook and dangle some rewards as leverage. The Baron's composure was remarkable, unfazed, even by the probing question. It seemed Count Molsan had chosen well. Bentra was clearly a man of inner strength. His muscular arms, visible beneath his loose sleeves, betrayed years of swordsmanship. His hands, calloused and scarred, told stories of countless battles, much like Encrid's own. "Mind your tongue," Bentra warned, his voice firm but without malice. Encrid shrugged indifferently. This exchange, unusual as it was, caught the attention of 2 nobles who turned to glance at them. Still, no one spoke to either of them. As time passed, muted conversations began among the nobles. They whispered, hands covering their mouths as they leaned into one another. "Swampen lemna kroppen. Gördet inandugura och lega dig open." They likely thought they were out of earshot. But Encrid, honing his sensory arts, picked up fragments of their discussion. "Lowly scum. Rumor has it he's as skilled as a knight apprentice. Did the royal bastard bring him here as a token of gratitude for escorting him safely? That face of his might serve well under a noblewoman's skirt, but hardly anywhere else." If Rem had heard such words, he might have cleaved a few skulls with his axe on the spot. His disdain for these sorts of pompous nobles was no secret. Encrid, however, remained unbothered. This wasn't his first brush with such contempt, and it likely wouldn't be his last. Words were wind, easily ignored. Glancing to his side, he noticed Crang standing still, his stance disciplined, though his expression betrayed a casual air, as if he were lounging with arms crossed and a leg propped up. Moments later, the Queen arrived. Her Majesty the Queen. Of course, she did not enter alone. Her entourage and royal guards accompanied her, positioning themselves by the entrance and at the far side of the audience chamber. Encrid's mind briefly fixated on the royal guards' gilded weapons, the golden-tipped spears and helmets. An aesthetic choice? No, probably a display of royal prestige. The Queen's appearance dispelled his fleeting thoughts. She wasn't the stern and commanding figure he had anticipated, but exuded warmth and an air of approachable charm. Her demeanor reminded Encrid of an older barmaid from his childhood, one who had been kind to him. The stark contrast between their statuses, the barmaid serving ales and the Queen ruling a nation, didn't diminish the peculiar familiarity he felt. "Lower your head," Bentra admonished quietly. "Should he?" "Let him be," the Queen interjected, stopping Bentra. The Queen studied Encrid's face for a moment before offering a genuine compliment. A pleasing visage. It wasn't a seductive remark, merely an appreciation of his appearance. Encrid, however, found himself at a loss for words. What could he say in response? "Surely not, Your Majesty. You are quite generous yourself." The Queen, indeed, had a fuller figure and bore a tiara signifying her royal authority. Beside her stood a familiar figure, or rather, a familiar frog. "Crow-cotton." The frog puffed its cheeks briefly. That was likely its way of smiling. Encrid returned the silent greeting with a glance. Luagarn, the frog who had guided him during the nameless sword ceremony and trained him in its arts, stood nearby. "Aren't you aware of proper etiquette?" A noble scoffed. Their words revealed much about the state of the Queen's authority. If even a minor noble dared to criticize someone under her direct permission, her influence was clearly undermined. The Queen seemed indifferent to the insult, her focus shifting to Crang. "I assume we're here to verify the royal lineage. State your name." The question was directed at Crang, and Encrid found himself momentarily sidelined. Crang stepped forward confidently, unaffected by the gaze of the disdainful noble who had shifted their hostility from Encrid to him. The noble lacked resolve. Their venomous glare faltered as Crang approached the Queen. Crang's steps were measured, neither hurried nor sluggish, exuding poise. Despite his tattered travel attire and unkempt hair, he carried himself with the dignity and presence of a monarch. "Cryionaut Angius Norelius, present, taught Tease." His voice reverberated through the chamber, resonating off the walls, and stirring a palpable tension in the room. "Come closer," the Queen instructed. An elderly woman in an ornate robe emerged from behind the Queen, taking a pendant from Crang and comparing it to another in her hand. "Indeed." Afterward, a brief spell was cast to confirm Crang's bloodline. Encrid simply watched. "It is true. You are of my bloodline. By the Queen's decree I acknowledge you. If there are objections, let the ministers speak now." The nobles remained silent, though their eyes spoke volumes, as if we didn't already know he was royal blood. The late king's indulgences brought this upon us. They already knew everything. Sending assassins after Crang was proof enough. No one questioned his legitimacy, especially with the royal pendant and a mage's verification. It felt like watching a scripted play. The Queen, citing pressing duties, soon excused herself. The ministers dispersed just as quickly. Somehow the last to leave the audience chamber were Crang and Encrid. The nobles ignored them entirely, not sparing a glance as they exited. Those who previously questioned Crang's conduct had nothing more to say. As they left, Encrid finally spoke, his tone pondering. "Odd atmosphere, don't you think?" The nobles seemed entirely uninterested. A new heir was declared and royal authority displayed, yet there was no sign of curiosity or engagement from them. The nobles who support me aren't here. Only those who'd prefer I were dead remain. Understanding the implication, Encrid asked, "Because they expect you to die soon. Pragmatic, aren't they?" Crang chuckled dryly. Was it really appropriate to laugh at such a grim reality? His previous composure had faded, replaced by mischief. Encrid's concern was evident as he advised, "Don't get too close to Rem. I've said it before, you're the craziest of us all. I mean it. Don't engage with Rem more than necessary." It was clear Crang had already been influenced. Outside the chamber, a familiar voice called out, "Enki!" It was the frog Luagarn. "Have you been well?" The frog greeted him with a vertical chopping motion of her hand. Encrid instinctively raised his hand to block, recognizing the feint. The downward chop was a distraction. The real move was in her feet, sliding smoothly across the thick carpet toward him. It was a calculated ploy to close the gap. The capturing blade activated reflexively. Her movements were fluid, her slippery hands darting and twisting to jab and strike, yet Encrid deflected each one with precision. Her skin's slickness made it easier to redirect the attacks, but there was no killing intent. This was a playful contest of skill. The two royal guards watching exchanged glances, their interest piqued. What they witnessed was a high-level exchange, even if it was just a game. "You've improved. I'd lose if we fought seriously now," Lagarn admitted, withdrawing her hand. Her cheeks puffed out in a playful gesture as she spoke. It was true. If he had improved this much, it was no wonder he had crushed the skulls of those cultist invaders. The memory pleased her, and her cheeks puffed twice more. "Is this proper conduct in the presence of a prince?" Encrid asked. "Humans don't impose manners on frogs," she replied nonchalantly. "I agree," Crang added. Then he turned to Encrid. "You two know each other? She's the frog who came to border guard before." Before Encrid could elaborate, Lagarn interjected, puffing her cheeks again. "Is that all? Don't downplay it. We trained in swordsmanship together, fought side by side, and even explored ancient ruins. Remember we almost got trapped there?" "This sounds like a long story," Crang remarked with perfect timing. "It is," Lagarn admitted before asking, "By the way, where is everyone else?" Encrid nodded, scanning the area. None of his companions were in sight. Could a night have dragged them all away? But then again, they wouldn't have gone quietly. His party wasn't known for meek compliance, and they wouldn't have trusted strangers to guide them to a rest area. As Encrid pondered, the royal guards watching them seemed perplexed. Why did this man speak so casually to a prince, but defer to a frog? And why did no one reprimand him for it? Suddenly a voice called out, breaking his thoughts. "I knew you'd come here someday, Commander." Encrid turned toward the speaker, recognizing the voice. It was unexpected. He hadn't anticipated meeting another familiar face here. If anyone were to appear, he thought it might be someone with old grudges. "You, addressing a noble like that? How rude." The man grinned, his tone teasing. "And yet you're standing before a prince," Crang interjected. "Your Highness, I trust you've been well, thanks to you." That exchange was swift, almost too seamless. "Let's move somewhere else." "I've invited everyone to my estate," the familiar figure offered. "Andrew," Encrid said, recognizing him at last. "Andrew Gardner, a nobleman," the man introduced himself with a smile. "Well, I am a prince." "Your Highness, have you always been so fond of jokes?" Andrew blinked as he spoke. To Encrid, it appeared that Crang and Andrew were familiar with each other, and that assumption was correct. Andrew had dreams of reviving his family. Instead of aligning with established factions, he had staked everything on another. Crang. After parting ways with Encrid, Andrew had also gone through his own trials, which were adventures in their own right, leading him to where he stood now. Andrew Gardner was now a baronet, proud and accomplished with a residence in the capital. "Impressive," Encrid remarked in his usual even tone. "Your face doesn't exactly scream surprise," Andrew replied. "I really am surprised. Then shall we head to Baronet Gardner's residence?" Luagan, who had been listening, asked the question before Encrid could respond, and Andrew answered first. "Please do. It would surely be better than staying at an inn." There was no reason to refuse. "Then I'll see you later?" "I've got plenty of things to take care of myself," Lua said, waving her stubby fingers in a swirling motion. A human-style farewell. Encrid returned the gesture. "What about you, Crang?" "I'll stay at the palace. A party to celebrate my return is in a few days. I've got preparations to make." "A party?" That wasn't quite to Encrid's taste. Without waiting for a response, Crang turned and left. As Encrid watched Andrew, he realized how much his friend had grown. The faint trace of a beard had darkened, and there was now a scar under his right eye that hadn't been there before. Apparently, Andrew no longer needed a nanny, as he was alone. Like Encrid, he had left his weapons behind upon entering the palace, leaving both of them unarmed. And Mac, at the estate. Maybe the former nanny had traded that role for that of a butler. "All right, let's go." Andrew succinctly summarized his journey thus far. "I risked my life to complete a commission and reclaim my noble status, but ever since then, the political backlash has been relentless. Even now, it feels like I'm on another adventure." There wasn't much need to delve into the details of those adventures. Whatever he had been through, Andrew had clearly done well for himself. While his home wasn't a sprawling mansion with gardens, it was a proper residence in the capital, a 3-story building. The first floor housed the reception room and dining area, while the second floor and above were packed with over 10 rooms. The house was spacious and grand. Upon arrival, Encrid saw that the rest of his group was already there, including "Well, look at this. Andrew really made it big," Rem said, chewing on a snack in the middle of the reception room. The capital was a hub of commerce, and naturally, its food culture was highly developed, especially when it came to desserts. Rem nodded approvingly as he munched. "Rem hasn't changed a bit," Andrew commented from behind. Esther was dozing on a woolen cushion. The rest of the party had gathered casually in the reception room. Ragnar stood by the window, watching a group of men practicing with wooden staves in the courtyard. "Retainers?" Encrid asked. "Private soldiers aren't allowed in the capital." "Then?" "Those are students learning swordsmanship from me. From you?" Hearing this, Rem also turned his head to ask, "What are you teaching them?" Even Ragnar glanced over, curious. Jaxon said nothing but quietly observed Andrew. "If you see how much I've improved, you'll be amazed," Andrew replied confidently. Encrid nodded. He had no doubt Andrew had improved. He'd always had talent. "Then I'm sure you have." Encrid's voice, however, lacked enthusiasm, which made Andrew smirk. It was a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, one corner of his lips curling upward. Though Encrid had achieved remarkable feats, Andrew wasn't one to be outdone. He'd faced his share of obstacles and trials. "A sparring match?" Andrew proposed. Encrid nodded once more. "Of all the remarkable encounters and events, being greeted, invited, and meeting the Queen. None pleased him as much as these simple words. Are you sure it's all right to cry in front of your students after getting beaten?" Encrid teased, concerned for his former comrade. "Shut up and bring it on," Andrew barked, determination in his voice. Chapter 357, Learning Through Teaching. Thud. Encrid blocked Andrew's first strike, a straightforward downward slash. Their blades met, and Encrid's gaze locked with Andrew's through the clash of steel. Andrew's mouth was tightly closed, and his eyes were wide with intensity. Has he improved? It was too soon to tell. After all, Encrid's memory of Andrew's previous skills was faint. Rather than counterattacking, Encrid deflected the blade and stepped back. Andrew immediately thrust his sword forward, but Encrid deftly parried it, shifting his footing. He moved his left foot forward subtly, a detail Andrew failed to notice as his diagonally slashing sword was intercepted by Spark in Encrid's left hand, sliding harmlessly away. Encrid had been training to redirect attacks using timing and instinct. The fluid motion resembled the fairy-style swordsmanship of Shinar, a technique reliant on precision. Though not yet fully mastered, the skill gap between him and Andrew made it an easy feat. As their swords connected with a metallic clang, Andrew's force was redirected, his sword veering off course. Ugh! Andrew quickly inhaled and braced himself, halting his disrupted strike. Svampen försvinner one dag. Skrivna expertens recept open by then. Encrid had already planted his left toe firmly into the ground, pushing forward as if gripping the earth. Crunch! Pivoting on his left foot, Encrid closed the gap between them. He didn't even need to summon his will. With a smooth shift of his weight, he stepped forward with his right foot, aligning his body from ankle to waist in a fluid motion. His open palm shot forward, a combination of a Valor-style strike and Audin's explosive finishing technique. He didn't go all out. Doing so would have ruptured Andrew's organs. There was no crushing grip, no full body tension, only a measured cutting motion. Encrid's palm struck Andrew's abdomen. Bang! The impact sounded like a leather drum bursting. Andrew was thrown backward, his feet lifting off the ground. Was that too much? It might have been. Andrew stumbled back, retching slightly before struggling to catch his breath. Still, he didn't drop his sword. He's improved at least. As Encrid silently observed, Mac, Andrew's former nanny and now his steward, rushed over in alarm. Andrew, sir. Mac, pale-faced, moved to support Andrew, his demeanor now that of a loyal retainer serving his master. Andrew waved him off, signaling he was fine, though he continued to cough. Were you trying to kill him? Rem interjected. I didn't do anything excessive, Encrid replied. You call that nothing? Look at him choking. Looks more like he swallowed wrong. And you're using that as an excuse? Ragna chimed in, adding fuel to the banter. Why do these two seem so in sync during moments like this? Andrew, after a few deep breaths, managed to calm himself and dismissed MacDotto. I'm fine, he croaked, his voice slightly hoarse but steady. The blow wasn't lethal. It was comparable to a tap from Audin's cloth-wrapped hammer, albeit still a formidable strike. It'd be a shame to stop here, don't you think? Andrew said, his eyes gleaming with determination as he waited for Encrid's response. Encrid, sensing that Andrew still had more to show, felt a spark of anticipation. All right, let's continue. Yes, let's, Andrew agreed enthusiastically. Andrew, too, had survived countless close calls to reach this point. Adjusting his stance slightly, Andrew stepped forward again. Several exchanges followed, but the outcome was predictable. Encrid emerged victorious. Andrew tried to close the gap with a shoulder tackle at one point, but Encrid skillfully countered it, maintaining his upper hand throughout. Have you learned wrestling or martial arts as well? You remember Audin, don't you? The soldier who looks like a bear? Yes. So Audin taught you. Andrew knew well that Encrid often learned things from his own subordinates. Despite having his carefully honed technique dismantled, Andrew felt a sense of relief. Truthfully, there hadn't been anyone lately who could dominate him like this. Since surpassing Mac, he hadn't had a proper sparring partner. Even as a baronet, once he aligned with Crang's faction, he became something of an island, isolated and adrift. While others formed cliques and factions, Andrew stood alone. The desire to cross swords with a knight or a skilled opponent had been burning inside him. Recently, he had felt his skills stagnate. In such a situation, Encrid's arrival was a godsend, more than welcome. It filled him with elation. "Stay for a few more days," Andrew suggested naturally. The 5 Gardner family trainees watching from the sidelines perked up. Just observing the sparring match was a learning experience. Even if they couldn't fully grasp it, having someone as skilled as Encrid associated with their lord felt like an opportunity to glean something valuable. Encrid glanced over the 5, their eyes shining with anticipation. From his perspective, these trainees weren't ready for advanced techniques. They should spend their days swinging practice swords. It wasn't the time to learn skills but to build foundations. But could he ignore such eager gazes? Memory of his own past came flooding back. Specifically, the days he spent in the capital long ago. "You want to learn the sword? That'll be 10 gold coins." The swordsmanship instructor had mocked him openly, a man who claimed to be just shy of reaching platinum rank as a mercenary and boasted that, had he stayed in the trade, he would have surely achieved it, while his skills weren't entirely hollow. At least it's one entirely hollow. I'll teach you one move. He had been living proof that skill and character didn't necessarily go hand in hand. Encrid had refused, and the instructor beat him to the brink of death. No. The man had intended to kill him, but by some stroke of luck, Encrid survived. A group of passing guards intervened just in time. The memory of that alley, of narrowly escaping death, lingered. Seeing the eagerness in these trainees, Encrid couldn't bring himself to turn them away. Andrew's eyes burned with passion, and the 5 trainees seemed just as fervent. Encrid couldn't ignore them. "All right, I'll stay." "What?" "We're staying. Then make something good to eat." "You're noble, aren't you?" Dunbakel quipped immediately. The others didn't seem particularly interested in whether he stayed or left. And so, it was decided. Encrid would remain for a few days longer. Respecting their determination, Encrid got to work right away, intent on rewarding their enthusiasm and effort. 1,000 downward strikes. What? One of the trainees, a freckled girl with a ponytail standing at the front, asked in disbelief. 1,001 then. Andrew, having experienced Encrid's methods firsthand, knew better than to argue. Do as he says. Begin. At Andrew's command, the trainees reluctantly picked up their swords and started swinging awkwardly. As soon as they began, Encrid's voice cut through the air. It was a mix of discipline, instruction, and a touch of torment. Or so it felt to the recipients. Swing with the intent to cut down your opponent with all your might. Is that right? Your stance is sloppy. Are your thighs properly engaged? Act dot. With the flat of his gladius, he struck one trainee's thigh, drawing a yelp. You scream over that? Encrid understood the bitterness of wanting to learn, but having no opportunity. He had resolved to stay and offer them something meaningful, starting with the basics. The harsher the training, the easier the next steps would be. He knew this from experience. Lack of resolve? That was something he could fix, with hands, feet, and Rem. Rem? I'll help, Dunbakel said. Dunbakel, with a sly look, grabbed one of the trainees. Hey, is now the time to roll your eyes? Should I pluck them out for you? She mimicked something she'd learned from Rem, extending her long claws and pretending to gouge the air before the trainee's face, turning him pale. Commander? Andrew, baffled, couldn't understand why things had escalated like this. The notion that this was all out of goodwill seemed far-fetched. Yet, he couldn't tell them to stop now. After a glance at the trainees, he gave up. If they could endure this, they would improve. He, too, had grown stronger after being beaten by that barbarian Rem. And so, Encrid settled temporarily at Andrew's residence. In the mornings, Encrid practiced the isolation technique, followed by drills and sparring. Ragnar, it's your turn. Understood. A wide training area had been set up behind the mansion, replacing a garden. It was impressive, and Encrid was satisfied. The mansion's chef provided meals regularly, and the food wasn't bad. Esther had fallen in love with a woolen cushion and refused to leave it, lounging on it even in her panther form. Strange Eyes also seemed to take a liking to the place. He acted as the alpha among the horses and seemed to be making nightly rounds with the mares. He was, after all, a stallion. Encrid continued his routine, eating, drinking, resting, and relentlessly training. Meanwhile, some of the trainees began to entertain thoughts of escape. This kind of opportunity doesn't come often, Andrew would calmly persuade them, even as his own face turned pale from exhaustion after enduring his share of grueling training under Encrid's watch. From dawn, Encrid had been rigorously pushing Andrew's body to its limits. The conviction in Andrew's trembling voice, as he reassured the others, made his sincerity all the more convincing. The training Andrew underwent was far from easy. It had all started with a single remark from Encrid. "You look a bit scrawny. You've put on some fat." Though absurd, Andrew had no retort. After all, when they bathed together, it was impossible not to notice that Encrid's physique was akin to a lethal weapon, especially his so-called third leg, which was equally formidable. "Unfair, isn't it?" Andrew muttered in disbelief. "What is?" "Nothing." And so, the relentless training sessions continued. 2 days later, Riem posed a question. "Is it right to spend all your time training, even here in the capital?" Rem knew well that Encrid was the type to dedicate himself solely to such endeavors, but even so, he had his reasons for bringing it up. "Why? Are you not going to explore the capital?" "I was planning to go out later to get some armor," Ragnar added. Training and sparring were enjoyable enough for Encrid, but he respected the opinions of others. "Ragnar, make sure to take an attendant with you and stay within 5 steps at all times. That's unnecessary. I'm saying this because if you wander off, who knows when I'll find you again. The capital may be complicated, but I've already memorized the routes," Ragnar replied, shaking his head. "Sure you have. Is he insane? Did he hit his head?" Jaxon, Rem, and Dunbakel all chimed in. "When I say take someone, Encrid said firmly, leaving Ragnar no choice but to agree reluctantly. "I'll go out and have some fun too." "What are we even doing here? Suit yourself." Encrid planned to stay a few more days before departing. Jaxon had already left on the first day, citing business. Dunbakel, after some contemplation, also decided to leave. "I'll go look for a new sword," she said. Her scimitar was in terrible condition, beyond what a whetstone could fix. The capital was bound to have high-quality steel and weapons. While crafting a new one might not be feasible, surely she could find something that suited her hand. As for Encrid, he doubted he'd find a weapon superior to the one he already wielded. Moreover, today wasn't the only opportunity, and he believed that his time was better spent on the trainees, those burning with the same passion and yearning he once had. "You live here so you don't need to go out, right?" Encrid effectively handed down what felt like a death sentence to the remaining trainees. "Aren't you going to tour the capital?" one of them dared to ask. "I'm not." Encrid's response was unequivocal. Progress. Advancement. It was what drove him. While teaching these trainees, Encrid never neglected his own training. In fact, teaching had become an avenue for his growth. The basics? No. He never underestimated their importance. It was a lesson he had heard countless times when he first came to the capital. The basics. If you can't even master the basics, what can you hope to achieve? A solid foundation was the key to advancement. Encrid lived by this principle. Guiding the 5 trainees allowed him to reinforce his own fundamentals. It was an unexpected boon, enabling him to reflect and improve beyond mere theory. Lately, he had learned much: Audin's mot tertira, Ragnar's swift yet heavy swordsmanship, Rem's mastery of any weapon, Dunbakel's full-body elasticity techniques, and Teresa's shield tech. He hadn't had time to fully absorb it all. But did he really need to master everything at once? His thoughts spiraled, leading him deeper into contemplation. Ping! The faint sound of something cutting through the air. The sense of evasion activated instinctively. Encrid didn't even need to turn his head. An arrow. Relying on the sound to track its trajectory, he twisted his body slightly. Thwack! The arrow was caught in his hand. He glanced toward the wall. A lunatic stood boldly atop it in broad daylight. "And who the hell are you?" Encrid asked. Chapter 358. Stop for a moment, catching a flying arrow mid-air could only be described as an extraordinary feat, even when anticipated. Such an act bordered on miraculous. But here, the arrow had come out of nowhere, striking toward the back of Encrid's head. Yet, not only did he sense it, he didn't merely evade, he caught it. It was the result of a harmony between refined instincts and an unwavering point of focus. Wow! What was that? Two of the trainees gasped, their mouths hanging open. The other three were too stunned to speak. For them, just witnessing such a feat was overwhelming. One was amazed by Encrid's impossible catch, while the other trembled at the idea of an unexpected arrow being shot at all. Encrid's gaze shifted to the outer wall. There stood a figure on the narrow ledge of the wall, not bothering to conceal his presence. Only his face was masked. One drop for Sengand at Yelpa. Dig Kana 23 Kaun Pia. 11 Dagar. Open despite the precarious footing, the man seemed at ease, perfectly balanced, a testament to his agility and coordination. His attire was simple. A loose-fitting shirt and cropped trousers ending near the ankles. The outfit was utilitarian, more suited for day than for stealth. Even so, he wore a mask. Encrid tilted his head slightly, puzzled. Despite attacking first, the figure didn't follow up. It seemed as though he was waiting for something. Well... The masked man began to speak, but Encrid acted first. With a snap, the arrow in his hand flew back toward the attacker like a dot. The move was from the Vala mercenary style, aptly named strike while they speak. The arrow hissed through the air. The figure leapt sideways, narrowly avoiding it, and shifted horizontally along the ledge with nimble grace. Light-footed. Even as he noted this, Encrid's hand moved again, throwing a second weapon, a whistling dagger. The unique knife screamed through the air with a sharp, high-pitched sound, slicing through space with deadly precision. Forced to react, the figure toppled backward over the wall to evade the incoming blade. Encrid's right foot slammed into the ground. His body coiled like a spring, absorbing energy into his crouch before launching upward. The series of motions, ground contact, tension, and release happened in a single fluid burst. Boom! The impact left a small crater in the training yard floor as Encrid propelled himself forward with terrifying speed. To the trainees watching, his movements blurred, leaving only faint afterimages in their wide eyes. That lunatic! A voice rang out from the other side of the wall, but Encrid ignored it. He reached the top of the wall in a single leap, grabbing the ledge with just the tips of his fingers and pulling himself up effortlessly. Wearing light armor and carrying 3 swords, Encrid's ascent seemed impossibly smooth. To the trainees below, it was nothing short of sorcery, a defiance of natural laws. Magic? One of them muttered, still in disbelief. By the time they processed what they saw, Encrid had already hoisted himself onto the wall. On the other side, 2 men with short swords were waiting, their blades drawn. As soon as Encrid's hands appeared over the edge, they lunged, aiming for his wrists. But Encrid released his grip with one hand, letting himself hang briefly. Whoosh! The swords cut through empty air, missing their mark entirely. Encrid seized the moment. Gripping the ledge firmly with his remaining hand, he pulled his entire body upward in a powerful burst. Thump! His body arced high into the air, silhouetted against the sunlight. From below, the two assailants were momentarily disoriented, their pupils wavering at the sudden shift in perspective. To them, Encrid appeared as a dark, ominous shadow descending from the sky. "Wait!" one of them shouted. But it didn't matter. Why should he spare those who had attacked him first? In midair, Encrid twisted his body, drawing the gladius from his right side and a dagger, spark, with his left. From the attacker's perspective, the light reflected in Encrid's eyes seemed to blaze, casting a ghostly glow in the shadow of his figure. The gladius swept right, the dagger thrust left. Clang! Thud! The first attacker barely managed to block the gladius, but the second wasn't as fortunate. The dagger pierced his left shoulder cleanly. He was lucky it wasn't worse. Encrid had refined the technique during his recent teachings, melding his observations into his strikes. Still, it wasn't enough. His right hand channeled unyielding will into the descending strike, while his left sought precision with the dagger, a balance between overwhelming force and surgical accuracy. Every skirmish, every opponent, was a lesson, and with each step forward, the path ahead grew clearer. When Encrid landed with a heavy thud, one knee to the ground, he looked up, a smile creeping onto his face. Was there a limit to learning? Every moment, everything encountered could teach something new. Crang had taught him the weight of raw presence. Andrew's refined techniques blended swordsmanship with grappling. Even the various methods of his comrades, Ragnar's speed and strength, Dunbakel's adaptive blade work, and Teresa's masterful shield handling, offered insights. There was no end to what could be absorbed. For that alone, he felt his journey to the capital and Crang's escort had already paid off. Such was Encrid's nature. But from the perspective of his foes, to see a man leap over a wall, strike one target, stab another, and then land grinning amidst the chaos, it was nothing short of madness. "That bastard's insane," one of the assailants screamed. Encrid, however, was uninterested in their chatter. Who were these men? It wasn't merely intuition, he was certain. Are they any different from the ones before? There wasn't much difference, and that was enough. He would cut them down all the same. These were assassins, like the countless others he'd encountered on his way here. Skilled, but ultimately no match. Encrid pressed forward, his intensity leaving no room for hesitation. "Stop!" The desperate cry came from his opponent, but it was predictably futile. These people were already marked as enemies. One. Encrid closed the distance. His speed made it almost impossible to track his movements. The moment his foot touched the ground, he was already upon them. Simultaneously, a sharp streak of light arced through the air above their heads. There were 3 attackers in total. The only one unharmed was the first who had fired an arrow from the wall. That same unharmed man shouted, "Stop!" But before the words had even finished echoing, a blade descended toward his head. To the attackers it seemed as though the space between them suddenly disappeared, and Encrid's sword materialized midair. Damn it! There wasn't even time to curse properly. The man drew his swords at lightning speed, lifting them to intercept the strike. In his hands were 2 curved blades, a signature weapon that identified him as a key figure in an assassination syndicate. Block and deflect. The moment he made up his mind, his curved swords rose to meet the incoming light. "I've got it!" But then, strangely, the moment of contact seemed to stretch endlessly. It was as though time itself bent, giving him ample time to reflect, though not to question. His focus was sharper than ever, devoted solely to the act of blocking. Fast. Realization dawned on him. The angles, the grip, the force, everything about the strike revealed flawless execution. So that's how it's done. His body instinctively recalled techniques for swinging a weapon and applying force. Yet something was wrong. Why hasn't the impact hit yet? The streak of light seemed to descend ever so slowly, unwavering and impossibly precise. Finally, his curved swords clashed with the blade of light, and that was as far as his thoughts carried him. Bang! Crunch! Crack! Encrid infused his strike with the will of momentum, amplifying its force. What does speed truly stem from? Explosive strength comes from muscle control. Rem had once explained. Muscles, brother, Audin had added. Controlled and well-utilized muscles from the thighs, core, shoulders, arms to the grip, contracted explosively. Twisting the waist and ankle added centrifugal force, driving the blade downward. The result was a strike akin to lightning, a reimagining of Ragnar's signature thunder strike. It was an attack only a night-level opponent could hope to block. This was the Thunderfang, not of a thrust. Predictably, the thunderous blow overpowered the enemy's dual blades. The initial explosion came from the clash of steel. The following crunching sounds were the attacker's bones fracturing, his hands and arms shattering under the strain. Lastly, the crack came as the blunt edge of his own blade struck his collarbone, shattering it. In a single blow, Encrid had demolished his opponent. Phew! Encrid exhaled deeply, steam rising visibly from his lips as the heat of his exertion radiated from his body. The remaining two attackers hesitated, their courage evaporating. One of them, holding a poison capsule labeled 10 breaths, froze, unable to act. Encrid, standing against the shadowed wall, addressed them coldly. Stop! Wait! Do you have something to say? The attacker who had been fending off Encrid's gladius, now nursing 2 broken fingers, gritted his teeth as he straightened himself. We came to warn you. Warn me? Was this a warning? It felt more like they had come to be beaten senseless. Encrid gestured for them to continue. The man with a punctured shoulder spoke next. This isn't a place for you. Turn back. That's all we came to say. You're the ones who attacked me first. It was a warning-level attack. The man muttered. Ridiculous. After all this, you'd be lucky if I don't take your heads right here. Even as he finished speaking, the injured attacker tossed a smoke bomb to the ground. Thick smoke enveloped the area. Watching the scene, Encrid sighed. Do they really think this would work on me? Withdrawing the fire from his weapon, he swung his gladius in a wide arc. The blade's flat side whipped up a powerful gust that scattered the smoke like a gale. One! At a certain level, pure physical strength was no different from magic. The dissipating smoke revealed nothing. The attackers had fled. They caught me off guard. Encrid admitted to himself that he hadn't expected them to retreat. What's going on? Andrew arrived belatedly, armed and followed by 5 trainees and Macdotti. Despite his shift to household duties, Andrew's disciplined appearance suggested he hadn't neglected training. He surveyed the scene, noting the corpse and remnants of the encounter. Who's this? He asked. A fool who attacked and took a fatal blow, Encrid replied. The man's arms and ribs were broken, and his clavicle shattered. The blunt edge of his weapon had crushed his heart, sealing his fate. In broad daylight? Over the estate walls? Not even under the cover of night? Andrew muttered, a mix of anger and disbelief in his tone as he examined the body and the lingering smoke. Meanwhile, Encrid pieced together the situation. The attackers were part of an assassination group. Why strike now? Jaxon is away. Everyone else is scattered. This was likely the best timing imaginable. But what did that imply? They're watching, Encrid concluded. Beside him, Andrew ground his teeth in frustration. Damn them! Andrew's pride was clearly wounded, and anger boiled beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Encrid casually wiped the blood off his sword before sheathing it. He ran a hand through his hair, his mind elsewhere. The events earlier hadn't been entirely bad. He had gained insights after all. For someone like Ragnar or Rem, breaking and surpassing barriers multiple times a day was the norm. For Encrid, however, achieving such breakthroughs required a rare convergence of luck and repetition. Then a sudden thought struck him. Can't I somehow make my own luck? To do that, he needed clarity on the current situation. Where are the knights, or knightly orders? It was a pointed question that got straight to the core of the issue. Andrew's lips twitched slightly before he hesitated to respond. What defines a kingdom's strength? Encrid pressed. Knights, Andrew answered after a pause, almost reluctantly. If a nation lacked knights or the means to train them, it was only natural for a power like Aspen to exploit the weakness. The matter wasn't about skirmishes. If Norelius' military might had faltered even slightly, Aspen would have already mobilized its full strength to breach the border. The only reason they hadn't crossed the border guard was because of the knights and their unyielding presence. If Aspen had calculated a loss in an all-out conflict, they would avoid such risks. Understanding the present and predicting the future, that was what mattered now. This is Big Eye's forte, Encrid thought wryly. But since Cray wasn't here, the responsibility fell to him. When tools are absent, one must improvise. Do you know the current state of the kingdom? Andrew pondered for a moment, then countered with his own question. Do you? Encrid's answer came swiftly. No idea. His blunt honesty was disarming. Andrew, observing him, felt a flicker of admiration. Perhaps this was why Crang held the madman commander in such high regard. How many people could admit ignorance without hesitation? Straightforward, resolute, imposing. And then there was his skill. A monster, really? Andrew glanced at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground. The man's faint smile in death was unnerving. Encrid's attack had been so decisive that, in his final moments, the assassin likely experienced a strange revelation. Andrew didn't dwell on it further. There are no knights left in the capital right now. Let's continue this inside. It wasn't a conversation the trainees should overhear. Mac, Andrew called as they turned to head indoors. Yes, I'll handle the cleanup, Mac replied, his expression grim. Encrid thought it was only natural. Anyone in Mac's position, supporting a leader who gambled everything on what seemed like a losing battle, would be frustrated. Even without details, Encrid could feel the weight of the situation. This is shaping up to be an uphill fight. Anyone with half a brain could see it. From Crang's perspective, it was a continuous risk. Perhaps it would have been wiser to gather strength externally before returning with reinforcements. What happened here? Rem returned before sunset, his tone as casual as ever. No good finds, Dunbaker remarked, accompanying him. Shortly after, Ragnar arrived. Why does he keep insisting he knows shortcuts when it's his first time in the capital? Complained the attendant trailing behind Ragnar, sweating profusely despite the mild weather. Sending someone along had proven to be a wise decision. Finally, Jaxon made his entrance. Where do you keep wandering off to? Rem asked, casting a glance at him. They were gathered in the lounge on the first floor, a space often used as an informal meeting room. Ironically, Rem had done his share of wandering earlier, but seemed to have forgotten all about it. Typical Rem-Y. Jaxon ignored the comment entirely. He neither looked at nor acknowledged Rem's words, which was not unusual. However, this time his indifference felt different. He seemed preoccupied, detached. His gaze eventually landed on Encrid, who greeted him with a curt, "You're here." Jaxon nodded in response. To Encrid, Jackson's demeanor suggested he was wrestling with some internal struggle. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, something only intuition could pick up on. "Something on your mind?" Encrid asked. "No." The response came instantly, which in itself was odd. Normally, Jaxon would deflect or counter with a probing remark. Why would there be? Or, shouldn't I be asking you that question instead? But this time, he dismissed the inquiry altogether. Why? Encrid was curious, but knew better than to push. Jaxon wasn't one to easily share his thoughts. For now, there were more pressing matters. Andrew, continue, Encrid said, shifting focus. Understanding the bigger picture took precedence. Chapter 359. Jaxon Benchino, the biggest issue in the capital right now is the factions, and those who are fighting amongst themselves are now preparing for war, Andrew said, sharing what he knew, while Encrid combined that with the information he had received from Rem. There's nothing useful, Rem had said after surveying the capital's market. It's all just scrap being sold. There were many people, and the goods were plentiful, but when it came to selling them, no, this belongs to a certain noble, you see, was the common excuse. It was as if the goods were treated as military supplies. Weapons and food weren't flowing smoothly. What did that imply? It means they've stationed their troops around here. If something goes wrong, they would pull their forces in. The problem was, this wasn't being done with the Queen's consent. The Royal Guard is now divided into factions too. That's how ridiculous things have gotten, Andrew continued. Ridiculous? Encrid asked. His usual response whenever Andrew spoke, he wanted to show he was listening, even if it was to something trivial. Andrew didn't stop, continuing with his story. Yeah, ridiculous. They're assassinating each other, and this Inquisitor keeps rounding people up, calling them heretics. Recently, animal-like cries have been heard at night, and people have been disappearing every few days. Svampen lemna kroppen. Gurdet inan du gjarder och lega dik open. This is the capital, Encrid remarked. Yes, it is. I know. It's a big city, so disappearances are fairly common. But this is way too frequent, and there's no one leading the investigation into the assassinations or incidents. The only ones trying to act are the gate captains, but even they are powerless. Encrid folded his arms, taking note of the flushed look on Andrew's face. This was not something easily said. Turning to him, Encrid asked, and in the middle of all this, one of the royal bloodlines has arrived. That just adds fuel to the fire. The factions, who had been watching carefully, are now drawing swords. They claim they came to end the factional fighting, Andrew replied. End the fighting? That raised obvious doubts. How? Encrid asked, curious about the method. Andrew shrugged and raised his hands. I don't know how. This was something for Crang to handle. But what was Encrid supposed to do now? When he first arrived in the capital, what had he hoped for most? Would I leave without meeting even a single knight? It was an opportunity to fight, to train, to open his eyes to new possibility. As he listened to Andrew, Encrid realized that those factions might send their best out soon. They would come out to fight, putting their lives on the line. That was what he was hoping for. Much like when he trained his students, he believed that once he entered the royal palace, new opportunities would come. Sometimes, if the answer wasn't clear after thinking too much, the best course of action was simply to follow what felt right in the moment. Encrid decided to go with that impulse. He would stand by the side of a friend and take a swing with his sword. It was a sudden decision, but he had been warned about it. Was this a rash choice? What are you thinking so hard about? Rem asked, sensing Encrid's inner turmoil. Encrid smiled lightly, knowing Rem wouldn't mind whatever decision he made. I was thinking of cutting off the Queen's head and becoming a faction noble myself, he casually remarked. What? Rem blinked in disbelief. You're saying you want to fight? All right. It seemed Rem could only hear the words about fighting. What did you just say? Andrew asked, taken aback. Just a joke, Encrid said, calming him down. just as he was finishing his thoughts and organizing what he would do next. Encrid felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively he turned around. In the corner of the lounge, leaning against a pillar and half hidden in the shadows, was Jaxon. "Hey, want to go for a walk?" Encrid asked. Looking at Jackson's eyes, Encrid knew that something would happen if he left him alone. He had seen that kind of look before, just before he had nearly drawn his sword in a confrontation with Rem. It was the same expression. Was Jaxon ambushed too? No, it was something else. Encrid instinctively knew. He's supposed to be in the royal palace, he realized. That must be it. Sure, Jaxon replied, heading out the door. It seemed as though he was restraining himself from some impulse. Did he take something? Rem muttered to himself. I'll be back soon, Encrid said, following Jaxon outside. They walked through the shadows, the wind tousling their hair as they moved side by side. There's something I must do, Jaxon spoke first. Okay? Encrid nodded. Whatever Jaxon was dealing with, Encrid knew he would take care of it himself. To do that, I'll need to do something else first. But it's a bit troublesome, Jaxon continued. Troublesome? It didn't seem like a word that fit Jaxon. Encrid paused, sensing that Jaxon had something to say. He had the feeling there was more, but what could he really do to help? It's about killing someone, Jaxon said. Right. That made sense. Given Jackson's mood, it certainly seemed that way. So, what was the right thing to say? After a moment of thought, Encrid spoke. Hang in there. It was a typical response. Jaxon wouldn't be asking for help, and he would handle most things on his own. Encrid nodded and gave Jackson's shoulder a few gentle taps. After a couple of pats, Encrid turned around, feeling that Jackson's eyes had calmed somewhat since before. He intended to head back inside, but Jaxon stopped. He gazed at his superior's back, watching him as he moved under the starlight and moonlight. I knew something was off, but... Jaxon wondered about the encouragement. Do you trust me? Was it trust? Belief? Was that why Encrid said it? Jackson's eyes glinted with uncertainty again. Encrid walked deep in thought. If Rem and Ragna made a move, it would make a public spectacle. But Jaxon wasn't like that. He wasn't called a scheming stray cat for nothing. Jaxon would do what he had to, quietly, in secret. Encrid considered this as he turned toward Jackson's back. Enemy and vengeance, Jaxon said. His voice reached Encrid's ears at the right volume. What? Encrid turned back around. Jaxon was the type who would listen to any story, and today was no different. Encrid fully turned to face him, as if asking if he really had something to say. Jaxon simply stared, and Encrid naturally turned toward two stones resting by the wall. He sat down, pulling out some dried jerky in his canteen. Was this preparedness, or just coincidence? The canteen smelled of alcohol, not sweet apple wine, but the strong aroma of brandy. Jaxon took the canteen, took a swig, and swallowed. The hot liquid surged through his throat and into his stomach. It was a strong drink. But Jaxon wouldn't get drunk. Since he was a child, he'd chewed on poisonous herbs to build resistance. A body that could withstand poison wouldn't succumb to alcohol. The memories of chewing on poison, swallowing it, and enduring it suddenly flooded his mind. What had been the driving force behind enduring it all? Death. That was the beginning. The death of his family, his parents, and everyone he knew. He had seen death and made it his weapon. That was how he had lived. Encrid took the canteen, took a sip, and then asked, "Who's the enemy?" There was a faction called the Black Lily, Jaxon began, his voice calm and detached, as though there was no sorrow in his words. His father had been cruel, his mother merciless. If necessary, stab your friend in the back. Those had been his father's words, and they became his final command. Jaxon had lived by that command ever since. If necessary, he would stab anyone in the back. "That's harsh," someone had said. Then he met his mentor. He went through many things, and over time his position had changed. His life had been one of surviving by chewing on poisonous herbs and carving scars into his body with knives. Jaxon's path had been soaked in blood. In fact, he had made his path by cutting through it. He walked and walked again. Jaxon had been the son of a noble family. Saxon Benchino, that was his name. The Benchino family was quite a powerful noble house. They had succeeded in trade and business, but his father had always desired more success. Was that a mistake? He didn't know. Jaxon decided it wasn't important to dwell on right or wrong. He simply set a clear, singular goal. He would take revenge. He would kill everyone involved. "Hey, you'll die young if you keep this up." His mentor had warned him like that. Jaxon didn't listen. He kept his eyes set on his one path. "When will you become a real person?" Isn't that something someone running an assassination guild should say? In response to that, he remembered his mentor laughing lightly. "Yeah, better to get angry. That's more pleasing to the eyes." It was just small talk. His goal had been clear. He gathered information and investigated. His family had fallen. Had it been due to misfortune? That was nonsense. Someone had schemed it. Jaxon decided to hold those responsible for the scheme. That's when he found the name. Black Lily. It was the name of a faction. What did they do when they gathered? They were in it for personal gain. Some of them, working under a cruel lord, had turned into a band of thieves. Others had become nobles in some country, and still others had vanished like smoke. The first person Jaxon had found was someone who had lost everything, whose life had crumbled, and who had been cast into the gutter. Why did you do it? He was curious. A family was ruined, and several merchant guilds were consumed. Many had died because of the Black Lily. There must be a reason for it. The reason is simple. The fallen powerholder chuckled. "How much do you think you can tear apart the Benchino family? Damn it. Everyone lives by screwing others over." The man who had given up everything no longer cared for his own life. Wasn't it actually more considerate to give death? Could sending someone to hell be seen as something to be thankful for? Killing with a simple slash to the throat would be a blessing. But that wasn't the path. Jaxon hadn't done it himself. Instead, he severed tendons and threw the person into a beggar's den. 4 days later, the man was torn apart, alive, and died. That year, a drought made people kill for a handful of wheat. At a time when even a single blade of grass was precious, survival in a beggar's den was impossible. The dying man's final words echoed in his ears. Everyone screws others over to survive. The man had once been the friend of his cruel father. Or rather, he had been. Just keep moving forward. There's no need to look back. The merciless words of his mother also stayed with him. For a purpose, was it permissible to do anything? If that was the case, then he would do it. Years were spent searching for the masterminds of the Black Lily, and during that time, his teacher passed away. He would never understand the teacher's last words, so he buried them. He never recalled them. Stab a friend in the back if necessary. Just keep moving forward. Instead, he repeated his father and mother's words in his mind. Their words tangled together. Everyone screws others over to survive. The dead man's words mixed in. He had killed the 4 main masterminds of the Black Lily. It was only when he was searching for the 5th that he learned one of them had targeted the Benchino family. Should he call it the real enemy? He didn't know their name or identity. After several clues and deductions, he finally met Abnaya. He was told to go to the Norelius royal palace, and Jaxon had made his way there. When Encrid was ambushed, and Rem, Dunbuckle, and Ragnar complained about selling worthless goods on the market, Jaxon entered a mansion in a residential area. The old mansion, covered in cobwebs, showed little sign of human habitation. He saw the one who had lured him here. It was a man with white hair, wearing a monocle. His body was thin, and he carried a cane sword, his eyes narrow and hard to read. It was obvious. They were of the same kind, in the same industry. "You must be from Jor's dagger." The man guessed his origin. Of course, it was easy to deduce. He had deliberately leaked information to get here. Jor's dagger was the continent's most powerful assassination guild. Yet, the man didn't seem afraid. Was it confidence in his skill? Or did he believe he had found Jaxon's weakness? "I know what you're looking for," the white-haired man said. "What is it?" Jaxon asked, his brown eyes absorbing the darkness like they were pulling in the night. "You are the heir to the Benchino family, aren't you?" Ah, yes, he had figured that out. "I will give you all the information you seek. Everything. Anything." Jaxon waited for the next words. "However, you must stab him." Who was him? There was no need to explain. The man with black hair and blue eyes, the leader of Jaxon's former squad. Encrid, stab him. It was an offer to kill the leader, Encrid. The reward? Information he had sought for years. Encrid sat silently, gazing at the moon. The sound of the water jug in his hand sloshed quietly. Jaxon spoke of vengeance and enemies, mentioning that one of them was in the royal palace, and that he would have to enter and find them. He omitted the part about meeting a fellow assassin from the same industry. "All right, let's find them," Encrid said. There was no hint of a smile. It wasn't a joke. His words were sincere, filled with determination. He would help if Jaxon asked for it. If Jaxon didn't refuse, he would do his best. He knew Jaxon. He was that kind of person. However, could they really find someone who had eluded them for so long with just effort? Jaxon had an easier path ahead of him. The words of his father, mother, and the first enemy he killed intersected in his mind. If necessary, stab a friend in the back. Just keep moving forward. There's no need to look back. Everyone screws others over to survive. This was the path Jaxon had walked. A road carved with blood, blades, and poison. It would be the same path now. He would walk it again, as he had before. Chapter 360. 360. Thrust 360. Thrust, the art of a silent thrust. It was Jaxon's specialty. No sound, no intent, no presence. A blade advancing without noise fulfilled the very role it was forged for. Born to stab, slash, and carve flesh, it existed solely for that purpose. The silent blade advanced toward Encrid's back. If it continued unimpeded, the mission would be complete. "Are you sparring with me?" Jaxon found himself staring into Encrid's eyes, which had turned to face him. His silent thrust had halted, the blade frozen mid-motion as his right hand remained extended forward. He sensed it and reacted. That meant his silent thrust had been disrupted. Clink! Encrid had already drawn his silver longsword, striking Jaxon's blade lightly in what seemed more courtesy than attack. De somme er. Further, for a 1969. Kommer at F.E. 11,000 K. Open Jaxon quickly pulled his blade back in front of him, the sword vibrating faintly in his grip from the deflection. "I call it silver," Encrid said, straightening his sword. The blade caught the moonlight, its reflection shimmering faintly. Watching this, Jaxon realized something he hadn't before. The thrust hadn't been disrupted. It had failed to exist. Did I not intend it? He hadn't committed fully. His intent hadn't been concealed completely. Why? Jaxon. His name cut through his thoughts. Encrid's eyes reflected the moonlight, a glowing blue hue emanating from them. The aura emanating from his sword rose steadily as his shoulders shifted subtly, telegraphing his next move. Jaxon reacted instantly. Judging from the stance, he anticipated the attack and stepped back. Whoosh! The space Jaxon had occupied a moment ago was sliced through by Encrid's blade. Silver, carving a short, precise arc through the air. The strike wasn't a wild swing relying on centrifugal force, but a deliberate cut, emphasizing the sharpness of the blade. "If you're careless, you might lose something important," Encrid warned, his tone carrying the weight of his intent. His piercing blue eyes shone brightly in the darkness as he gripped the blade with both hands. His presence was palpable, a force to be reckoned with. Jaxon assessed the attack calmly, reading the flow of the confrontation in an instant before responding. "Relying on the weapon's strengths, are you?" Under normal circumstances, Jaxon wouldn't have spoken. He would have acted. Yet he chose to speak now, even though he realized how uncharacteristic it was. He didn't dwell on why, so he followed his instincts. Was this for the mission? For vengeance? Was this act of thrusting at someone's back what he wanted? It doesn't matter. Jaxon inwardly mimicked Encrid's casual tone, letting the words guide him unconsciously. Encrid exhaled deeply, his breath seemingly visible in the moonlight, exuding an intense energy. "I mean it. Hold back, and you'll get hurt, Jaxon." Encrid was no longer the same man. He had changed. The figure standing before Jaxon bore no resemblance to the beaten, silent man he'd first met. The one mocked and bruised despite his rank was gone. Now he loomed larger than life. Jaxon threw the blade in his hand to the ground, its tip sinking into the soil with a muffled thud. Then he pulled out another weapon, a stiletto. That one? Encrid recognized it. It was the very blade Leona Rockfried had once given to Encrid, only to give it to Jaxon in the end. A gesture devoid of any ulterior motives. Jackson's indifferent gaze swept over the blade's surface. Did Encrid know its worth when he gave it to him? The thought passed without much weight, as Jaxon pointed the gifted weapon's tip back at its giver. "Don't let your guard down. That's all I ask." An ask? It was the first time Jaxon had ever spoken such a word. Encrid's lips twitched into a faint, crooked smile, his amusement escaping in a quiet chuckle. "Half a life, then." The words carried a subtle promise of danger, an assurance that this duel would be different from anything they'd faced before. Encrid's blazing eyes locked onto Jaxon's, filled with determination that burned like fire. As their gazes met, Jaxon let his arm fall slightly. In that moment, a soundless dagger flew toward Encrid's forehead, aiming for the space between his brows. The sense of evasion kicked in instinctively. Even without sight or sound, Encrid avoided the attack, tilting his head just enough to let the razor-sharp blade graze past. Then he sensed another blade, aimed precisely at the path he had just dodged into. A delayed throw. It was one of the dagger techniques Jaxon himself had taught. A delayed release meant to catch even the most intuitive opponents off guard. Still, he hadn't expected things to escalate like this so suddenly. After all, no one can predict everything. Though it was unexpected, Encrid's body reacted instinctively. He raised his blade, using its flat side as a shield. Clang! Sparks flew as steel collided with steel under the moonlight. As the two blades clashed, Encrid discreetly pressed his left foot to the ground, an action designed to divert his opponent's focus to the sword. Then, in one fluid motion, he kicked forward with his lead foot. Whack! But dust and soil flew up, with a stray weed caught in the mix, obscuring the view. Jaxon reflexively lowered his gaze, reversing his grip on his stiletto, and dodging to the side. Ping-inch. The silver longsword pierced through the space where he'd just been. Barely a breath after the dust cloud dispersed. But Jaxon had predicted and evaded. Jaxon's forte lay in direct combat. Whenever he faced an opponent head-on, he relished calculating their every move and keeping them within the bounds of his strategy. This time was no different, though something else had entered the mix. To Encrid's eyes, Jaxon now resembled a predator, one with claws hidden beneath its velvet paws. Conversely, Jaxon saw Encrid as a polished, unyielding boulder. No openings. None visible, at least. That alone showed how much he'd grown. Interesting, Jaxon muttered. Encrid, catching the remark, replied, "Damn right. Wow, where'd you get beat up like that?" Andrew had assigned them separate rooms, but there was only one staircase leading up to them. At the base of those stairs, Rem was tossing and catching his axe, clearly entertaining himself. When he saw Jaxon's slightly swollen left cheekbone, a wide grin spread across his face. "Did you actually face someone head-on instead of ambushing them? Not like you. What happened? Got dumped by a girl? That why you've lost your edge?" It was clear from his random remarks that he was in high spirits. Normally, Jaxon would have ignored him outright, and in the earlier tension he wouldn't have even pretended to listen. But now, the atmosphere was different. Loosened from the earlier tension, he retorted, his words slipping out. "Dumped? Do I look like you?" 6 words. That was all it took to make Ram feel utterly defeated. If appearances were anything to go by, Jaxon's face was nothing short of striking, easily good enough to be the face of any salon. "Wildness is what makes a man, you idiot." Ram shot back, though inwardly he thought, "So he's loosened up a lot since coming back. I don't have the energy to play referee today. If you're going to fight, do it outside. Don't break anything in here." Encrid approached from behind Jaxon, speaking up. Andrew, ever the miser, had barely provided any candles for the mansion. Lamps were a rare sight. Judging by the meals and the general state of things, it was clear this place wasn't particularly well off. Even the practiced wooden swords used here told the same story. As a result, the mansion grew dim once night fell, its shadows thick and unwelcoming. Encrid seemed to emerge from one of those shadows, though Rem had already sensed his presence long before. "You sparring with the boss?" From the staircase, Rem glanced back. As they passed by a wall-mounted candlestick, Encrid's condition came into full view. While Jaxon's left cheek was swollen, Encrid's left eye was puffy, and he was limping. There was even a small puncture wound on his forearm, faint traces of blood visible through the cloth wrapped around it. A clear mark of a dagger's bite. Yikes. Even to Rem's eyes, Encrid's body was now beyond tough. It was solid as steel. His skill? That was no longer something to underestimate either. And yet, his body was in such a state. Both of them, Jaxon and Encrid, had clearly fought with full intent. "Did you hit him from behind?" The question felt rhetorical, and Jaxon decided the exchange was no longer worth entertaining. "Move aside before I knock that empty head of yours off your shoulders." "Try me, idiot. You think I'll go easy just because you got smacked around?" "Rem." "Step out," Encrid interjected. Rem clicked his tongue and pushed himself up, using only his heels. The creaking wooden stairs groaned under the movement. With a small leap, Rem landed softly on the ground. For someone wielding an axe and built like a tank, the silence of his landing was almost unnatural. Like a cat dropping to the floor. Just teasing. Still, if a squad mate comes back beaten up, I'm duty-bound to settle the score. That's Rem's code of honor. So, was it just sparring? By now, Jaxon had climbed halfway up the stairs, moving with such quiet precision that even Aram felt outmatched. Rem glanced upward, catching sight of Jaxon's heels disappearing beyond the top. "Hi." Turning back, he remarked, "You're pretty beat up. It's nothing." Though pain radiated from his left hip, Encrid didn't consider it severe. The limp was more about aiding recovery than an inability to walk. Some of the injuries, after all, were deliberately inflicted. In other words, they were within expectations. "So, what's the story?" Rem's question wasn't about the sparring itself. No, it carried a weight beyond the obvious. Conscious of Jaxon's condition, Rem's question implicitly asked, why Encrid had gone through such an intense sparring session. It was because Jaxon was behaving differently than usual. Inwardly, Encrid let out an "ah" in realization. Unlike his outward demeanor, Rem was sharp, quick to grasp the situation, and well aware of what needed to be done. "You killed a noble's son, and were chased down for it, huh?" The words Rem had once casually spoken echoed in Encrid's mind. Killing a noble's son and fleeing. Rem had done it because he could. If it had been necessary to kill discreetly, he would have done so. However, the fact that he had killed openly and ensured everyone knew it was his doing meant there had been a significant reason behind it. The memories of Rem's actions over time flashed through Encrid's mind. Suddenly, it all clicked. Why Rem had killed the noble's son so brazenly without immediately disappearing. He had drawn all eyes, especially those of the nobility, onto himself. He had to. "You made it look like you were the sole culprit," Encrid murmured. Rem blinked. What on earth was this guy mumbling about now? "What nonsense are you spouting this time?" Rem asked, tapping his own forehead with a finger. Ignoring him, Encrid continued his train of thought. As he did, Craze's past words came to mind. Craze, who had a habit of observing the personalities and attitudes of unit members, had once remarked, "The commander may be lazy when it comes to using his brain. But Rem, he's different." "Different?" Encrid had asked. "Rem knows everything but pretends not to. He only reveals himself when he deems it absolutely necessary. If Rem had stealthily killed the noble's son and left unnoticed, what would have happened to the commoners who had suffered at the noble's hands? Rem had exposed himself to draw the wrath solely onto him. The message was clear. Come after me, and me alone. He had likely left deliberate traces as he fled, forcing his pursuers to stay on his trail. When he deemed the time was right, he had vanished entirely, escaping to the outskirts. This guy was seriously devious. Rem, who had been silently watching Encrid, finally spoke again. "Hey, your eyes are looking weird. Seriously, something's off." Encrid shook his head, dismissing the comment as nothing, and continued his reflections. Now that he thought about it, until he had joined the unit and assumed the role of mediator, Rem had caused only minor trouble. The more serious acts of mischief, the ones bordering on delinquency, had begun after his arrival, because he could afford to. By behaving that way, Rem had shaped how others perceived him. He ensured that people thought twice before crossing him and gave himself the freedom to act as he pleased, without interference. A sly stray cat. Who was the real cunning one here? "Look, I'm serious. Your eyes are off," Rem insisted. "Let's hang out a bit longer," Encrid replied, steering the conversation away. With his sharp instincts and quick mind, Rem surely already knew what he was thinking. Still squinting suspiciously, Rem relented and played along. "This is about that stray cat bastard, isn't it?" "Well, among other things." Jaxon's room was right at the top of the stairs, and their conversation was hardly a secret. Undoubtedly, he could hear everything. "That damned cat, always dragging in trouble," Rem grumbled, as usual. But he didn't say he'd leave or abandon the matter. Encrid climbed the creaking stairs, replaying the earlier fight in his mind. More specifically, the moment the sparring match had ended. "Stab me." That was what he had said to Jaxon after their sparring session. But Jaxon had hesitated, unwilling to comply. "I'm fine now," Jaxon had replied, shaking his head. Looking at him, Encrid had spoken again. "Just once. It's fine." The man before him had taught him techniques to heighten his senses, and Encrid had thought it would only be fair to let him return the favor by allowing a single strike. He genuinely meant it. When Jaxon had first drawn his blade behind him, Encrid had felt the intent to kill. Mixed in was hesitation, anxiety, and a deep-seated turmoil that lingered at the edge of the blade. Encrid had sensed all of it in that single motion. After answering those emotions with their sparring, Encrid had reached a conclusion. Whoever was behind all of this had a penchant for elaborate schemes. "I was tasked with stabbing you," Jaxon had admitted at one point during the session. Encrid had grown increasingly curious about this veiled adversary. Warnings, contracts, deceptions, all the signs pointed to the same person. As the wooden stairs groaned beneath his feet, Encrid ascended to the room where he was staying, resolved. Ultimately, he would give this shadowy schemer the answer they so desperately sought. An answer that would meet their expectations and crush them entirely. Chapter 361. Where are the knights? Do you think they'll resort to poison or other tricks? At dawn the next day, Encrid posed the question. Jaxon, hearing it, shook his head. Now he was back to his usual self, detached, indifferent, with a calm expression and demeanor. However, a faint trace of killing intent lingered in his tone. They won't repeat the same tactic. His voice was cold, like an ice shard retrieved from a glacier. There was a hint of scorn, directed at those who had schemed in his absence. The icy smirk that briefly appeared vanished just as quickly, replaced by his typical impassive, aloof expression, a look so indifferent that even being pricked by a needle wouldn't cause him to flinch. "You're saying you'll make sure they can't," Encrid said. Jaxon nodded nonchalantly, and that was enough. As expected, the day passed without incident. The individuals who had issued the warning didn't reappear. Would they really return in just a day? Svampen försvinner om one dag. Skrivna expectans recept open. No, even if 2 or 3 days passed, they likely wouldn't. Those who came when he was alone would avoid approaching when the group was gathered. Encrid spent another day training. He practiced without any deep thoughts, driving Andrew and the 5 trainees hard. "Spare me," one trainee muttered unconsciously. "Sure," Encrid replied sincerely. "Today's one swing of your blade will save your life tomorrow." His genuine response earned applause from Dunbakel. "That's a solid quote." "It's not a quote. It's a declaration that he's ignoring your whining, you dumb beast woman," Rem retorted, criticizing Dunbakel. Their exchange barely registered with Encrid. His voice had been deliberately low, ensuring the trainees wouldn't hear. Rem, understanding why Encrid said such things, had also kept his tone hushed. "They're already pleading for mercy? Guess I can push them harder," Encrid thought. He wanted them to pour every ounce of energy into their swords. His intent wasn't just to meet their expectations, but to keep them alive, no matter what. As far as Encrid was concerned, Gardner's forces amounted to just 7 individuals: Andrew, Mac, and the 5 trainees. Andrew was the only one remotely useful. And that's the best he can do in this situation. If anything serious happened, they'd die. Encrid had no desire to stand idly by and watch Andrew, someone he knew, perish. That said, it wasn't his job to follow them around and act as a shield. The best solution was to teach them to protect themselves. That was the entire purpose of this rigorous training, to forge them into individuals who wouldn't collapse at the first sign of a threat. It was better to act as an unyielding wall than to waste energy explaining or shouting at them. When words fell on deaf ears, people kept talking and negotiating. But with someone unresponsive, no such attempts were made. They would instead focus solely on the task at hand. That was what Encrid wanted, to see them obsessively concentrate and struggle with the work before them. He had risen from the bottom himself and understood the mindset they needed to cultivate. A trainee groaned in despair, and Encrid felt satisfied. Ragnar, observing the scene, nodded. As always, Encrid gave his utmost effort. He was the same commander Ragnar knew, reliable and steadfast. It was satisfying. Watching it reignited Ragnar's motivation. The sword? Ragnar soon immersed himself in his world of training. Meanwhile, Jaxon remained silent. Over the past 2 days, the only words he had spoken were those dismissing the notion that the enemy would repeat their tactics. No one spoke to Jaxon either. Even Andrew found him intimidating. To Mac, he was clearly off-limits as a conversation partner. The 5 trainees were too preoccupied trying to survive. Neither Rem nor Ragnar bothered to engage with him, each busy with their respective tasks. Rem occasionally stepped in to take Encrid's place when he was away. "If any of you manage to land a hit on me, you'll get a break," Rem declared, introducing the trainees to a new form of torment. He thoroughly enjoyed it. Ragnar, on the other hand, trained in solitude, occasionally murmuring, light, swift, heavy. It was clear he was delving deep into swordsmanship theory. Amid this dynamic, Jaxon had ample space for silent contemplation. At first, it was his own task. Is this a game of cat and mouse? Based on the evidence so far, he had identified a target for his vengeance. However, identifying the target did not equate to finding them. It wouldn't be easy. He needed more information to uncover and dig deeper. After practical considerations, a more fundamental question surfaced. Is this the right path? The road he had chosen wasn't one of help or altruism. What was the right path, the true answer? Why was he dedicating his entire life to revenge? If vengeance was the goal, was this method acceptable? Strike, Encrid's words echoed in his mind. Jaxon's gaze shifted to Encrid, whose forearm was wrapped in layers of bandages. With the days growing warmer, sleeves had shortened, leaving the injury exposed. The wound, neglected more than treated, had neither festered nor worsened. It was healing, evidence of Jaxon's own stiletto blade. Why do you hesitate? Start by finding that reason. Think about the why, his mentor had said. Jaxon followed those words. Hesitation stemmed from within, an uncertainty of the heart. A confused mind led to being dragged along. To know the why meant to resist being swayed. Finding the reason didn't mean he needed to present a definitive answer. There were many paths to take, and Jaxon had chosen one of them. Instead of controlling his emotions, he let them run freely. Rather than wondering, "Is this okay?" he acted. Simply acted. He moved forward, taking steps toward the result. This was Encrid's mindset, and Jaxon had learned from watching him. He found himself once more appreciating the man's resilience. He doesn't give up just because he lacks talent. When pondering failed, he tried. When his mind failed, he used his body. He used both relentlessly, throwing himself into action. A sheer struggle. You'll never make it with skills like that. Criticism and mockery didn't sway him. He simply pressed forward. Jaxon's inner turmoil unraveled into simplicity, like a tangled thread straightened into a clean line. For now, he decided to follow his instincts, letting his heart guide him. Meanwhile, Rem, claiming boredom, continued to torment the 5 trainees. Dunbakel, holding a pair of scimitars Encrid had given her, practiced tirelessly until she grew accustomed to them. At one point, she even transformed into her beast form and challenged Ragnar to a sparring match, only to be soundly beaten. Ragnar alternated between sword practice and lying in the grass near the training grounds or the barracks. Unless someone challenged him to spar, he seemed relaxed. Jaxon, on the other hand, often left the estate, sometimes accompanied by Encrid, but frequently alone. When they went out together, it was usually to attend a party. Encrid often brought Andrew along as his escort. Occasionally, he encountered familiar faces. The capital was teeming with people, all vying for their place, so such encounters weren't unexpected. "You," someone said. "It's been a while," Encrid replied. The speaker was an instructor who had taught swordsmanship during Encrid's previous time in the capital. The man wasn't exactly virtuous. "So, now he's a proper noble's bodyguard?" Encrid observed the man's attire, weapons and companions forming his judgment. "You're really that, Encrid?" the former instructor scoffed. Once considered a skilled swordsman, his current attitude suggested otherwise. Encrid nodded calmly. Unbelievable, the man muttered before whispering to his comrades. From what Encrid overheard, they were calling him a fraud. He ignored it. Andrew, standing nearby, frowned. Should we let this slide? Andrew asked, ready to intervene. Let it go, Encrid replied. He saw no reason to pick a fight with them. The instructor grinned at Encrid, his expression oily like the stench of raw fish. Oh, sure. See you around, the man said, laughing with his companions as they left. He wasn't even the leader of the group. There was no one particularly noteworthy among them. It was just a passing encounter. It wasn't until after several comings and goings at various parties that Encrid finally encountered Crang. Crang explained how difficult it had been to leave the palace. Everyone seems ready to draw their swords at any moment, he said. The dynamics within the royal palace were a mystery to Encrid. He merely named the most influential figure he could think of. But it was the wrong guess. Hearing this, Crang smiled and replied, The one holding the blade to your throat isn't some border noble but someone from within the palace. Without waiting for Encrid to ask who, Crang readily continued, It's that fellow called Viscount Mearns. Apparently, this man had united factions within the palace to form a significant power block. From what Crang revealed, Mearns was a rival of Baron Bentra and a figure with ambitions separate from Count Mulson's. A troublesome friend indeed. He's one of the Five Fingers, Crang said, placing his palm on the bench and leaning back to gaze at the sky. His casual demeanor stood in stark contrast to the gravity of his words. The Five Fingers referred to the five families supporting the royal palace. The Thumb family was the Marquisate of Bizar. The Index family, the Rashon family, had served the military for generations. The middle finger referred to Count Mulsan, ruler of the border territories. The ring finger handled the kingdom's finances, currently managed by someone known as the Marquee of Octo. The little finger was a family tasked with guarding the palace, though their name remained unknown. Notably, none of these families actively supported the queen. They were too preoccupied with their interests. Crang didn't bother explaining all of this. It wasn't necessary. He glanced at Encrid, noting that such details didn't seem to be what the man was curious about. So why had Encrid sought him out? Initially, attention had been drawn to Andrew, who entered as an uninvited guest at the party. But the gossip quickly shifted to his escorts. The hero born of the border guard, just a man wrapped in an exaggerated reputation. Rumors claimed those who knew Encrid's past often spoke disparagingly of him, suggesting he was a mediocre warrior, propped up by his subordinates and intoxicated by his hollow fame. Is it that they won't believe it unless they see it for themselves? Was it arrogance, conceit, or a need to protect their hard-earned reputations? None of that. To Crang, they were all fools. If they doubted his reputation, they could test him under the guise of goodwill. If they didn't like that, observing quietly would have been the better option. Yet some ignorant nobles wasted no time disparaging Encrid. Do they lack intelligence? How had such half-wits become palace officials? Among those who busied themselves with belittling Encrid was the palace's chief security officer, overseer of all guards and commander of the royal security forces. Should I be glad about this? Should Crang rejoice that a suspected enemy was a fool, or lament that the palace he might one day rule was filled with incompetence? Should he blame the queen for leading such a nation, or pity her for dealing with such a situation? Of course, Encrid's sudden rise to attention wasn't solely due to his abilities. I'd love to see that face once. They say he's quite handsome. It would be a feast for the eyes. Such were the curiosities of noble women. Rumors had it that the two men escorting Andrew had stolen the show from outside the party hall to within. Naturally, those two were Encrid and Jaxon. No wonder jealous nobles were busy spreading near slanderous gossip about Encrid. Jealousy had always been one of the strongest motivators. Some nobles even wanted him dead, with the chief security officer among them. If Encrid so much as drew his sword in the city, the security forces would likely be dispatched immediately. Crang, deep in thought, eventually spoke. Viscount Mearns is both the son-in-law of Marquis Baezar and a scion of the Rachon family. Mearns was backed by the most powerful allies in the palace, had stationed private troops in the capital, and even brought a portion of the royal guard under his command. Since Crang's arrival in the capital, Mearns had swiftly consolidated power, uniting surrounding factions under his banner. In terms of threat level, he was far more dangerous than Count Mulsanne. They say he's stationed a battalion-level force outside the capital. So, what is it you want to know? Crang broke off mid-thought to ask. Encrid's visit clearly had a purpose. Though of any questions he could ask, Encrid had one that stood above the rest, a question that could unravel much. So he asked about those who should have been there, whose absence felt inexplicable. Where are all the knights? If even one knight had been in the royal palace, if they were truly by the queen's side, could someone like Mearns, or whatever his name was, act so brazenly? Assassins had delivered warnings in broad daylight. Bestial howls echoed through the night. Tales of terror spread through the capital daily. If the knights existed, if the knightly order were active, none of this could have happened, nor should it have. It was a question that cut to the heart of everything. Chapter 362. Crang's scheme 5 steps away from Crang. A whip-wielding bodyguard remained alert, scanning the surroundings. Beside him stood another warrior, a bald man with a muscular build. He stood behind Crang, facing away like a statue, exuding an aura of strength. Encrid noted their well-trained physiques, and couldn't help but think of Andrew, who was likely grimacing inside the party venue. Andrew had complained that his presence at such gatherings went entirely unnoticed. While even a ghoul might elicit disdain or grimaces, Andrew was treated with outright indifference. A mere baron of low rank and poor connections was hardly worth anyone's time. Even the butler at the entrance dismissed him outright. "Baron Andrew Gardner? Have you come to the right place?" the butler had asked, not even bothering with polite speech. Andrew had sighed internally, but responded with measured calm. "Why? Am I not allowed here? Your invitation? It must have been misplaced in the rush of preparations." "Very well. You may enter," the butler said reluctantly, visibly displeased. Andrew entered the venue, but Encrid, attending as his bodyguard, wasn't allowed inside. Not that Encrid cared much about the party itself. He had other priorities. He'd initially accompanied Andrew, hoping for some unexpected confrontation, like another cryptic warning from a would-be assassin, but that hope proved fruitless. Instead, Encrid eventually found himself face-to-face with Crang, who responded to his question with a single word: "Knights. 1 drop 4 singdendit helper digat gender. 23 killer 11 dagar." Open Crang fell silent for a moment, his gaze steady and unperturbed before continuing. "Why is it that Count Mulsanne dares to act like a king on the frontier without being punished?" That was the first question I asked myself. Crang had since found his answer, and now shared it with Encrid. "You're aware of the southern nation, the Hinstetten, correct?" His tone was conversational, almost as if recommending a popular tavern. The backdrop, a cold evening, an old bench, and the faint glow of insects resembling fireflies, clashed with the gravity of his words. "For 7 years we've been at war with Hinstetten, yet we've never been easily overwhelmed. Why do you think that is? Because the southern lords are skilled at defense. Then why was the frontier breached so easily during the recent monster uprisings? Then what's the reason? 2 knights. Sir Cyprus and another knight are holding the line," Crang explained. "The southern nation's military strength is objectively superior to Norelius. Yet these 2 knights had achieved near miraculous feats, holding the invaders at bay. Without them, the front lines would have already fallen. "I've seen it with my own eyes," Crang continued. "Those 2 knights have worked wonders. If they were to abandon their posts, the south would collapse tomorrow." As Crang nudged a stone embedded in the ground with his foot, Encrid began to understand. "The knights are tied down," he said. "Not just the knights," Crang confirmed. The kingdom had poured its resources into defending the front lines. 2 knights stood at the southern border, and with them, portions of the knightly order. Without their presence, the war with Lehinstetten would have been a disaster. "And the 3rd knight?" Encrid asked. "There's a colony of monsters threatening the eastern regions," Crang revealed, his tone unchanging as he divulged a secret of the highest order. "That knight is dealing with them." This was news to Encrid. He hadn't heard even a whisper of it before. "It's not just the monsters," Crang added. "The mercenary king of the East is also waiting for his chance. Part of the knightly order has been dispatched there to handle the threats." Even during Norelius' last conflict with Aspen, 1 knight had barely managed to join the battlefield. Back then, the kingdom's strategy wasn't to win decisively, but to deal a quick blow and retreat. Why? Because they couldn't afford to be absent for long, Encrid realized. A knight's absence from their primary post could spell disaster elsewhere. The knights weren't just symbols of martial prowess. They were critical to maintaining the kingdom's fragile stability. Everything seemed plausible. It all made sense, the absence of knights, and how only some of the knights stayed behind at the palace. And all of this was an excellent opportunity for those harboring ambitions and dreaming of rebellion. Even the royal guard has become part of the factions. The palace guards and their captain were the same. Everyone had to choose a side. Reality and facts intertwined, telling one cohesive story. Why did everything fall into place so perfectly? Why had the stage been set so well for those dreaming of rebellion? Why was the stage set for them to act? Encrid's instincts were sharpened by his exceptional situational awareness. Even without a battle, his focus heightened, and his senses sharpened. In his spinning mind, he reached one conclusion. What did Crang gain from all of this? Why did he come to the palace and stir up trouble? Since his arrival, the noble factions had been acting as if they had fire on their feet. They immediately started moving toward the side that demanded the successor give up the throne. He had gained quite a bit of power, too. Everyone knew that Marcus from Center Pole had sided with him. Haste brought action. That's how the noble factions acted. If one looked closely, the noble factions were also sending signals about which side they were on. In a situation where choosing sides was necessary, not choosing would mean being left out. It was clear that they had to make their stance known. Right? There was no need to ask further. Encrid asked. And Crang smiled broadly, replying. That smile looked so innocent. It didn't seem like the smile of someone who had such an intricate plan. To some, it might even be a terrifying smile. I was just about to tell you. He had no intention of hiding his plans. In fact, he seemed to have wanted Encrid to notice. Crang stood up, brushing off his knees. As he stood, he kicked a stone, which flew off and rolled into a shadowed area. We're gathering unnecessary things to clear them out. That's why. We need a civil war. If you've gathered trash, you either burn it or bury it. A civil war would serve that purpose. That's what was being set up. Of course, the premise was that the noble factions needed to be quietly expelled from the palace. Crang hadn't come to prevent a civil war. He'd come to accelerate it. No, he intended to achieve his own goals perfectly through this process. That meant setting the stage and subtly dividing the sides. He was planning to distinguish between what could and couldn't be used. The foundation for all this would naturally be force. He purposely left the army from the palace to filter out those who would betray or defect. That was the conclusion. Encrid stood up too. It was time to go. He noticed Andrew leaving the mansion, looking thoroughly exhausted. Seeing this, Encrid asked about one of the 2 reasons he had come here. Do you know who leads the Black Blades? The leader of the bandits, who had settled in the palace, was a member of the Black Lily. This was as much as Jaxon had found out. However, it seemed that the leader was very good at hiding himself, making him difficult to track. Meanwhile, there had been an assassination contract, possibly linked to an assassination alliance. It might be a coincidence, but our goals align. Right now, the biggest problem for me is that person. I'll send you the necessary information, so think about it. I'm also trying to find him. Encrid nodded. The purpose of chasing after Crang and meeting him had been achieved. His curiosity had been satisfied, and he had secured a promise of help. At that moment, Encrid had made his choice. "Oh, Enki, are you thinking of becoming my knight?" Crang suddenly asked as he turned to leave. "What? You don't seem like the type to be satisfied being someone's knight." "Well, that's just my opinion." That innocent smile from earlier was back as Crang turned to walk away. He did so with an attitude that implied the answer didn't matter. Encrid didn't think much of it. He was focused on the weight of becoming a knight. Becoming someone's knight hadn't even crossed his mind. It wasn't important right now. What was important was that Crang was in the process of distinguishing between allies and enemies. That's why he had set the stage. He had communicated his intentions to all the nobles through action. Of course, only a few nobles would realize his hidden intentions. But even if they noticed, they wouldn't be able to ignore them. Crang had spoken to all the nobles. With no knights and no knightly order, they could run wild within the palace. The effect was clear. Everyone raised private soldiers, dreaming of overthrowing the royal family or scheming. Count Mulsan even dared to claim the title of a distant king. Within the palace, more and more ambitious individuals were emerging without hesitation. Will they survive all of this? For a moment, Encrid was concerned. In a situation like this, the most dangerous person was Crang. Suddenly, the emergence of someone with a claim to the throne was like a thorn in everyone's side. To view the future as if becoming king was a given in such circumstances showed the difference in character. Encrid briefly dismissed the worry that had crossed his mind. Anyone with a mind sharp enough to devise such a plan would have considered their own survival as well. After all, the whole situation was based on the premise of force. He couldn't help but wonder about the strength Crang had concealed. He felt a sudden curiosity to see it, though it seemed unlikely Crang would reveal it right away. "Can't the party invites stop coming?" "I'm really getting tired of this," Andrew grumbled, having approached unnoticed. "Wouldn't training be better?" Encrid asked. Andrew immediately fell silent. When given the choice between a party and training, what else could he say? "I'll go with training," Andrew muttered, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "All right, let's do that." The party chase was finally over. With Jaxon in tow, Encrid had already gauged the situation, and no one else seemed to be pressing forward. Until Crang's spark of conflict exploded, the tension would remain quiet. In the meantime, he would focus on capturing the leader of the Black Blade, observing the chaos Crang was sowing, and possibly adding his own contribution. That would be the plan. Soon they might find themselves fighting an unexpected opponent. Would those power-hungry factions really act without considering the consequences? Words alone, without the weight of force, lost their power in the current royal palace. The situation had turned into one where strength was law. Wasn't the city guard said to be quite intimidating? Let's go. Time for training. With determination, Andrew bit down on his teeth and spoke, and Encrid followed suit. They returned to the manor, and by the next morning, Encrid was expecting a guest. "Word has spread, and you really are here in the capital," the woman said. Kim Beza, the most beautiful woman in the capital, according to rumors. Encrid was currently wielding a halberd, sweat dripping as he swung the weapon. Learning to handle different types of weapons was as important as facing an actual opponent, as Rem had taught him. Indeed, it was proving to be useful. He swung the halberd, gripping the shaft with one hand, and sweat poured down his face. "And now," he greeted the guest. "Your manner of greeting hasn't changed, I see." "It doesn't seem like you're alone," Encrid said. He briefly lowered the halberd and turned his body, the sweat-soaked training clothes clinging to his skin. The sight of his muscles was apparent, and Kin thought about gently touching them as she spoke. "Yes, someone came to see you. Wouldn't you want to clean up and greet them properly?" There was an undeniable air outside the manor. It was clear that someone formidable was present. Though they didn't exude dangerous energy, their presence was undeniable. The fact that they could make their presence felt like this suggested something. At the very least, they were a knight. "Is it necessary to dress up just to meet an old man?" A voice interrupted as a nobleman entered the manor. His white hair marked him as an elderly man, but his steps carried a quiet strength. His stride was powerful. Upon entering, the mood shifted, and even Andrew stepped forward. "To what do we owe the honor?" he asked, looking perplexed. Among the nobility of the kingdom, Beza was closest to the queen. And in terms of military might, aside from the knight orders, Count Mulson was the strongest. But if you asked the citizens and other nobles who embodied the essence of nobility, the answer would be different. A man who commanded respect both in his domain, through kindness and clear leadership, and outside, by staying neutral and avoiding factionalism, he garnered admiration from all. He was one of the 5 great houses, the man with the largest landholdings in the kingdom, and the queen's mentor. The Marquee of Octo. He was the 4th finger of the kingdom's power. At first glance, he seemed like a grandfather who was deeply immersed in chess. The Marquis spoke as he entered. "I came as a guest, but if I've come at the wrong time, do let me know. I don't wish to cause any inconvenience." Andrew shook his head. "Not at all. Though it may be humble, if you wish, you are welcome to stay." From the fact that even Andrew was showing respect, it was clear the Marquis had a reputation for good conduct. Encrid had the same impression. He was unlike other nobles, a man who had achieved much based on his own merit. Among the nobles Encrid had met, he was the one who gave off the clearest, purest feeling. But that didn't mean he was weak. The guards behind him exuded a certain presence. Encrid noted that even the stone table at the training ground couldn't escape their gaze. "Continue with what you were doing. Since I've come unexpectedly, I'll wait," the Marquis said. "Marquis," Kin said, nodding. She gestured for him to sit in front. Encrid nodded. It wasn't a formal obligation to wait, but respecting his wish seemed the right thing to do. It wasn't a battle of wills. However, the pressure from the guards behind the Marquis intensified slightly. Encrid found that fascinating. The 2 guards behind him looked like they could attack at any moment. "Who's here?" Naturally, there was a response from behind Encrid. Rem spoke, stepping forward, while Ragnar glanced over from where he sat. Jaxon had already taken a position against the wall near the entrance, and Dunbakel and Esther had moved to stand next to Encrid. All of them were formidable in their own right. Chapter 363. Forced do what you were doing, the Marquis said as he took a seat, and his 2 guards stood motionless behind him. The men's intimidating presence only lasted briefly. Neither smiled nor showed any signs of dissatisfaction. They seemed as if they were simply doing what they were supposed to do. Indifferent. Ragnar thought that the posture of the guards was rather good. It wasn't stiff, nor was there any arrogance. They seemed to know when to use strength, and that was what caught his eye. While Ragnar observed their stance, Rem read the energy surrounding them. The intensity was due to the danger of the place, not because of any discomfort or hostility. That's how it seemed. Therefore, Rem figured there was no need to fight with the guards. Next, he turned his attention to the Marquis, who seemed like an old man with nothing to do. "Is he just idle?" Rem didn't voice the thought aloud. He wasn't the one to take action here, as the Marquee had come to see Encrid. Rem couldn't help but feel a bit smug, realizing that he didn't need to step forward. Swampen lemna kroppen. Gurdet inan duga olega dik open? Is this right? Was it awkward? No. It felt so natural that it only struck him as strange when he thought about it. Since Encrid's guest, should he not show respect? Rem realized he had unconsciously been following Encrid, and it didn't feel bad. Before he knew it, he had been naturally following without any resistance. Esther sensed a magical energy from the visitor, but concluded there was no mage present. Artifacts. Her curiosity about the magic began to stir, but she quickly suppressed it. If she acted on her own whims, it would cause trouble for Encrid. Just beside her, Encrid slammed the halberd into the ground with force. He didn't respond to the Marquee's comment, instead continuing his training, just as he had been instructed. If you're trying to balance your body, should you really lack the power to strike down? Rem took a step back and gave advice. The axe on his waist jangled as it lightly tapped his thigh. One of the guards glanced at him, but neither of them spoke, so the situation didn't escalate to confrontation. Rem focused entirely on Encrid. Well? Foot! It was a suggestion to move his weight further forward with his left foot. It would cause him to lean forward, wouldn't it? Where's the heart of the beast? While Rem hadn't heard it directly from Encrid, he knew what would follow if he asked. Encrid quickly grasped a small insight from the brief exchange. If I exceed my own strength limits, I could use that strength for an attack. Limit exceeding strength. Tremendous power. To think that only he could wield such power would be arrogance. He had to consider that others could also possess it. What Rem was teaching was a technique called giant cutting. Though the name was about cutting giants, it referred to how to counter a weapon wielded with giant-level strength. It was Rem's original technique and training method. It had only been recently developed, turning unique experiences into techniques. Hadn't Encrid shown that before? The technique-captured blade was enjoyable to watch just by seeing it in action. Rem had done the same thing. He laid the foundation on his experience, then concretized it based on what he had learned. He then systematically refined and structured the steps and sequences to make the result instinctual in the body. He could experiment through Encrid, and in doing so, Rem learned and improved further. Encrid also understood what Rem was doing. In that moment, Encrid realized that even his eccentric friend was a genius, but that didn't change anything. It was just a thought. For now, he was focused on learning and improving, and that's what mattered. Whether his friend was a genius or not, there was no time to worry about it. So he just continued to learn, practice, and repeat the process with genuine passion. Rem simply enjoyed watching it all unfold. Stronger, Stronger, Ray instructed, and Encrid responded by adjusting his movement accordingly. To withstand an attack from a giant, one must first understand what they are capable of. Strength beyond limits is called monstrous strength. What can a person with such strength do? The Marquee was simply amazed by the person who so seriously trained himself. Jaxon, on the other hand, silently observed the Marquee. No intent, no pressure, no aura. He just watched quietly. Jaxon thought the leader of the Black Blades was most likely one of the nobles, but probably not at the level of the Octo Marquee, he thought. If he had that level of influence, wouldn't the leader of the Black Blades have made a move by now? Aside from Count Molson, he was practically the most powerful figure both inside and outside the royal palace. The internal court struggles had already been investigated, so he was well aware of them. It's not him. He could tell the Marquee was someone who carried the dignity of a noble born and raised as a noble. The Marquee could never have been the leader of the Black Blades. The head of the Black Blades had entered the royal palace as the leader of a band of thieves, and he couldn't have completely discarded his past ways. While observing the Marquee, one of the guards glanced at Jaxon. Despite the lack of any noticeable presence, they had noticed him. That guard must have some means to do so. He was from a different faction, no doubt. After all, someone of such skill would need to avoid assassination threats. Those holding positions in the capital were all in danger of assassination, after all. Could it be Will? Jaxon hadn't mastered the art of sense techniques. Nor did he carry the same scent as others of that type, so if his gaze had been detected, it could only be Will. There were ways to hide himself more, but for now, it was useless. Jaxon averted his eyes. Even though no confrontation had yet occurred, a strange tension filled the air as the Marquee spoke. "Won't you offer me a cup of tea? Gardner, the Baron?" "Huh?" "Oh, of course I will," Andrew replied, sweating as he quickly prepared tea and snacks. There were only a few servants in the mansion. One young maid, trembling with fear, recognized the Octomarquis and stepped forward with shaking hands. For the young maid, the noble sitting before her was different from Andrew. Andrew, too, could harm her if he wished, but he was someone she saw every day. She was familiar with him, and knew he wasn't the kind to do such a thing. But the man sitting there now was a high-ranking noble. Literally, with a gesture or a word, he could throw her life and her family into ruin. Being of higher rank than Andrew meant her master couldn't protect her. The maid didn't fully understand these concepts, but instinctively she trembled with fear. In the end, the maid dropped the tea. The liquid spilled, sliding off the cup and spilling onto the table, then onto the Marquis's lap. The Marquis calmly rose from his seat and moved to the chair beside him. The maid couldn't even speak and trembled, her face pale as she knelt. I'm sorry. Encrid had just finished training. Your hands are not steady, the Marquis remarked. Unable to do anything, Mac quickly came with a handkerchief, but the guards were faster. One of them immediately took out a clean handkerchief from his coat and wiped the moisture from the Marquis's knee. Encrid's gaze landed on the Marquis. The Marquis, not at all concerned about being watched, spoke. "Gardner, the Baron, yes. You should pay more attention to maid training?" "Yes." Mac quickly cleared the table. The maid, still trembling, was sent inside by Andrew. She walked carefully inside, looking as though she might collapse, but somehow managed to stay upright. Andrew then poured tea for the Marquis, who nodded in approval. He neither showed any kindness nor reprimanded her harshly. The Marquis took a sip of his tea, while Kinbazar silently took a seat beside him. "May I have a cup as well?" Kin asked. "Is it all right if I ask for another?" The Marquis added, and there was no way to refuse. "Of course," Andrew nodded. Meanwhile, Encrid walked over and sat across from them at the table. The small commotion had ended. Encrid didn't act overly polite, nor was he impolite. He simply sat down in a neutral manner. The Marquis observed him and took another sip from his tea. The steam rose from the tea, brushing against the Marquis's lips. "What do you think would have happened if I had comforted the maid just now?" the Marquis asked, still holding the cup. There was a smile on his face, but his eyes weren't laughing. Encrid found it difficult to read the Marquis's nature. He had encountered various types of people, but someone like this was not easy to understand. If Crang was like a solitary shining sun, the Marquis was like a river whose course and changes were uncertain. Either they would feel relieved or anxious, Encrid said, wiping his sweat with his sleeve, placing his hands on the table. "Oh? And why would they feel anxious? Because while you appear to comfort them, they might fear you will harm them behind their back. Are you saying that maid only sees the dark side of the world? Perhaps if she later told someone about this, someone might say, 'She spilled the tea, but was comforted instead.' Be careful, he might be after something." "Something like that." Encrid mimicked what a maid's acquaintance might say. Of course it was a poor imitation, but the meaning came across clearly. While pretending to comfort her, an old noble might be secretly eyeing the maid's body. So, rather than comforting her, it would be better to act a little displeased. After the event passed, the maid would likely feel relieved, thinking she had paid for her mistake. The Marquee did not express anger, only criticizing her unsteady hands. That was all. "You are quite thoughtful," Encrid remarked. "I often hear that I'm not very noble," the Marquee replied. "Is that so?" Kin Bizar almost spit her tea in surprise, but only tightened her grip on the teacup. "What is it that someone who is called the noblest of nobles says?" The comment about being not noble here was almost a play on words. Can someone who reacts so sharply to a maid's mistake truly be called a noble? "Why have you come here? Why do you ask?" To ask a question like that, and to reply with a counter-question to the Marquis himself. Kin Bizar's heart started pounding. Her gaze naturally shifted towards Encrid. "I wanted to know what kind of person you are. Can you answer me?" What would he say in response? Kin already knew how Encrid came to be here. He could roughly guess why he came. His answer was likely already decided. He could say he came to help someone's kingdom, or that he was sent on an assignment. Kin would nod if Encrid said he was here because it looked interesting, and he simply wanted to lend a hand. Maybe he'll answer like that. If anyone could, it was Encrid. But would the Marquis be pleased with that kind of answer? Probably not. The Marquis was neither expectant nor amused. His demeanor was simply indifferent, and the pressure was palpable. Encrid finally spoke. "I've come to create a world where children don't have to fight wars." The unexpected response made everyone, including Kin, fall silent. Encrid spoke in a calm, almost poetic tone, as though reciting a verse. It was a quiet, composed declaration of his will, a statement born from deep conviction. "I've come to reduce the monsters, to lessen the threats, to protect those who value their people, to punish those who oppress others with their strength. I've come to protect the weak and safeguard the dreams of those who have." Empty words. Grandiose words. Words that could come from anyone's mouth. No, there was meaning in them. These were words of faith. Words filled with sincerity. They came not from the mouth, but from the heart. In that moment, everyone in the room, Kin, the Marquee, the guards, Rem, Dunbakel, Andrew, felt as if they were swept up in the storm that was in. Words alone carry no weight. Anyone can speak them. But no, words do carry weight. When those words are imbued with will and conviction, they matter. As everyone remained silent, the Marquis set down his teacup and spoke. "Did you say being a knight is your dream?" His dream hadn't likely spread that far, so the Marquis's keen hearing must have picked it up. Encrid nodded. "Yes, I will support you. Yes." Marquis stood up. Why had he come here then? Was it to confirm that his dream was indeed to be a knight? Kin was confused. But the beautiful woman, who had swayed the hearts of men for years, remained calm and composed. The Marquis stood up, concluding their conversation more quickly than expected. He turned to leave. As he took a few steps, however, he stopped, not even halfway through the room. "Oh, but the man who dreams of protecting the weak, does he simply watch as people die in the capital? Is everything just for show until you get an assignment? Every night, something happens. Will you only move when you are hired?" The Marquis's tone and body language were awkward. It seemed as though he was speaking off the cuff, but it was calculated, intentional. He was letting Encrid know that he saw through the act. "You won't truly use that so-called knightly resolve unless there's something to gain, will you?" Encrid felt like the Marquis's words were clearly cutting through him. It was forced. The capital's security was the responsibility of the constabulary. Encrid belonged to the border guard's standing forces. If he took matters into his own hands here, he would be reprimanded, not praised. Should he give in to this provocation? Encrid looked into the Marquee's eyes. They showed a subtle smile. Ah! It was a challenge. He could feel it, clearly. Could he take it on? He didn't have to, but did he truly believe in his own ideals? What about his dream to become a knight? Honestly, was he trying to avoid taking action just because he didn't think he could solve the issue? In an instant, the Marquee's words rang in his ears. He hadn't said them aloud, but Encrid heard them. The aristocrat's refined demeanor may have hidden the true meaning, but Encrid heard it loud and clear. He had to take the challenge. This was how he would prove his sincerity. If his words were to be believed, his actions had to follow. No one would follow him if his words were hollow. No one would stand behind him. I'll look into it tonight and resolve it. Please do. Their eyes met. The Marquee smiled, his eyes softening, and Encrid returned the smile. Chapter 364. The Marquee's gift. The man had more white hair than black, and his beard was short. His body was moderately toned, but it was clear that he was past his prime. There was a slight accumulation of fat here and there, indicating he wasn't someone who intentionally kept himself in perfect shape. Dignity emanated from him, even without any effort. It was as if he were embodying the very essence of what it meant to be nobility. Through Encrid's eyes and senses, the man seemed to give off just that impression. So when he thought about the words the Marquee had spoken, it made him reflect. The Marquee himself. Encrid calmly acknowledged that he had fallen into the provocation. But nothing would change because of that, so it didn't matter. More importantly, it was something he had been willing to handle from the beginning. Now it seemed almost fortunate that the Marquee had given him exactly the right words. Still, there was no immediate need to act. As the sweat gradually cooled, a sharp breeze brushed against him. Encrid set down the axe spear he had been holding. One by one he put away his other weapons into the armory, ensuring no dew would form on them. Svampen försvinner om one dag. Skrivna expertens recept open for now. Nothing else mattered. He was hungry. He had trained and dealt with the Marquee. It was time for lunch. Shall we eat? As he closed the armory door, Encrid spoke. Kin looked up at the sound. She wondered if the invitation was meant for her, but no one else suggested it. No one seemed inclined to offer her any help. Do these people not have eyes? A sense of self-doubt about her appearance crept in. She had no desire to stay longer in this place. I'll be leaving, Kin said, walking out. There were 5 guards waiting outside, all standing at attention, appearing quite capable. Encrid glanced at them. They're dragging a whole bunch with them. Indeed, lately, rumors had spread about the state of disorder in the capital, so it was to be expected that they would have such a large entourage. The guards the Marquee brought with him had been particularly few in comparison. After Kin left, Encrid stepped inside the mansion and spoke. Did you not care? Andrew was right beside him. He had seen Andrew glance at Kin a few times as Kin left, so he asked, I'm busy saving the family. It's not the time for distractions, Andrew replied. Encrid nodded in agreement. There was no right or wrong in that choice. Life was about making choices, and that was just how it was. Encrid respected Andrew's decision. You're truly unique, Captain, Andrew said, and Encrid had heard this phrase often enough that he let it pass by without much thought. It was a better expression than you should go see the temple for treatment. Oh, I was just about to say, I'm hungry. Dunbakel approached from behind as she spoke. Encrid, without hesitation, told her that there would be no meal unless she washed up first. Of course, he had cleaned himself as well. After a short while, everyone gathered at the table, and soon enough, the dishes were laid out. The maid who had made a mistake with the Marquee had regained her composure, and was busily serving food and drinks. The table was soon filled with hearty dishes. Today's menu included carrots, broccoli, potatoes, beef stew, all cooked with wine. one of Norelius' traditional dishes. Monsters and beasts had caused humans to gather in fortresses, which naturally led to the development of food culture. The techniques for constructing castles had advanced significantly due to similar reasons. Anyway, inside the fortress, the culinary culture had developed in diverse ways, which made sense since they were in Norelius' capital, Norel. Even the chef hired by Andrew was considered top-tier in provincial cities. Slurp.eu. Encrid tasted the stew broth first. The rich umami embraced his tongue and slid down his throat. The taste reminded him of the hunger he had momentarily forgotten after cleaning up. He picked up his fork and added some of the neatly cut beef, carrots and potatoes to his plate, avoiding the bay leaves and pushing them aside before stabbing the meat and bringing it to his mouth. With one bite, the tender beef easily shredded in his mouth, providing a soft and fluffy texture. It was delicate and fluffy, breaking apart and blending with the savory flavor, harmonizing with the richness of the beef, and flowing down his throat like a waterfall. The carrots were tender, and the broccoli seemed to have transformed with the seasoning. It was a satisfying meal. His hands became faster as he ate. The others were similar in that respect. Esther, too, had taken her place at the table, having transformed back into human form. "Every time I see it, it's amazing," Andrew said, looking at Esther. The 5 trainees and Mac ate separately, so aside from Andrew, everyone at the table was in Crid's group. Esther checked where Andrew's gaze was directed and asked, "Is this your first time seeing a mage?" Esther asked the question in a manner unlike her usual self, as she had shown kindness by providing good food. It was hard to view it as goodwill, but it truly was. "This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful mage." Esther showed no particular reaction to the remark. Andrew hadn't said it with much intent either. He merely found it natural that Encrid's gaze wasn't swayed by kin bizarre. Meanwhile, Esther cut into a piece of broccoli with a knife and popped it into her mouth. Her beauty was almost fraudulent. Her long, flowing hair, blue eyes, and mysterious aura enveloped her, making her seem like an untouchable being. Yet everyone treated her casually. When Riem asked a question, Esther nodded. "Does it taste better when you eat as a panther or as a human?" Dunbakel chimed in. "Why don't you transform and find out yourself?" Esther replied with an expressionless face, "Why don't you try?" It wasn't anger. It was just her usual demeanor. Andrew, having observed this for a few days, had begun to adapt to it. That panther is actually a witch. But even more astonishing than that was Encrid. Compared to his time as a subordinate, Encrid had transformed into an entirely different person. Is he really going to become a knight? The thought crossed Andrew's mind naturally. While he got lost in idle thoughts, he decided to focus on his meal. Looking at how the others ate, it seemed they wouldn't leave him a piece of meat if he didn't hurry. Even with ample food prepared, it was like this. They consumed 3 times what an ordinary person would. It felt as if they had entirely forgotten about the Marquee's task. Andrew found that surprising too. Nobody asked what was going on or questioned it. Following and trusting were 2 different things. Watching Encrid, Andrew came to understand, albeit subconsciously, what a subordinate should give their leader. That realization was an unexpected blessing. After everyone had eaten their fill, and Andrew had sorted his thoughts, Dunbakel spoke, her face smeared with sauce. "What do you think it is? And no, it's not a beast skin." Despite her skipping context, everyone understood her. What could be prowling the capital streets at night and abducting people? Whether they killed it or captured it, they first needed to identify the culprit. Rem agreed as well. The first step was to deduce the prey's nature. A beast running wild at night? Even with the capital's poor law enforcement, the idea of a magical creature rampaging in the city didn't make sense. Which meant it was something that hid during the day and only acted at night. Perhaps every few days? Even with that, its identity remained unclear. Ragnar nodded lightly, indicating that he shared the same thoughts. What struck Encrid as remarkable was that nobody questioned why they had to deal with it. Even Dunbakel, who immediately asked about its nature, didn't seem to have any complaints. It was curious how everyone followed without objections or complaints. In truth, they were simply bored. Bullying trainees and sightseeing in the capital could only entertain them for so long. Rem, for one, was sharpening her axe blade, signaling her readiness to fight. The tension in the capital's air was stimulating. It bore a similarity to the atmosphere of a battlefield. Encrid chewed the food in his mouth, swallowed, and finally spoke. A thunder-wielding mage, a cave, alchemical test subjects. The words came out as a list. Encrid's memory was exceptional. He had been gathering information about incidents in the capital. Andrew had also compiled details for him. The cries of a beast, taking victims every few days. An existence unnoticeable during the day. When Encrid pieced all the information together, something began to take shape in his mind. Then he spoke again. And the Black Blade. Jaxon was present. It was in this very place that the pieces Encrid described seemed to converge. The Black Blade had overturned a facility producing illicit potions, where Encrid and the group found clear evidence of human experimentation. An alchemist named Raban. Such was the name of the lunatic behind it. They had also seen the remains of humans, half turned into ghouls, sprawled in the aftermath. Encrid organized and recalled the details, piecing them together once more. What kind of creature rampages at night and hides during the day? What was it connected to? And how did this align with the current situation? The Black Blade's leader was in the capital. He had lost the blade known as Lakanos, and those he considered enemies had approached his domain. No, they hadn't just approached. They had acted. Does Jaxon not know he's being hunted? Of course, he knew. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have been able to keep his identity hidden or orchestrate such schemes. Is that right? Jaxon furrowed his brow as he asked. Encrid nodded and continued, explaining for those who followed him without question. The evidence pointed to a magical creature, but the fact that it hid during the day suggested intelligence. Otherwise, someone would need to capture it and release it periodically. A virtually impossible scenario. The capital's guards weren't entirely incompetent. There was no way someone could orchestrate such a thing without being caught. Encrid recalled the guard captain he had seen upon entering the capital. The feathered hat had left an impression. Whatever his skills, the man didn't seem like someone easily trifled with. If they had failed to catch the culprit, it was because their adversary's strength and movements were that elusive. Encrid placed his elbow on the table and raised his index finger, speaking again. It's a conclusion. Human undergoing monsterification. What kind of thought process leads to such a solution? Even Esther could only understand it after hearing the explanation. When Encrid contemplates swordsmanship, he scrutinizes every detail from beginning to end. His remarkable memory serves to reinforce this meticulous approach. Adding to this is his creative and flexible way of thinking. Creativity and adaptability aren't traits one simply inherits. They must be honed through relentless practice and repetition. To Encrid, swordsmanship and martial arts have always been akin to a cliff where the path ends abruptly. To climb that cliff, he must constantly deliberate and devise ways forward. Otherwise, there is no progress. Thus, his capacity for expansive thinking emerged. With everything deemed possible, he evaluates the potential for anything to happen. When this analytical ability is combined with information, answers begin to form. It only appeared when the moon was up. Here, Jaxon chimed in. Jaxon paid attention to every peculiar event occurring in the capital. It was a matter of survival. One never knew where a clue might arise. Still, this development had caught even Jaxon off guard. To be honest, he had almost forgotten. The world was full of deranged alchemists conducting inhumane experiments. But when piecing the evidence together, it made too much sense to ignore. If the creature in question is indeed a human undergoing monsterification, what kind of monster might it be? A being that emerges only on moonlit nights, unable to suppress its instincts in the dark. A Lacanos, Jaxon thought. If Jaxon had deduced this, he knew his commander likely had as well. Yet, there was no need to state the obvious. He remained silent. Now there's only one thing we need, Encrid added. Rem, who had been listening quietly, nodded. The authority to act. Exactly. Investigating the crime scenes in broad daylight will make the local authorities ecstatic. They'll probably love telling us to back off. And smashing them isn't an option, Rem replied. Encrid nodded in agreement. Rem wasn't a fool. While his antics often appeared reckless, they were sometimes carefully calculated. Still mischief, though, Encrid thought to himself before speaking again. If the Marquee hadn't been bluffing, surely some sort of support would come their way. When it came to resolving this matter, where would the authority lie? Who could grant it? Having the permission of a noble would make things significantly easier, especially one capable of shielding them from the police captain's interference. Encrid had foreseen this and formulated his response accordingly. If Marcus or Craze had been present, they would likely have burst out clapping. "You should go into politics," Marcus would have exclaimed in advance. "Use that wit to steal hearts." Women's hearts are fickle, and accounting for every possibility is a rare talent. Craze might have added. Their perspectives often diverged greatly, yet they weren't here, so there was no one around to express admiration. Rem wanted to swing his axe at something. Ragnar felt much the same. Dunbakel was no different. Even Esther, who had no intention of casting a spell, found her interest piqued. A human fused with a monster. That sounded like a chimera, something Esther had no inclination to experiment with. Such notions disgusted her, and had no place in her magical worldview. For magicians, intuition is paramount. If something feels repulsive, it clashes with their very essence. Pursuing such avenues can corrode their mastery of magic, eventually leading to its loss. Esther had made a similar mistake once, and thus she distanced herself from the matter. "I'm resting. This cushion suits me well." "Suit yourself," Encrid replied. Esther's absence wouldn't make much difference. Encrid raised his second finger. Second conclusion. With no moon tonight, all we need to do is sleep well. Andrew, who had been observing silently, found his jaw hanging open at some point. Eventually, he snapped his mouth shut and asked, "Why are you so smart? Wasn't there plenty of time to think?" The implication was clear. Anyone could deduce this with enough time. "That makes it sound like the police chief and guards in the capital are all morons," Andrew muttered in disbelief. No one refuted him. It was essentially true. Encrid, however, wasn't just clever. He was exceptional. Yet his comrades took it in stride, showing little reaction. "Why isn't anyone surprised?" Andrew murmured, but he too soon fell silent. This was just who Encrid was, and this was the nature of their unit. That night, they all slept soundly. As always, Encrid woke at dawn to practice his isolation technique, soon joined by Andrew. It seemed like the start of a perfectly ordinary day. As they trained in the morning, a voice echoed from outside. "So it really was you?" A visitor had arrived, or rather, a gift from the Marquee's organization. It was a practical step toward giving them the authority they needed. A night trainee named Aishia had been sent, and of course, she recognized Encrid immediately. Chapter 365. Only dots are visible. One of the reasons Encrid had come to the capital was straightforward. "I'll get a chance to face the Order of Knights, won't I?" The threat of monsters and beasts didn't just push the development of culinary and construction techniques. It also brought those with exceptional combat skills into the safety of walled cities. This was a necessity both for survival and defense. Among those who gathered the pinnacle of martial strength was the Knights, and the capital's Order of Knights stood as a symbol of military might. When categorizing combat abilities at city, national, or continental levels, where did the benchmark begin? Where did the term Squire level originate? All of these standards were born from the existence of knightly orders, and this one was no exception. The Marquee had investigated Encrid. He had grasped a general understanding of his preferences. What held more value for Encrid than money, women, status, or power? One drop for Sengendet Hjälper digat ga, när 23 kolot pl raven, dagar. Open by digging into his past, understanding his journey, and discerning his purpose, one could get a sense of who he was. The Marquee had done precisely that. They say I'm supposed to be a gift. What's that supposed to mean? Asia said as she stepped into the estate, and Encrid thought he caught a glimpse of the Marquee smiling faintly behind her. Aishia stood in one corner of the training yard, lightly armed and equipped with a sword. A cunning serpent. Andrew had once described the Marquee as a man who had swallowed dozens of snakes and possessed the innards of a hydra. The description fit him perfectly. An inscrutable man. Was he on the Queen's side, Crang's side, Count Mulsan's, or perhaps that of Viscount Mearns? Or was he building a faction of his own? No one could say for sure. As the Marquis of Octo, he merely existed in the capital. Given his substantial influence, even the Queen couldn't dismiss him lightly. As one of the great nobles alongside the Marquis of Bézar, he shared in dividing the kingdom's power. In the current kingdom, there was no Grand Duke or anyone above the rank of Duke, making the Marquis of Octo a central figure of authority. Would such a Marquis side with Crang? The emergence of a Grand Duke, unprecedented till now, would affect his own power. It was said that the Marquis of Bézar didn't welcome Crang either. Marcus himself had stated it outright. Yet despite Encrid's obvious alignment with Crang, the Marquis had personally sought him out, conversed with him, and entrusted him with tasks. An inscrutable man indeed. For now, though, none of that mattered. This isn't something you need to worry about. Encrid was pleased. Standing before him was one of the opponents he had longed to meet, and, if possible, spar with. Speak casually. Aishia nodded and responded, her demeanor as direct as ever. Her short, bright orange hair caught the light as she brushed it back with her hand, her gaze fixed firmly on Encrid. It was astonishing and bewildering. To her, the mere fact that this man stood before her was an anomaly. She vividly recalled the time at the border guard when Marcus had asked her to test Encrid's abilities. The image of Encrid fainting under the pressure of her aura was still fresh in her mind. Luagarn did say he was different. But Aishia trusted her instincts more than others' words. It was only natural for someone walking the knight's path to rely on their own experiences and conviction over hearsay. Back then she had judged Encrid's potential as barely reaching the level of a squire if he was lucky. And even that was a generous assessment. From her perspective, he had no room for further growth. Yet now, this same Encrid stood before her, commanding respect with his reputation and meeting her gaze unflinchingly. How did he do it? What had he done to achieve such feats? A spark of curiosity, akin to the thrill of competition, ignited within her. She wanted to measure his strength for herself. Though she was here for work, she realized immediately upon seeing him. She wasn't just anyone in the Order of Knights. Nor had she become a squire by accident. Becoming a squire required a combination of talent and an insatiable hunger for improvement, honed through wielding weapons, mastering martial arts, and immersing oneself in combat. Locking eyes with Aishia, Encrid paused what he had been doing and faced her. Do that thing again. She casually adjusted her speech as he had requested, and her straightforwardness left a favorable impression. What thing? She asked. Your aura. You'll faint again. Just do it. This time, there was no trace of support from his subordinates. No collective intimidation as there had been before. Andrew Gardner didn't even register in Encrid's mind. The only concern was the subordinates he had seen under Andrew's command before, but even they were nowhere in sight. Isia unleashed her will. She shifted her stance, turning sideways and placing her hand on the hilt of her sword in a gesture of readiness. Will was a technique based on mental force used to break the opponent's resolve. Kneel or die. Encrid felt the killing intent laced within her will. An imaginary blade flew toward him. He knew it wasn't real. The Encrid of the past, who would close his eyes at the sight of a blade or buckle under pressure, was long gone. His unyielding will rose, pushing back against Isia's oppressive force. Taking a step forward, Encrid advanced toward Isia. Her pupils widened. She had heard the rumors, but seeing it for herself made her understand. This man was the real deal. Luagan's assessment had been accurate. Her own judgment, honed by experience, had failed her. Unlike before, when she would overcome pressure by brute force, Encrid had deflected her will with his own. "A duel?" Encrid asked plainly. "Very well." Isia's reply was exuberant. "Shing!" The slender, straight rapier at her hip was unsheathed in a smooth motion. Holding her blade upright in front of her face, she spoke. "Surely you didn't think will was my only specialty? If losing isn't your hobby, you'd better take this seriously." Encrid's response was a subtle provocation. Isia's smile widened. Her expression seemed to say, "I'll fix that attitude of yours." Encrid found her reaction deeply satisfying. As Isia raised her blade, Encrid adjusted the grip on his sword belt, ensuring his movements would be fluid. He shifted his left foot and let his arms hang naturally, a stance of readiness just before battle. A duel right upon arrival. Matters of discussion and business? None of that mattered now. Isia had started seriously from the beginning. There was no need for clumsy exchanges to test the waters. Both of them were knights in training, possessing significant martial prowess. The fact that Encrid had resisted her will was proof enough. "I don't know how many wills you use, but get ready." "This will be fun," Isia said, pointing her rapier forward in a smooth, deliberate motion. Encrid instinctively measured the distance. 5 steps. The pointed rapier gave the illusion of being right at his nose. Encrid shifted sideways, repositioning to face the sun at his back. Isia, however, didn't step forward. Using her left foot as a pivot, she smoothly redirected her blade, keeping the tip fixed on Encrid. The rapier's point still hovered before his eyes. Initially, Encrid focused on Isia, but soon his gaze shifted to her entire figure, then narrowed to her shoulders. Pinpoint focus naturally activated. This was a genuine knight in training. Even though Encrid had faced knights before, he didn't underestimate her. With the heart of the beast, he embraced boldness. With pinpoint focus, he locked onto his opponent. He heightened his sense of evasion, preparing for anything. Despite his readiness to launch an attack at any moment, his field of vision began to shrink. From seeing her full body, his focus narrowed to her shoulder and hand, then to the rapier and the fingers gripping it. Eventually, all he could see was the blade itself. His sight contracted further until only the rapier's tip remained. Finally, even the blade disappeared, leaving only a single point, a point so large it seemed to block his entire view. He knew in his mind that she was merely aiming her sword. And yet, I can't gauge the distance. The 5 steps between them had vanished. All that remained was the single point at the rapier's tip. There was no oppressive force, no pressure. Naturally, his unyielding will didn't activate. All he saw was the rapier's point. Encrid couldn't even attempt to find an opening. How could he, when his focus was wholly consumed by a single point? The more he concentrated, the larger the point became. What are they doing? Watching from the sidelines, Andrew felt baffled. First, Encrid had stepped forward with confidence, then called for a duel. Now, after unsheathing their swords, both of them were frozen. Wasn't this supposed to be a battle? Andrew had expected a high-level duel, but was growing increasingly impatient. Should I say something? Leave them be. Just as Andrew considered speaking, Rem appeared behind him, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. Andrew froze as Rem's grip locked his shoulder and neck. If you interrupt, that blade might come flying at you. Rem's words carried weight as he gently pulled Andrew back. Obediently, Andrew allowed himself to be led away. Rem wasn't the only one present. Ragnar, Jaxon, and Dunbakel had also appeared, their gazes fixed on the center of the training ground. Sweat began to bead on Encrid's forehead. Isaiah, too, was far from composed. The energy radiating from Encrid was fierce and untamed, like a volcano ready to erupt at the slightest provocation. If it erupted, maintaining her current advantage would be impossible. The art of swordsmanship in Rhyonesis was divided into 5 styles: upright, deceptive, heavy, flowing, and swift. These styles were established in a cycle of strengths and weaknesses, each countering another in a carefully balanced relationship. An upright sword was weak against a deceptive sword. A deceptive sword faltered against a heavy sword. A heavy sword was disrupted by a flowing sword. A flowing sword struggled against a swift sword. And finally, a swift sword was caught by the upright sword. While these general rules applied, victory was never guaranteed. The degree of training and individual mastery always played a significant role. A lesser skilled swordsman could still deliver a fatal blow if underestimated. After all, the saying goes, a sword has no eyes. A blind strike can kill anyone, for death is fair to all. The concept of will, was humanity's answer to overcoming these limitations. The refinement of willpower became the hallmark of knights, transcending ordinary skill. Aishia wielded the deceptive sword. Her technique relied on exploiting her opponent's focus, countering with precision strikes. Rem, Jaxon, and Ragnar analyzed her moves immediately, each devising a potential counter-strategy. These 3, being geniuses, found it natural to discern such techniques at a glance. However, they also knew that Aishia could adapt, so the outcome of a direct confrontation was never certain. Dunbakel, observing from the side, had a simpler strategy in mind: strike before she draws. Encrid, on the other hand, didn't fully grasp the intricacies of Aishia's style at first glance. But years of training and countless battles had forged his own path, a unique mastery that belonged solely to him. It didn't matter if he saw points, lines, or shadows. If he couldn't break through, he would shatter the obstacle entirely. The moment he realized time wasn't on his side, Encrid acted. Sheik! The sound of Encrid drawing his sword was sharp and otherworldly, almost too swift to comprehend. The blade left its sheath with minimal friction, a testament to relentless training. This was will of momentum. The blade sparked like a fleeting ember, slicing through the focal point. Clang! Metal collided with metal. Aishia, feeling the strike meet her rapier's tip, responded with explosive speed. Whoosh! Her blade retaliated, faster than it had been struck away, aiming for Encrid's neck. For a brief instant, it seemed blood would spray forth, but Encrid evaded just in time, tilting his head back. Aishia halted there. Any further would have crossed into lethal combat territory. For a first sparring session, the intensity was extreme. In fact, it was enough to make most knights reprimand them for recklessness. Were you trying to kill each other? But Encrid's reaction was far from ordinary. Again? His eyes gleamed with excitement, and a faint, satisfied smile spread across his face. He looked thrilled, as though he'd just escaped death and found it exhilarating. Aishia, baffled, stared at him. Wasn't this man moments away from being struck down? And yet, there wasn't a shred of anger or resentment in his expression. Rest if you're tired, Encrid added nonchalantly. Behind them, others reacted to his remark. "Here we go again. Caught the bug, hmm?" Rem, Ragnar, and Jaxon muttered in turn. Dunbakel said nothing. She reflected on what she had witnessed, realizing she wouldn't have been able to block Ishia's strike. The speed wasn't the issue. Encrid's strikes were fast. It was the timing that made Ishia's technique terrifying. It breaks your rhythm. Dunbakel understood because she had instinctively immersed herself in the fight while watching. Ishia's strikes slipped through the natural pauses in breathing, making them nearly impossible to avoid. If it had been me, my neck would have been severed. Of course, Dunbakel wouldn't have engaged the way Encrid did. She would have immediately retreated and tried to reset the distance. But even then, victory seemed uncertain. Dunbakel exhaled sharply, frustrated by the thought. "You're kind of a strange person," Ishia finally remarked to Encrid. "And you're smiling," he replied with a smirk. He was right. Ishia, rarely one to indulge in pleasure or excitement, found herself grinning. She hadn't felt this thrill in years. "Don't you have breakfast?" "I came here on an empty stomach," Ishia said, shifting the topic. "Andrew?" "Andrew," Encrid called to their host. Andrew nodded. Meals were always prepared promptly in this household. For this group, food was a priority, no matter the chaos surrounding them. Chapter 366. Not all squires are the same. The Crimson Cloak Knights boast 3 renowned knights, each with a unit named after them, a testament to their unparalleled prestige. However, a knight order cannot thrive with just 3 knights. The true backbone of the order is its squires, over 20 of them, to be precise. Of these, fewer than 5 remained stationed in the capital. Additionally, while there were over 50 apprentices, fewer than 10 were left in the city. Udalta Knight ranking system appears to be Squire Knight UA Junior Knight, in training apprentice Knight. Oh, Knight, at least. That's how Ishia described it. Still, there are others with skills on par with Squires. The Royal Guard captain came from the Knight Order, and there's the famed twin bodyguards serving the Marquee. "Twins, you say?" Encrid interrupted, curious. "You met Marquee Octo, didn't you?" "Yeah, fraternal twins. They don't look alike. I was just as surprised when I heard they were twins." Ishia's demeanor was refreshingly unpretentious, at least in Andrew's eyes. Her orange hair, slightly split at the ends, seemed to amplify her lively spirit. Unpretentious and vibrant. A village maiden with no worries, Andrew mused. Svampen lemna kroppen. Gurdet innan du går och lägger dig open in terms of beauty, Esther, the magician, or Kin Baizar might surpass her. But Ishia had a charm that could easily captivate many men. That kind of lively charm, it's irresistible, he thought. She exuded an approachable warmth, breaking any perceived distance with her natural friendliness. The word unreserved came to mind immediately. She joined them at the dining table with ease, eating and drinking as if she'd been there for years. "Pass the bread, please." The surprising part, even Rem and the others treated her without any reservations. This, despite her being a squire of the prestigious Crimson Cloak Knights. Andrew, meanwhile, was struggling to adapt but eventually let go of all seriousness. What's the point? Whenever Encrid was involved, things rarely made logical sense. It was no different from the first time he'd gone on a mission with him. Back then, nothing about it seemed believable either. He acted like he knew the enemy's position inside the brush. Then he set their tents ablaze in the middle of the fight. It wasn't until later I realized this guy operates on a completely different level. Now, while the scale and stakes had grown larger, the dynamic remained the same. Andrew resigned himself to this reality. "Here." Ishia casually sliced a round loaf of bread and tossed it over. Rem caught it mid-air, spread marmalade on it, and took a bite. Ragnar, on the other hand, was cutting salted ham and trimming away the crust to eat only the soft interior of the bread. "Picky." Rem quipped upon noticing. If you're itching for a fight after seeing her in action, hold it. We're eating. Savage. Ragnar retorted without missing a beat. It's not her. It's Aishia. Aishia interjected, raising her hand. All right, Aishia Dortu. Ragnar corrected himself naturally. Aishia even thanked Andrew, the mansion's host, for his hospitality. Of course, hospitality wasn't exactly the right word. She had simply barged in, sparred, and joined them for a meal. Andrew responded with a polite, "You're too kind," ensuring she didn't feel awkward. "He's more my type," Aishia said, pointing at Jaxon. "Most women say that, but don't let it fool you. He's seen more women than you can count." Rem chimed in with a smirk. "They're all just friends." For once, Jaxon responded smoothly, his tone soft. Aishia looked at him and thought, "Yeah, he probably does attract a lot of women." She wasn't smitten or anything. It was merely an observation. Then her gaze shifted to Encrid, who was munching on bread across the table. He was fascinating, a rare sort of human being. "I don't have many female friends either," Encrid remarked, sensing her gaze. "I didn't ask." Spar after this?" Aishia reflexively nodded. "Let's finish eating first." While digesting, she thought about the task at hand. She wasn't here just to socialize. We still have the moonlight beast to deal with. Oh, he has a name? Well, it only appears under moonlight. Not everyone in the capital was an idiot. They had managed to identify the creature's appearance, location, and timing. Listening to the explanation, Encrid asked, "Then why hasn't it been dealt with yet?" After all, there were still 5 squires, not to mention the apprentices and guards. This was the capital of an entire nation. Surely there were enough capable people to handle such an issue. Of course, there were plenty of capable individuals in the capital. And yet the Moonlight Beast had eluded them. This failure stemmed from several reasons. The first was underestimating the foe. The second was the unwillingness of those outside the Night Order to reveal their full strength. "Everyone's too busy guarding their own skin. Can't blame them, though," Aishia said candidly before adding, "One squire already fell to it. Severely injured. Whether they'll survive, well, we'll see." The fact that a squire, one of the elite preparing to become knights, had been taken down spoke volumes about the Moonlight Beast's danger. What about a cleric? Even if someone was injured, why was treatment insufficient? A squire is a symbol of talent, chosen among thousands for their potential. Knights were the embodiment of martial prowess, and the Night Order represented the pinnacle of preparation to join their ranks. Naturally, squires received excellent treatment. Not just good, exceptional. Assigned personal chefs, granted access to clerics' prayers, and blessed by holy powers capable of healing even grave injuries. Even if the injury couldn't be fully healed, the squires would at least be stabilized. Well, the clerics in the capital are all away, and the royal court's exclusive cleric can't use divine power right now for reasons. Encrid thought of the temples he'd noticed while walking through the capital. They were there, several of them in fact. Norelia didn't persecute religion, so the capital boasted multiple temples, though it wasn't a holy city like Legion. Even so, not a single cleric capable of wielding divine power remained. Not exactly. It's just that the clerics who can use divine power are gone. One of them fell victim to the beast early on. When the Moonlight Beast first appeared, the response was slow. It targeted a cleric attuned to divine power, and the attack left her barely clinging to life. She was still alive, but just barely, struggling to survive each day. As for the other clerics capable of using divine power, most had been sent to the borders. Divine power is rare, after all. For now, a royal healer was doing what they could, using alchemical potions and other remedies. "They won't die," Aishia said flatly, her tone carrying an edge that made her resolve clear. "We'll get it. Rem added, lending weight to her determination as if it were the most natural thing in the world. And why wouldn't he? For Rem, this type of hunt was routine. Thanks. Rem, right? Encrid found himself quietly surprised at Aishia's demeanor. Had she always been so personable? They hadn't had much time to talk before, but her current openness was unexpected. Today's cloudy again, Jaxon noted in his usual detached tone. And he was right. Tonight, the moon wouldn't be visible again. Of course, the moonlight beasts didn't always appear, even when the moon was out. Why was that? It was a question worth pondering, one that could lead to theories if enough thought was given. Anyway, it killed the Squire and escaped. A Squire pursued it but couldn't keep up. The beast is incredibly fast. Trying to chase it head-on won't work, Aishia explained. Why hasn't the Night Order stepped in? Having mostly finished his meal, Encrid began clearing his plate when a maid approached to serve tea. Aishia bit into a halved apricot and winced. Too sour? Encrid asked. Yeah. Anyway, why hasn't the Order acted? The palace situation, obviously, she replied, shaking her head. We serve the Queen, she continued. The knights didn't leave the palace's safety entirely to the royal guard. The throne had to be protected. And you? With the Marquee's authority, a few squires could easily be reassigned. That man's been nurturing so many schemes, he's practically got the entrails of a hydra, Aishia said with a dry chuckle. Andrew gave a knowing glance at Encrid, as if to say, see? Everyone calls him that. Encrid nodded slightly. It had been obvious from the start that the Marquee was not someone who revealed his hand easily. But what did it matter? The important thing was that the Moonlight Beast was connected to the Black Blade, and finding its leader was a priority. It's Jaxon's nemesis, Encrid thought. Capturing, or killing, the Moonlight Beast was necessary for several reasons. First, it was a step toward locating the Black Blade's leader. Second, it would protect those who were suffering. Third, it was part of the Marquee's request. Whether the Marquee was a hydra or the reproductive organ of some other cunning creature, it didn't change the task at hand. Does that mean you'll be free by tomorrow? Encrid asked. They would need the moon to rise to be on standby. Unless the clouds parted suddenly during the night, there wasn't much Aishia could do. Yeah. So, let's spar more. Aishia's eyes were burning with passion as she spoke. Encrid also wanted to face her sword again. I want to face you all too. Aishia's fire flared even more. If Shinar saw it, he might want to douse the flames right away. Rem and Ragnar responded to the heat. Sounds good. Anytime. Neither of them was the type to avoid a challenge. Please leave me out of it. Jaxon shook his head. I'll join too. At that moment, Dunbakel joined in with a voice lower than usual. All right? Aishia cheered enthusiastically and ran outside. A sparring session was about to begin. Everyone moved. Andrew joined as well. The 5 trainees, who had been rolling around on one side, quickly became spectators when the sparring began. Even Mac took time out to watch. It was a sparring match between 2 Squire knights. Missing it would be a loss. Of course, watching wouldn't make them improve right away. But if they watched, they could experience the results of their imaginations. That made a huge difference. It was considered lucky for them. Encrid was serious about everything. Aishia, excited like never before, sparred, ate, drank, and even claimed a room in the mansion. The weather became cloudy, and eventually rain poured down. For a while it seemed the moonlight would be hard to see. In the meantime, Encrid learned more and more. Hey, do all junior knights fight the same? Do all knights fight the same? Were mercenaries all the same? How about the soldier rankings in Norelia? Just because someone is a low-ranking soldier doesn't mean they're all the same. No, they're different. Even among low and mid-tier soldiers, differences in skill were evident. The gap became even more pronounced as they moved up to higher ranks. When it comes to Squire Knights, there's a significant difference. And I'm somewhere in the middle. Her talent had been recognized, but in terms of skill, she was average. Among Squire Knights, some are weak and can barely land a few strikes, but there are those who can compete with knights. Aishia's eyes sparkled as she spoke. It was like she was saying she wouldn't stop but would keep moving forward. I see. I didn't know that. It was too far and too high to see clearly. Only after climbing could one see the differences. For instance, Andrew thought Aishia, Encrid, Rem, and Ragnar were all the same type of monster. However, during the sparring, Aishia had never won against Rem or Ragnar. When Rem and Ragnar faced off, Rem had never won against Ragnar. As for Encrid, is it right to insist on using a longsword to break the illusionary blade? Aishia had consistently defeated him. Encrid judged that defeating her in sparring would be difficult. Illusionary blade. He knew what kind of technique she had. Through contemplation and repetition, he figured out how it worked. She planted illusions and obstructed the opponent's sight. She muddied the distance and added speed to it. No, it wasn't just speed. There had been times when he tried to attack, aiming at that speed, but had been countered by her deceptive swordplay. Hidden inside the illusionary blade was a sword that could pop out unpredictably. That in itself was a form of deception. It was the image of her mastering the illusionary blade and using it as a weapon. Encrid smiled when he saw it. The more difficult it was, the more motivated he became. That was the core of who Encrid was. The rain poured for 4 days. Deliberation, reflection, sparring, training. By the time the 4th day passed, the sky cleared up. They had rolled around in the mud, sparred, washed up, and chatted. While discussing how to catch a moonlight beast, Aishia had become close with everyone. Wow, a wizard. That's amazing. She hadn't even had any problems with Esther. Is this your work? What's with your eyes? Can you understand what I'm saying? She had even exchanged greetings with the cross-eyed horse. She wasn't just friendly. It seemed like this was her specialty. Encrid occasionally overheard her stories. I'm from a commoner background. It's a typical story. I grabbed a sword by chance when I was young. Realized my talent. I have one more wish besides becoming a knight. It's not something I should talk about. You're kind of strange. You have a way of making people let their guard down. On the 4th day, just before sunset, it was late afternoon. The full moon will rise, Jaxon said. The sky before the sunset. In the middle of the training grounds, Encrid looked up. The sky was clear, without a cloud in sight. Jackson's words were correct. It wasn't even dark yet, but the faint shape of the moon was visible. It was the round shape of the full moon. Chapter 367. 367. The hard stone is also sharp. 367. The hard stone is also sharp. The moonlight illuminated the city brightly. Even with the possibility of the moonlight beast appearing soon, Encrid didn't rush. Instead, he walked at a steady, unhurried pace, the sound of his steps echoing softly. As he strolled, occasionally glancing around, a few townsfolk lighting the tall lamps recognized him and called out, "Where are you off to?" A resident, glancing briefly at Encrid's companions behind him, asked with curiosity. "Just a night stroll." A calm reply. "That's dangerous, you know." A familiar exchange ensued. Watching this, Aishia's eyes darted back and forth between them in bewilderment. Jaxon leaned over slightly and whispered nonchalantly, "Svampen förs vinnar om en dag. Skrivna expertens recept open." He's a fruit seller. Lately, he's been troubled because his daughter is getting married. Says the boy she's into is a womanizer, charming but trouble. How do you even know that? Just comes up when you chat. Being that uninhibited was something Aishia considered her specialty, Yet she found herself thinking, still, I doubt I could pull it off like that. As they walked forward, Encrid spoke up. Jaxon, if there's any commotion, I'll pinpoint it immediately. At this, Aishia stole a glance at Jaxon. He was precisely her type. A man with a serene demeanor, neatly shaped lips, and an appearance that could easily break many hearts. But what intrigued her more was what he could do. That man's senses are extraordinary. For 3 days, they'd done little else but eat, sleep, spar, and fight. For Aishia, it had been an intense, thrilling experience. Luagan had mentioned it before. The people around Encrid were all monsters. Seen through the eyes of a frog, it was bound to be accurate. Though she'd known it, experiencing it firsthand made her truly grasp the reality. They were all monsters. If she had to summarize Jaxon's fighting style in one word, it would be calculation. Though he had initially declared he wouldn't participate, Jaxon eventually picked up his sword a few times. While it wasn't the life-or-death dueling she had engaged in with Encrid, it was enough to provide insights. The way he fought, observing, calculating, and predicting, revealed an approach where everything unfolded within his mind as he anticipated the next move. What allowed him to achieve this was his acute senses. His sight and hearing were exceptional, a level honed through the rigorous training every squire underwent. Becoming a knight wasn't an easy path, and Aishia herself, as a member of a knightly order, had gone through similar training. Yet, even among junior knights, Jaxon's sensory acuity stood out. If you want to act a step ahead, you must first understand how your opponent's step will move. A teaching from her master surfaced in her mind. That's precisely what Jaxon did. He predicted her sword and moved first. Aishia's specialty, sword point targeting, couldn't even be fully executed against him. Before she could initiate her technique, his blade would inevitably interrupt, either striking at an angle to disrupt her stance or landing precisely to deflect her sword's trajectory. His skills are unique. Still, Aishia believed she could win in a proper duel. While his ability to predict and read the flow of battle was outstanding, the aura emanating from his longsword wasn't particularly overpowering. Not being exceptional didn't diminish its lethality, of course. He's beatable. That was Aishia's assessment. If Jaxon was a calculated fighter, then Ragnar was pure instinct. The problem was that this instinct-driven monster's natural inclinations often turned out to be correct and led him down the right path. This guy. Ragnar's sword reminded her painfully of the one that had once defeated her and forced her to reflect on her past. In other words, he was a monster forged entirely of raw talent. A calculating monster, a creature of pure instinct. Both were formidable in their own ways. Against Ragnar, Aishia had never managed to secure a single victory. "What is it?" she had once asked, frustrated. "A fast and heavy sword." His straightforward reply still annoyed her. A fast and heavy sword, as if it were that simple. But simplicity belonged to the realm of talent. For Aishia, such simplicity was unattainable. Yet, she didn't wallow in envy. If she had, she would never have reached her current level. Does the bread in another's hands always seem bigger? There are plenty of people with skills far superior to yours. Her master's teachings resurfaced again. The fact that this sparring session had left her with so many realizations spoke volumes. What I have is exceptional too. While others' strengths might appear more desirable, the key was to overcome them with her own. Resentment of talent and despair over limitations had no place in Aishia's journey. She had too much of her own to lean on. When the heart falters, the will crumbles. When the will crumbles, the sword shatters. She repeated this mantra to keep jealousy as nothing more than fuel for growth, a secret to steady improvement. And then there was Rem. Looking at him, she found herself wondering, is he a madman or a mad genius? Both, it seemed. If Jaxon was a calculated monster and Ragna a bundle of instinctual talent, Rem was something entirely different. What do you think? Hard to block, isn't it? He lived for fun. His fighting style had no set pattern. Most of his techniques were improvised on the spot. Even when he used familiar techniques, they bore the same chaotic, unpredictable energy, erratic and aggressive. While Ragna's instincts led him down the optimal path, Rem's whimsical nature veered toward pure enjoyment. It was, of course, another form of talent. But in Rem's case, his experience was also layered onto his natural gifts. Rem was the kind of savage who made nonsensical movements seem plausible, all for the sake of fun. That was Rem. How's this? The most remarkable among his techniques was the way he countered a thrust aimed directly at her sword tip. What could you even call it? Axe, edge guard? Axe, blade, shield. He had deflected the tip of a blade by guarding it with the flat edge of his sword, as though it were an axe blade. With that, he nullified and killed the momentum entirely. A bold and unconventional maneuver. As he used this technique to close the distance, the thought arose. Wasn't it? There's nothing scarier than a lunatic. While a brute might be formidable, a madman who seemed willing to accept a blade piercing his own flesh just for amusement was something else entirely. But was Rem the most astonishing one? No. Encrid remained. Intriguing. Utterly fascinating. There was something indescribably unique about Encrid. He's like a stone meticulously compressed and molded over time. His foundation was not just solid, it was unyielding. Yet this didn't detract from his flexibility. His swordsmanship seemed like the result of repeating fundamental motions tens of thousands of times, ingraining them so deeply they became flawless. It was like crafting a clay pot through endless iterations, perfecting it until it became unbreakable. That's what made it so impressive. Most fighters take their natural talents and develop unique techniques from a strong foundation. They refine their skills and expand upon what they're naturally good at. A process driven by talent. But Encrid was different. If he didn't fully understand one step, he couldn't progress. His path wasn't one smoothed by innate gifts. Instead, it was as if he had painstakingly carved his way forward, breaking down each barrier through relentless effort. He seemed like someone who had encountered countless limits, crashed into them over and over, and yet ultimately shattered and transcended them. But limits eat away at people. They sap willpower, sow seeds of surrender, and offer despair in exchange. And he overcame all that? No, surely that was a misconception. So how did he reach his current level? It was a question that defied comprehension. But one thing was certain. An unyielding desire to improve no matter the cost. That must be his foundation. Even at a glance, his tenacity was palpable. A quiet madness that pushed him forward even in the face of death. Even during sparring matches, he never ceased to train his body. When Encrid had done Bakel throw a stone into his side to toughen his endurance, Aishia could only shake her head in disbelief. Not even the knight's training included such extreme measures. It was more akin to watching a monk split boulders with bare hands as a meditative act. Every aspect of his training exuded that quiet, unsettling madness. And the others in the group? They too had skills and talents far beyond ordinary. Were they exceptional? That wasn't clear. But one thing piqued her curiosity. Where in the world did they gather such people? If Aishia knew that this group had been thrown together by a former border guard commander who was left to fend for himself, she wouldn't have been able to hide her astonishment. Regardless, there was no doubt about one thing. They were extraordinary in their own ways. As she organized her thoughts, they reached a crossroads with alleys branching in all directions. "Let's split up here," Encrid said beside her. The dimly lit area bordered the slums and was also home to some of the crime guilds. "Here?" Aishia asked. Here, Encrid confirmed. Why? I'll explain as we go. Aishia, you're with me. Ragna, go with Dunbakel. Jaxon and Rem split up. She didn't need much time to understand. Leaving those two together would only cause problems. Even after spending a few days with them, she was sure of it. Ragna could get lost even while walking around a mansion. If anyone loses track, they're an idiot, a fool, a moron. Ragna hummed bizarre lyrics to an equally strange tune as he wandered into one of the alleys. Well then, Encrid moved first, stepping into the darkness of the alley. He grabbed the edge of a wall and climbed effortlessly, even as some rooftops were nothing more than crude thatches of wood and straw, while others were coated in sturdy plaster. In the fortified city, residential areas were typically crammed together unless it was a high-end district. The roofs of the houses were so close that, with a good sense of balance, it was possible to move across them freely. Some buildings were taller than others, making a fall potentially bone-breaking, but Encrid didn't climb to those heights. He simply settled on a sturdy rooftop. Why here? Aishia asked again, her curiosity piqued. This wasn't her duty as a knight, nor was it part of any oath she had sworn, but a task was still a task. Success was preferable to failure. Lives were at stake, and ensuring the safety of the citizens was paramount. To that end, she needed answers to respond effectively. Understanding their habits makes it easier to figure them out, Encrid explained, elaborating further. Aishia found herself nodding along, without even realizing it. They only appear on moonlit nights, which suggests it's like a madness beyond their control. It made sense. Like madness, it was unmanageable, and its uncontrollable nature left traces behind. If they could control themselves completely, they wouldn't be causing such a commotion. That made sense as well. If Aishia herself had to secretly kill someone, what would she do? She'd pick a target, study their movements, and strike in an isolated location. Even without resorting to assassination techniques, that would be the easiest way. The victims so far, excluding one priest, were all commoners, 1 in the slums, 3 in residential areas. Encrid had shared this information with her, his findings based on thorough investigation. The rain that fell for days likely intensified their madness, and if moonlight influences them, the full moon would stir powerful desires within them. It wasn't a flawless conclusion, but it was plausible. If I were afflicted by such madness and aware of it, I'd try to fulfill my desires as far from my own dwelling as possible. This implied Encrid had already narrowed down the suspect's location. The area farthest from the slum residences? Aisia's gaze instinctively turned toward the city center, beyond the moonlight. The inner city wall marked where the royal palace stood. Nearby lived nobles who couldn't stay within the palace grounds. Uncontrollable desires would cause commotion, so they'd need to divert suspicion. Encrid's explanation concluded, and Aishia accepted it with chills running down her spine. When did you figure all this out? I've been wandering around the city these past few days, piecing things together from what I've heard. Why was this stone trodden upon and toughened, also so sharp? Aishia's eyes were filled with both wonder and astonishment as Encrid nonchalantly shifted his gaze. He'd simply gathered information during trips to the market, tidbits from merchants, guards, woodsmen, and even bards. Aishia hadn't noticed because she hadn't been paying attention. Had she truly been involved in this case, she might have learned as much, but she hadn't bothered to consider how many commoners and victims there were. A squire's death had prompted a junior knight's involvement, but the royal palace was too preoccupied with internal conflicts to treat the Moonlight Beast as more than a secondary issue. Encrid had assumed no one would conduct a proper investigation, and had taken it upon himself to uncover the truth. From the first victim to the growing number of casualties, he pieced together the details, relying on rumors that had spread like wildfire. A fruit vendor, a blacksmith, A gambler's guard, a lumberjack, a poet, a librarian, a tavern maid, a noble's escort. Their words were woven into a tapestry of deductions. A monk's testimony proved decisive. The creature was wearing clothes, a coat that looked quite expensive. It ignored me completely and went straight for the priest, even with the moonlight at its back. This pointed to a creature driven by bloodlust yet capable of rational decisions. Predicting its movements became easier. Unlike beasts or monsters that acted on instinct, humans had reason. If the suspect was thinking and moving intentionally, those thoughts could be discerned. Neutralize the holy threat first, then stir chaos far from their own territory. It was unlikely that a human-turned monster would have stolen and donned a fine coat. It was more plausible they had been wearing it beforehand. Based on how the rumors suddenly ceased, it was likely they had stripped completely before transforming. Jaxon suspected a lycanthrope. Encrid had come to a similar conclusion. And then, a mournful sound echoed, resembling the cry of a night bird. It came from the direction Ragnar had taken earlier. "Let's go," Encrid said, finally moving. Aishia followed close behind. Chapter 368, 368. A Battle to the End, 368. A battle to the end. The Southern Gate Guard captain adjusted his feathered hat, a signature of his station. Tilting its brim a few times, he glanced at the luminous full moon, illuminating the surroundings. "What is my duty?" "To protect the capital." This realization wasn't new. He had always known it. Recent events had only reignited his resolve. A noble turned royal by birth, a prodigal son known as a bastard. The Queen's kin had shown his sense of duty and responsibility. Then the captain reasoned he, too, must fulfill his obligations. The conclusion was simple. The moonlight beast could no longer be tolerated. Thus, he prepared thoroughly upon hearing that even a squire had fallen victim. "Let's move this way." He directed his men. "One drop for Sengendet Hjälpa dig at Gina 23 kilo, PS Taga, 11 daga." "Open but captain, are you sure it'll show up?" A scruffy subordinate, unshaven and disheveled, questioned him. Of course. Even in the capital, some had taken an interest in the moonlight beast, himself included. He scouted the area, gathered intel, and predicted where the creature might appear. A full moon, a place far from the noble residential quarters. Here. If he was wrong, they would simply begin the search again. Resources were scarce, so he brought only 3 trusted soldiers. 4 of them together should be enough to handle a werewolf. He didn't know why it hid during the day and emerged only at night. Some strange magic, no doubt. A mad sorcerer's work, perhaps. The captain scanned the moonlit surroundings. Would it show itself? His anticipation was met. Whack! A grotesque sound filled the air, and the metallic tang of blood followed. Deep in the alleyway, the captain dashed forward. "Captain, follow me!" He barked orders, charging toward the source. Sure enough, a blood-soaked creature loomed within the alley. Pointed, upright ears, and a body covered not in fur but steel-like feathers. Its size was double that of an average human. Its forearms were as thick as thighs. The alleyway barely contained it. 3 grown men could walk side by side in such a space, but now the beast occupied every inch. The captain swallowed hard, knowing fear would lead to defeat. He steadied himself and spoke. Not a werewolf, but an owlman. With that, he drew his sword. The blade gleamed in the moonlight as he gripped it with both hands and locked eyes on the foe. The creature, an owl-like monster, an owlbear, stood in profile. Its round, bloodshot eyes were starkly visible, even under the faint glow. The captain tilted his head back to meet its gaze. A chilling detail seared into his mind. The creature's glance carried an unsettling mix of delight, malice, and predatory focus. Lowering his gaze, the captain noted the bloody ground. There lay a mangled corpse, viscera scattered across the scene. Shredded flesh, broken bones, and dark crimson painted the setting. Each talon of the beast was like a cruelly honed blade. The owlbear trembled, as if savoring its feast. The captain instinctively understood the beast's pleasure. It reveled in this slaughter. Enjoying yourself, are you? To protect the city, to protect its people, to end the terror that painted moonlit nights in dread, this was his duty. With a sudden push, he lunged forward, slashing his blade in a downward arc. The goal wasn't to sever a limb or bisect the body in one strike. A calculated slice to gouge flesh, a technique he had perfected. The owlbear deflected the blade with a casual flick of its talons, angling them precisely to meet the edge. Clang! The collision sent sparks flying. The captain retreated swiftly, realizing the strength behind the beast's parry. Though not a knight, his skill matched that of any seasoned squire. It was this prowess that earned him his rank. But this? A squire had barely managed to survive against it. Even if I wasn't attacking with full force, the impact left his hands trembling. Worse, the beast's movements bore an uncanny intelligence, a deliberate defense rather than blind instinct. This wasn't a fight he could win alone. Sweat poured down his face, but the captain refused to panic. Instead, he shouted to his men, "Surround it!" The owlbear's eyes fixed on him, a maddened mix of joy and bloodlust. The grotesque sight of its human-like eyes, set in a monstrous visage, only heightened the horror. As the captain backed away, the owlbear followed, its movements eerily silent despite its massive frame. Stepping into the open, it halted at the edge of the alleyway, its predatory gaze sweeping over the soldiers who held their spears ready. Moonlight illuminated the area, casting the alley's depths in stark shadow. One of the soldiers gulped audibly, nerves on edge. The captain, drenched in cold sweat, tightened his grip. The owlbear emerged, its calculated steps betraying the cunning of a born predator. Its chest swelled as it inhaled deeply. "Attack!" The captain's voice broke through his fear as he gave the command. A desperate act of resolve despite the overwhelming odds. But before his men could strike, "Ooh!" The owlbear's screech ripped through the air, drowning the captain's words. The cry resonated through the night, an otherworldly wail that shook the very air. The captain froze, his body seized up as if gripped by an unseen force. His heart pounded erratically, and his muscles locked in place. He couldn't move. A prey encountering its natural predator cannot escape the grip of fear. This is why monsters are called the predators of humankind. Among them, the more powerful ones can freeze a human's body with just a roar. The captain of the guard had a vision of the owlbear's claws tearing his throat and ripping into his chest. At that moment, his body stiffened in terror, and the soldiers were no different. "I'm going to die." The fear of death overtook his entire being. It was a roar known to invoke the kind of terror typically associated with high-tier monsters. Like a mouse freezing before a cat, the monster, having subdued its surroundings with a single cry, raised its claws. It intended to decapitate them one by one and drink their brains. After all, nothing could be more exquisite than that. "Kua. Johnny. Tola." A chuckle escaped. Here lay a form of ecstasy, unattainable in human life. At first, it resented its transformed body. Now it did not. Nyasu. Pleasure, sheer, and boundless, overtook it. What need was there to deny such joy? As long as it didn't encounter another squire-like opponent, all would be well. And who in the royal capital could pose a threat now? What could they send after it? 2 squires at best? The city guard? The fallen soldiers at its feet revealed the truth of this reality. The capital had become its dining hall. There was an abundance of food, each morsel ready to be savored. How could this not bring delight? Pleasure surged, and euphoria consumed its body. The feathers quivered in anticipation of the joy to come. Its entire musculature contracted and relaxed in rhythm. The time to revel in pleasure had come. Ku-ha, hey, hey. Drool dripped from its mouth. It was ravenous, eager to devour. Just as it was about to stop thinking and thrust its claws into the next target, tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps reached its ears. From behind and to the left, approximately 20 paces in human terms. Since taking the body of an owlbear, its sense of hearing had sharpened above all else. Measuring distance through sound was effortless. The owlbear determined the source of the sound was approaching. Its instincts as a monster moved faster than human reason. Adi. It extended its claws, now twice as long, and crossed its arms defensively in front of it. Deep within the alley, in the shadows, the owlbear's vision detected the oncoming object with precision. Its nocturnal eyesight turned darkness into daylight clarity. A mass, leaving behind a faint white trail, shot out from the darkness. The mass suddenly accelerated. Whatever flew towards it moved 3 times faster than the running sound suggested. Wang! The owlbear saw a line cutting through the space before it. The line originated from the mass's arm, aimed to cleave through its body. 2 distinct strikes. Instinctively, it raised its arms to block. Holding them horizontally as if forming a shield, it braced for impact. The flying lines struck its forearms. Thunk! A dull sound echoed. The owlbear felt the shock. Its feathers, tough as steel, weren't cut, but the force reverberated through its body. The wielder of the strikes retreated even faster than they attacked. The owlbear, upon blocking, immediately lunged with its right foot towards where the opponent had been. But its foe evaded with a fluid motion. Its claws raked through the air where the target had just stood, leaving nothing but empty space. Repositioning its outstretched foot, the monster turned its gaze to the adversary and tilted its head in curiosity. What's this? Was there another one besides me? Plenty of meals to go around. Its form was that of a beast, half human, half creature in appearance. Yet it spoke as naturally as any human. Speaking, the owlbear concluded through scent and sound that the opponent wasn't alone. Even so, it couldn't afford to focus elsewhere. The aura emanating from the opponent before it demanded undivided attention. The being that had launched the dual strikes glared back at it. Golden eyes, shining unnaturally bright, maintained their glow even in the moonlight. Hey, I'm a beastkin. The words were directed at it. What difference does that make? I was human once and became an owlbear. It was angry, annoyed at the interruption of its pleasure and euphoria, but saw no reason to fight a fellow predator. There was plenty of food, and the city was vast. No need to quarrel over the source of its joy. Before its claws, age or gender made no difference among humans. The golden-eyed beastkin clenched their teeth, their voice almost a shout. You son of a bitch! There are no owls among beastkin! Dunbakel dashed forward in her white lion form. Bang! Pushing off the ground, her body stretched out in a long stride. In her hands were 2 scimitars, shorter by a palm than the typical blades but familiar and well-practiced. The blades moved in erratic patterns, aiming for the owlbear's forearms. This was the falling stab, a technique she had developed after observing Encrid's methods and adapting them into her own. Slash to stab, stab to slash. Chaotic, ever-shifting, but the owlbear's superhuman senses perceived it all, and its monstrous body responded to every speed and trajectory. Clang! 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 Its steel-like claws deflected the strikes, countering as it sought openings. Even as a human, it had trained rigorously. It knew more than enough techniques. Spotting a gap in the beastkin's movements, it extended its claws toward her abdomen. Dunbakel pivoted on her left foot, spinning her body. As she turned, the scimitars in her hands slashed out. Ping! A strike twice as fast as before sliced horizontally through the air. The owlbear, after extending its leg, refrained from further attack. Troublesome. She was more skilled than the previous squire. But was this truly a problem? It decided not. Even if things go wrong, I'll run if I have to. What's this? A baby owl. The thought couldn't even reach its conclusion. From behind, there was a figure to one side, swinging a long-hafted axe in fluid arcs. That face looks familiar. Where had he seen it before? He searched his memory. No use. Yet the aura emanating from the figure was anything but ordinary. Should I run? Instinct screamed a warning. His reasoning reached the same verdict. Answer my questions, and you'll leave here in one piece. The voice came from directly behind him. Startled enough to panic, he swung his elbow reflexively. His steel-like feathers, a deadly weapon, could pulverize an ordinary human if they landed a solid blow. But his target dodged. The figure retreated immediately after speaking, almost as if they predicted his reaction. They moved away faster than he could strike, through the subtle movements in the air. The figure asked. The owlbear responded by compressing air in its gut and releasing it in a thunderous roar. Oh! Bring fear. His bellow echoed through the air. The power of the beast reverberated, shaking the atmosphere. At least one of them would wet themselves and collapse in terror, like that soldier earlier. The man in the feathered hat barely held his ground, but the others were not so fortunate. Several soldiers fell to their knees, some even soiling themselves. Yet despite the owlbear's expectations, none seemed truly overwhelmed. Why were they all so composed? The man with the axe even managed a mocking grin. Stop making such a racket, you damn monster, there are people sleeping. Then another figure stepped forward. This one walked deliberately, wielding a long whip. What's this? You out for a nighttime stroll too? The man with the axe asked. The one with the whip was someone the owlbear recognized. Shouldn't he be elsewhere right now? His name was Matthew, the bodyguard of Cryionaut Angius Norelius, the man who caused chaos in the royal palace, claiming the title of Grand Duke for himself. It was thanks to him that the owlbear could freely enjoy its meals during such a time of turmoil. The more chaotic the palace, the fewer eyes turned toward him. A few nighttime disappearances wouldn't raise an uproar. At worst, the city guards would step in. The moonlight beast targeted commoners, especially the impoverished. He avoided nobles, ensuring no unnecessary backlash. As long as he didn't encroach on anyone's territory, no one would intervene. So, all of this, everything happening now, was completely unexpected. It was incomprehensible to him. There were those who acted not for gain, but to protect citizens' safety. People who upheld responsibility and duty, risking their lives to chase him. And some, with natural insight and observation, deciphered the patterns behind his actions. The owlbear couldn't fully grasp this. He had simply become a being intoxicated by slaughter, like an addict chasing another hit. Even so, he considered himself rational. He believed his actions were based on reason and logic. All lies. His reasoning had devolved into a tool for pursuing pleasure. It was a side effect he didn't even realize. What the hell are you people? The captain of the South Gate Guard managed to stand and speak. He had barely overcome his fear. Though his jaw trembled, he clenched his teeth and endured. That steadiness brought him some relief. Even the atmosphere around him contributed to his sense of stability. The tides were shifting. The owlbear couldn't finish off the soldier he'd downed. nor could he freely tear apart the white lion beastkin who had charged at him. The beast sensed a threat. Something felt off about the situation. But even so, dying here wasn't an option. Never. After savoring such ecstasy, he couldn't abandon it. He had to survive and continue living like this, devouring countless humans, chewing and swallowing their brains, blood, and entrails. Ooh! With a brief roar, he reaffirmed his resolve and determination. Even if the path was misguided, his willpower was absolute. The owlbear had wounded the squire. The blend of his beastly strength and the intellect retained from his human nature made it possible. Fools! The owlbear roared, his meaning unmistakable in the tone. The listeners responded. Why can it talk so well? The man with the axe remarked. Were you sent on orders from the Marquee? So he decided to handle it personally, Matthew said, paying more attention to those around him than to the beast. Shut up, you damn monster bird, the beastkin growled. The man standing behind him didn't even reach for his sword. He simply watched, his expression indifferent. Even so, fear crept in. Moving closer to him meant death. The primal instincts of the beast warned him. And those instincts were right. Ragnar was contemplating whether to strike or not. And then, who is the leader of the Black Blade? Speak now. I'll send you off cleanly, sparing you from that barbarian's axe or the savage swordsman's blade. Behind him, another voice spoke calmly and confidently. Who was this guy? Why did he keep talking about sending him somewhere? Just cooperate, the figure said. Standing in the moonlight, he was visible but faint, blurred. Only then did the owlbear realize. The man's surroundings seemed unnaturally quiet, his presence faint. Lose sight of him for a second, and he'd likely slip behind and drive a blade into his back. A deeply unsettling opponent. Speak. I don't know anything like that. The owlbear, overwhelmed, responded before realizing it. I see, the figure muttered before stepping back. That alone significantly lessened the pressure. Of course, it didn't mean the danger was gone. As he heightened his wariness, searching for an escape, another voice rang out. Captain of the Guard! This one was unmistakably familiar. Chapter 369. Without the people, there is no king. How many more of them were coming? The chaos was overwhelming. Owlbear's gaze shifted to the one who had just spoken. Encrid? The monster saw yet another familiar face and almost involuntarily called out his name. Encrid quickly scanned the surroundings. His gaze lingered on those present and the man wearing the feathered hat before locking eyes with the owlbear. Their eyes met, and in that moment, Encrid organized several facts in his mind. The opponent recognized him. The opponent was likely a noble. There was a connection to the Black Blade. The opponent was mid-transformation into a monster. The opponent knew how to use that transformation. The brown eyes resembled someone familiar. Swampen lemna kroppen. Gurdet inan dugara och legadikopen. A name surfaced in his mind. Someone with a trained physique, a foul stench, and an overemphasis on propriety. The thought brought clarity. A figure he had rarely seen recently, but was once affiliated with Count Molson. So, was Count Molson allied with the Black Blade? While more questions arose, Encrid felt he had identified the opponent and said, Baron Bentra. The owlbear Bentra finally understood why these faces were so familiar. He had brushed past them once while entering the royal palace, and as the realization struck, he pushed off the ground to flee. He had to run. He knew exactly what these people, the so-called madmen unit, were capable of. But the attempt at escape was futile. Whoosh! The moment he leaped, a spinning disc soared over his head. The sound alone sent a primal warning through his body. If you jump, you'll die. It was a brutally fast throwing axe, one that even his monstrous form couldn't withstand. He ducked instead, crouching to avoid the blow, abandoning his escape and freezing in place. "Good. I'll carve you up," said the golden-haired swordsman as he approached. This was the one radiating that ominous aura from the start. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he closed the distance. With a swift vertical strike, the sword descended like a thunderbolt. Benchino, now fully transformed into the owlbear, puffed up his feathers and crossed his arms to block the strike. Clang! Crack! Squish! The blade seemed stopped at first, but then bit halfway into his arms. Cra! A horrible scream, part human and part monster, echoed in agony. "That's for my comrade." In that brief moment, another attack came. A thin blade aimed straight for his heart, wielded by Aishia, a knight trainee accompanying Encrid. She had been standing inconspicuously behind him before darting forward to deliver a piercing strike. "Damn it!" Benchino clenched his chest muscles and leaped backward to avoid a fatal blow. "Whip!" The slender blade pierced through the feathers, muscle, and flesh, leaving behind a crimson trail as it exited. The blood that followed was thick and dark, almost black. These opponents weren't ordinary soldiers, they were knight trainees, at the very least. Or perhaps that wasn't the real issue. In this place stood at least 5 others who matched or exceeded Aisha's skill. It wouldn't have mattered if he turned into an owlbear or an owlbear elder. The moment he encountered them, the fight was over. Their job was to find him, not to fight him. The outcome was inevitable from the moment they crossed paths. What surprised him, however, was Crang sending his guards and the southern captain stepping forward. At least, it meant some cared about the city's safety and order. Roar! Benchino let out a few more desperate cries. "Damn it," he cursed, enduring the onslaught. "Spare me," he begged, pleading for his life. Watching all this unfold, the southern garrison captain quietly cursed his own failure to recognize the monster's true nature earlier. They're all monsters themselves. These madmen were toying with an actual monster as though it were nothing. At last, Benchino's resistance ended. After taking several wounds, including a pierced thigh and a cracked skull, his neck was half severed by a well-aimed axe blow. Splurt! Under Rem's precise strike, Benchino collapsed, bleeding profusely. His body fell forward, face first, into the ground. As the blood drained from his monstrous form, the transformation unraveled. The feathers receded, and his trembling body returned to a human shape. Even so, the grievous wounds remained. The transformation back to human did not change the fatal outcome. As Benchino collapsed, vomiting blood, Encrid crouched down in front of him. "Why are you here?" he asked. There was no intention of answering, of course. However, as the regret surged while he was dying, Benchino spoke with resentment. "It's unfair." The arrow of resentment was not directed at Encrid. It was aimed at the one who had caused him to become this way. Indulging in desire and pleasure was a side effect. It was not what he truly wanted. Though he had lost his human identity by becoming a monster, before his death, he had found a part of his humanity again. For that reason, he felt it was unfair. "How did you become a monster?" Encrid asked. Drugs, Benchino whispered as he died. The light in his eyes slowly faded. He was about to die. Encrid could ask no more. Benchino gathered his remaining strength. He couldn't die without saying this. "I am not the last." Count Mulsan nodded after receiving the report. He was discovered and killed earlier than expected. The subordinate stood in the middle of the study, speaking, while the Count, leaning back in his chair, responded indifferently. "It doesn't matter. He was a disposable piece anyway." Was this another of Encrid's doing? Those guys sure were troublesome. But the Count's words were sincere. "Are the preparations ready?" "Less than 2 weeks left." "All right." It was the night of the full moon. The Count, drinking wine with the night as his companion, set down his glass and spoke. Let's meet in 2 weeks, Your Majesty. Whether the one sitting on the throne would be him or the Queen would be known by then. In front of the corpse of the now Baron Bentra, the Feather Hat Guard captain showed his respect to Encrid. Please forgive my previous rudeness. It wasn't rudeness. Guarding the door was something that had to be done after all. I thank you for your assistance, he said. Encrid dismissed it casually. He thought it was something anyone would have done. What bothered him more was what Baron Bentra had said before crossing the river. By the way, is it okay for you to leave your post? Encrid asked Matthew. He didn't know what was happening inside the palace, but he knew it wasn't a typical dangerous situation. But Crang's guard had come here. If there is no king, then I am no one. If there are no citizens, there is no king, Matthew replied. Encrid understood. This was likely a message from Crang. If someone could become king while ignoring the death of people at the hands of the Moonlight Beast, then it meant nothing to him. That thought was something he deeply agreed with. It made him want to help. Someone like Crang. Anyway, it seems like it was cleaned up, Encrid said. And Rem suggested they spar since things were slow. Ragnar wiped the blood and oil from his sword. On the side, Dunbakel nodded as she picked up her scythe. Nice, this. She seemed pleased as she held the item that had been in the assassin's hand. Was there another one with a scent like this? Encrid asked. Dunbakel shook her head. I didn't see anyone with a similar scent. But if there was someone else, why weren't they causing a commotion? Wasn't the Moonlight Beast the only one? No, the opponent had been intoxicated by the blood of monsters. He had succumbed to his instincts and sought pleasure through carnage. Even without the gatekeeper's words, this was a deduction gathered from questioning. Encrid thought that Bentra might have been spouting nonsense as he died, but at that moment, Bentra had been sincere. He wasn't dull enough to miss that. So, where was this other person? It wasn't in the capital. Then what else was there? What was it? A brief contemplation followed. Count Mulsanne made a chimera. By uttering that sentence, Encrid concluded. Hey, we need to report that to the palace immediately, Encrid said and left. This was an urgent matter, no matter the time of night. Wait. Before leaving, Matthew approached. In the end, he hadn't even seen the man use his whip. It had been Rem, Ragnar, Dunbakel, and Aishia who had caught Allbear. Do you have something to say? Matthew hesitated for a moment, selecting his words carefully, then seemingly decided, biting down on his teeth before speaking. Help, my lord. All right. If danger comes, just once, yeah. I'll help. What did they think? Why was he staying here instead of going home? He was here to wield his sword by Crang's side after witnessing what he had done. He would become a king for Norelia. More than that, by sending the whip guards here, he had proven his actions matched his words. He said he would protect the nation, the people, the citizens. He said he would be that king. And at the same time, he said he would be a friend. For someone like him, even if he wouldn't become his knight immediately, he was worth wielding a sword for. Encrid had already thought this through, so his answer came quickly. It was a response so fast it startled Matthew. He's not someone who would stop by my side, so I won't expect help. Those were Crang's own words. He said he would handle this on his own. It was a gamble, but he said it couldn't be won otherwise. All right. Matthew turned away. The next morning, news reached Andrew's mansion. It wasn't about the events of the night. The story of Baron Bentra's death was already buried. Everyone kept it quiet. The story of capturing the Moonlight Beast had faded into the background. What reached them was news of the Grand Duke title ceremony. It was the signal Crang had sent up. Perhaps because of that, Aishia no longer showed her face. It felt empty after spending days together, and then, suddenly, not seeing her. Hey, isn't that Junior Knight coming? Rem asked. They say the title ceremony is happening. She must be busy. Encrid replied, dripping with sweat. He too was disappointed. I wish we could have had 100, no, 200 more matches. Then he would have been able to break through that sword point. But in reality, it would have taken much more time to truly overpower Asia. It was all regrettable. She was the kind of opponent he wanted to face dozens, even hundreds of more times. Well, since it's a shame, I guess I'll have to beat the captain instead. Rem said, scratching an itch with a grin. Encrid felt the same way. The internal affairs of the palace changed day by day. Everything was going according to Crang's plan. And Crang further fueled the fire. Are you just going to watch? A Grand Duke? Am I digging my own grave? It was something that would provoke all the nobles. Within the palace, where the Marquisate was the highest rank, the Queen had declared that she would bestow the title of Grand Duke upon Crang. Where is Baron Bentra? Viscount Mearns asked. He was the one who had united all the factions within the palace. The factions, once scattered, had come together partly because of the existence of Crang on the opposing side. Having subdued Marcus Baezar and several other nobles, he immediately backed the Queen and aimed to receive the Grand Duke title. Everything he did was a threat to the nobility. From the institutional reforms to strengthen the monarchy, it was clear that they couldn't just sit by and watch. He had to be dealt with. He was threatening the entire nobility. It seemed the Queen had lent her strength behind the scenes, but usually the loudest ones were the first to be taken down. Is he being arrogant just because he has the Queen's backing? Viscount Mearns thought that Crang's actions were ultimately the Queen's will. Why, Your Majesty, this would surely lead to a catastrophe. It was inevitable. The factions had gathered and united. If they didn't direct their combined strength outward, it would lead to a headache. The Queen had essentially dug her own grave. The title ceremony was in 1 week. Viscount Mearns had moved the assassination guild. He had used the strength that supported him. The remaining forces of the Black Blade bandits entered the palace. Among the royal guards, he had some on his side. He also informed some of the knights who had switched sides about the impending war. This is loyalty. The tide had already turned. Civil war would only devour the nation. If that's the case, the solution was to quell everything before it even began. If the Queen planned to use her suddenly appearing brother as a shield, that brother will die. Then the Queen would no longer engage in such acts. She would become a puppet on the throne. Afterward, the true king would rise. That's where my work ends. The Viscount muttered quietly. Everything would be over by the day before the title ceremony. Chapter 370. Color contrast the water ripples. The only source of light in the pitch-black darkness illuminates the surroundings. Following the trace of the light, a figure holding a lamp on the boat appears. Encrid's body is carried in a long boat that crosses the river. Has the boat become bigger, longer, or is that just an illusion? It's been a long time since this dream. The ferryman stands on the opposite side, holding the oars. It's been a while, Encrid says. His eyes, nose, mouth, and even skin are visible. The cracked, dark gray skin shows no hint of humanity. Reading his expression is still difficult, but compared to their first meeting, there's more to see now. At least his eyes, nose, and mouth are visible. And now he can even speak. Svampen försvinner om 1 dag. Skrivna expertens, recept open. The ferryman opens his mouth. The line briefly opens and closes in a way that makes reading his lips impossible. This wall will be interesting, he says. His heavy, low voice feels like a blunt hammer. Once words are spoken, they reach their target instantly. No weapon is faster than that. Before Encrid could defend, it felt as though his heart was struck by the ferryman's words, like a hammer. The shock spreads throughout his body. His body trembles. He feels the vibration. It triggers a primal fear within him. That's what the ferryman does. And Encrid responds, "I'll look forward to it." He enjoyed everything. In this place, there is no heart of the beast, no sense of evasion, no isolation technique, no disciplined body. Only his true nature remains. Encrid responded with his own will, beliefs, and resolve. In truth, he enjoyed it. He truly enjoyed the situation. These words came from his heart. His heart trembled. The shock flowed through his body. Everything would become a stepping stone for the future. The expectation to overcome fear. Could there be a day when it doesn't serve as a stepping stone? Maybe, but no. It's a contradiction. Opposing words. But for Encrid, they fit perfectly. Even the flowers blooming in the field have something to teach. There's something to learn from the stars in the night sky. There's something to learn from the dandelion seeds scattered by the wind. Ponder. Worry. Suffer. Think and think again. Don't forget that everything could become your sword. The teacher, the instructor, the mercenaries, Rem, Ragnar, Jaxon, Audin, Esther, Dunbickle, Teresa, Craze, and recently even Aishia. The countless others, those who died by his sword. The first enemy from repeating today. The swordsman of the Hurrier family. Magic, spells, curses, and traps and strategies. Everything was a lesson. Is it madness or resolve? The ferryman asked. His figure gradually fades. This place is a dream, an inner world. He will soon wake up. Or is it the struggle of an ignorant person? The ferryman looks at Encrid. His eye color changes rapidly. It turns blue, then red, black like pitch, then purple, and even resembles the color of dark bark. Only then did Encrid realize he was finally meeting the ferryman's eyes. "Now you're looking me in the eyes," the ferryman says. He hears a hint of admiration in the voice. With that, Encrid wakes up. It's been a while. It's been a long time since the ferryman appeared in his dream. It feels like it's been ages since he last saw him. Lately, he hadn't been repeating today. Is that why he let his guard down? Not repeating today? That wasn't it. Not when he caught the moonlight beast, not when he fought Aishia. As thoughts turn to Aishia, the fight with her comes to mind. It's a pity, so much of a pity. It would have been fun to fight a little more. There was so much more to learn. But she left. From Aishia, Rem, Ragnar, and Jaxon, a certain formality was visible, something rarely seen in others. Did she build her foundation in the Night Order? He wondered. Soft yet upright. Though it's called a fencing sword, it's completely different from the mercenary sword style of Valen. A fencing sword deceives and confuses the opponent. It's a technique that uses the opponent's focus against them, leaving out the deception part. It wouldn't work on most warriors or swordsmen. Probably, below the night level, Asia's sword point thrust could be ignored, and one could thrust their sword out instead. Ignorance often seems bold. Of course, if they were at that level, even the sword point thrust wouldn't be necessary. Though their time together was short, there was so much to learn. It was the same mindset as in the dream. Even the dandelion seeds flying through the air have something to teach. Everything that happens around me is my teacher. If there's a lesson, he will ponder, learn, and absorb it. Though he didn't realize it, Encrid's desire for improvement always burned within him. It was the desire to go further, the urge to improve his skill level and technique. It naturally led to a more proactive attitude, and not stopping there. He also began reflecting on himself. Now he knew that this was actually the faster path. Rest is important, and there are times when it's more necessary to step back and take a look from a distance. Now he understands that. There were things he didn't know when meeting and learning from countless instructors. Now as each one becomes clearer, he starts to realize and reflect on them. Encrid understood that the time spent was not wasted. He rose with his thoughts and began his repetitive daily routine. After stepping out, he bounced lightly in place to warm up his body. Only then did he perform a unique isolation technique, loosening each joint and stretching his muscles. Next, he had Andrew stand in front of a pile of garden stones, grabbing one in each hand and pulling them up. The process also strengthened his thighs, core, and even the thigh muscles when sitting and standing. By now he had long forgotten the dream of being a ferryman and had let go of his ambitions. At that moment, there was nothing but pure zeal. "Isn't this getting boring?" Andrew, who had come out late, clicked his tongue. "What?" Encrid asked as he took a breath and rested for a moment. "Everything you're doing. I mean all of it. Training his body in the morning, then enduring the hits from Dunbakel's rocks or Rem's punches, followed by practicing swordsmanship and various weapons. Afterward, more sparring and different training, and in his spare time, teaching both himself and his students. He was performing this overwhelming schedule every day without batting an eye. Andrew was amazed, wondering if this was even possible for a human. Andrew's question carried this feeling. He had even recently returned after fighting something referred to as a moonlight beast, which he wasn't sure whether it was a human or a monster. He spoke of it like a casual evening stroll. Andrew couldn't believe that Encrid was human. His life was even more brutal than before. Back when he was under Encrid's command, the training was tough. But compared to now, Encrid's abilities had improved vastly, yet the training volume hadn't decreased. If anything, it had increased, becoming more intense and extreme. "Actually," Encrid spoke up. "Actually?" Andrew asked, prompting him when Encrid paused. "It's so fun, I could die." Andrew's lips parted, then closed, then parted again. He found it hard to say anything. Yet, he felt that if he didn't say something out of sheer admiration, his chest would feel like it was suffocating. So, he turned his head to the side and murmured quietly to himself. "Crazy bastard," he whispered, but Encrid, of course, heard it. Soon Jaxon, who had appeared, gave him a piece of advice. "It's all audible." "What?" Startled by not sensing his presence, Andrew turned around and asked. "The boss has sharp ears," Jaxon kindly explained again. Andrew's suspicious gaze turned toward Encrid. "I didn't hear you call me a crazy bastard." Andrew sighed. "Let's start training." That day the isolation technique began, specially tailored for Andrew.au. The human body adapts. So when the intensity remains the same every day, it naturally becomes weaker. Thus, it had to be made more grueling, more intense. Encrid gave Andrew that gift. Why do we? All 5 students had to endure the increased intensity of the training. They looked at each other, and a sense of resentment seemed to cloud their eyes. "You all seem to have plenty of time," Rem said with a laugh. "Where did those eyes come from? Resentment? What is this?" "Whoa. Good, good." Rem chuckled, and the faces of the 5 students turned pale. Ragnar came out to the training grounds late in the morning. He looked like a completely different person compared to before. It seemed like another normal day, except that tomorrow was Crang's title conferment ceremony. But things were different. Encrid felt the change in the air on his skin. "It's quiet." Rem sensed something wild in the air, just like Dunbakel did. "Get ready," Encrid spoke. Rem nodded without saying anything, and everyone started moving. Encrid too gathered his gear. 6 whistle daggers. If the timing was right, they could be quite useful. He also prepared 3 swords, a bandage-style armor wrapped around his body, and over that a leather armor. The armor was made from tough cloth on the inside. It restricted movement, but it wasn't too much of an obstacle. It was Andrew's gift. "Prepare your weapons." It was right after the morning training. Encrid's words caused Andrew and the 5 students to gather. "What's going on?" Mac asked. Did he feel the strange atmosphere too? Was he just asking because he was nervous from seeing Encrid and the others? "The mood is off," Dunbakel answered. Ragnar, who had been picking up his sword, also grabbed a short sword at his waist. And then Encrid tightened his bootlaces. Starting with his sword belt, he meticulously checked all his equipment while casting a glance around the mansion and listening intently. "There's no one, right?" Rem wasn't wrong when he said the area felt eerily quiet. At Encrid's words, Jaxon nodded. Instead of his long sword, Jaxon had a shorter sword, about the length of his forearm, strapped to his waist. The moment Jaxon sensed the unnatural atmosphere, he surveyed the surroundings. There was no one around the mansion, not even a single dog in sight on the usually busy road. Beyond the well-cleaned stone path, a few people could be seen lurking inside the house. Had someone cleared the area? No, the locals simply weren't coming near the mansion. The area had already been surrounded by soldiers. Armed guards, with spears and swords, were visible, numbering over 20. Encrid ignored them. With such a small number, they wouldn't do anything significant. So, what were they planning? After all, his backing was from Craze. Marcus. Were they really going to act against him? What are they up to? He couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. After waiting a moment, Esther suddenly raised her head. Her eyes met Encrid's. Esther, who had been lying still, snapped to attention, reacting to something in the air. A spell. More precisely, it was a magical disturbance. Someone had been playing magical tricks here. Nothing immediate would happen, but if left unchecked, whatever was planned could proceed. There's a saying among mages, "The one who prepares wins." It's about being prepared and understanding your opponent. Do they know me? From a magical perspective, they likely did. After all, hadn't she killed Galuf, the one holding the magical currents? One of his apprentices might have recognized her presence. Who could it be? Rather than curiosity, it was pride that filled her. There was a reason she was called the Witch of Battle. Esther never shied away from a fight. Rumors about her being weakened by a curse had spread, hadn't they? If the person who came here knew that, they would regret it deeply. Esther took a step forward, shifting from her leopard form into her human shape. Her fur vanished, revealing smooth white skin, and the remaining fur transformed into a long coat. She adjusted the coat, glancing around. "If you look, you'll lose your eyes." Just as Encrid grabbed Andrew by the chin and turned his face away, Esther muttered her words. "Well done." With a short compliment, she continued her steps. "I'll be back soon." Encrid didn't ask where she was going. She would handle it herself. If there was something magical afoot, she would take care of it. Though not overly concerned, he couldn't help but offer a word of encouragement. "Don't come back beaten. Who are you worrying about?" With a smug and arrogant tone, Esther pulled her long black hair back and tied it tightly, then effortlessly leaped over the wall. Soon her coat was fitted with long leather pants and a white shirt beneath. As she freed herself from the curse's effects, creating protective spells on her clothing wasn't difficult. She hadn't spent all her time lying on cushions. Esther had prepared herself in various ways. Not all mages are prophets, but those who wield magic properly develop an instinct to foresee danger. Esther was no exception. She hadn't foreseen this moment, but she had prepared for it. She was about to show that preparation in action. After Esther left, Encrid turned his head slightly and moved his ears a few times before speaking. "Andrew, stay inside the mansion and defend it." "What? There are too many of them." Andrew didn't question it and simply followed the instructions. Everyone inside. A few servants, the remaining maids, butlers, Mac, and the 5 trainees, entered the mansion first, while Andrew stayed behind in the training area. When Encrid glanced at Andrew, he answered back, "Shouldn't I lend a hand?" It seemed like a lot of them. Though it was a nuisance to fight and defend, Andrew wasn't someone who would be easily overwhelmed. The 5 trainees and Mac would likely hold their ground. Encrid hadn't planned on letting anyone into the mansion in the first place. Thundering footsteps echoed. The ground vibrated, and Encrid could feel the approaching presence in his bones. A cloud of dust rose as a cavalry unit galloped across the stone path. At the entrance to the mansion, the soldiers formed a tight blockade. At the front, a man in ornate armor raised his voice. "I'm Pullman Vertes. Is Encrid here? The constable?" Upon hearing the name, Andrew murmured, "That's me. Golda." Encrid raised his hand. His gloves, reinforced with thick leather and iron plates, gave the impression of someone fully armed. It was evident to the constable, too. The soldiers surrounding the mansion numbered around 20, but now more than 30 cavalry had arrived, accompanied by infantry, bringing the total to over 100. It seemed like the entire guard had gathered. Among them was the gate captain from the time they captured the Moonlight Beast, his face pale as he looked at Encrid. "You are hereby arrested for the murder of Baron Bentra," the constable declared from his horse. How ridiculous. Encrid silently expressed his thoughts. "Ridiculous," Rem echoed aloud. At the concise response, the constable's face turned bright red. The gate captain looked pale in stark contrast. Chapter 371. Persuading the constable. What did you say? Pullman Vertes, though unintentionally, was stared at by Encrid, who had memorized his name. Pullman's face turned red with fury. A constable, meaning a bureaucrat? Naturally, he's a noble. But what's going on here in this palace? Are they pulling nobles out of some bottomless pocket? Aren't there too many of them? It seems everyone is either a baron, viscount, or something similar. Nobles with blue blood. Haven't they handed out titles too recklessly? This fleeting thought quickly disappeared and faded from his mind. Whether there are too many or too few nobles, it was none of Encrid's business. Though he did think that maybe they could stand to reduce the number a bit. Magdalena Anderson, 11,000 kr, Ventar PN, de Somme Air, Föda, Thura 1969. Open hay. Rem spoke, picking his ear and addressing Pullman, who was still angry. "Listen closely now. This guy, who does he think he is? Stepping out like that?" The commander of the guards, likely the one in charge of the other gate, shouted angrily. "Cap!" The gatekeeper of the south gate smacked his forehead in exasperation. It seemed he didn't understand why his superior was causing a scene. Encrid understood the military, and he understood soldiers. How many of them had actually come here, under their own will? The quick-witted, sharp-eared soldiers seemed uncomfortable. They knew what these people had done for them. These were the people who had dealt with the Moonlight Beast and ensured the safety of their families, citizens, comrades, and friends. They had done what they were supposed to do in their stead. Their eyes were uneasy, their expressions similarly conflicted. Especially around the south gate captain, there were many soldiers with similar discomfort. Ignoring the man who had spoken, Rem continued. "That Moonlight Beast killed and threatened the citizens. But what happened? You couldn't deal with it, so we had to come join in. We caught it only to find out it was some guy named Bentra or something. And now murder, you idiot!" One of the guards, completely enraged, raised a spear taller than himself. It seemed like he was about to charge right at them. Rem lowered his hand, which had been scratching his ear, and looked at him. If the man made a move, Rem was ready to cut him down right then. "Wait, hold on, just a second." The south gate captain stepped forward in a hurry. If this kept going, things would spiral into a massive disaster. He had seen Encrid and his companions fight before. Pullman was blinded by jealousy, thinking it was his chance to act. But the captain had stopped him in time. If this escalated and wasn't resolved, it would be impossible to maintain his current position. But things hadn't changed. He had been dragged here anyway. He couldn't die for disobedience, could he? Even knowing it was dangerous, he had come here like a fool licking ghoul's blood. But he couldn't just stand by. If he let it go, all his subordinates would be killed. His comrades would be hacked to pieces by axes and swords, their heads rolling around on the ground. He couldn't just watch that happen. There's been a misunderstanding. Upon seeing the south gate captain step in, Pullman squinted his eyes. Step aside, who do you think you're talking to? Where did authority and dignity come from? Anyone who had seen Crang would know the answer. It came from the person themselves. Their stride, their words, everything about them was different. The weight behind their words came from the trust and loyalty they had earned through their actions. But what about this man in front of them? The tone he used seemed like a mosquito buzzing in the air. There was jealousy clouding his judgment, making him seem petty. His voice was low, trying to mimic dignity, but it came out whiny, like a child throwing a tantrum. Maybe it was the sheer arrogance that had brought him here. Have I seen too many great people? Crang, the Marquee of Octo, Luagarn, Aishia, and more. They knew that protecting their lord was the priority, but they also understood that carrying out their lord's will came first. Their actions showed their ideals, duties, beliefs, and loyalty. They were individuals who seemed to choose their actions, not as tools of others, but as people in their own right. Compared to them, the one whining before them seemed pitiful. Encrid, too, had ears. Hadn't he heard that Pullman was gnashing his teeth out of jealousy because his lady was infatuated with him? Unless you came here to speak, we should probably get things started. Ragnar stepped forward, speaking calmly. Tap. Turn. The South Gate captain smacked his forehead once more. This was getting ridiculous. The constable had reached his breaking point. He had tolerated everything up to this point. These damn commoners had no respect for noble authority. And it wasn't even because he thought the lady he had his eye on had fallen for Encrid. He was a constable, a noble, and here was this soldier. From the rumors it seemed that Encrid had stolen the glory of his comrade. Rumors about Encrid being a hero had spread quickly, but they were also becoming exaggerated. Even worse, the constable, having blocked his ears to everything, only listened to what he wanted to hear. The hero of Border Guard? He ignored that. Benchino becoming a monster? That had nothing to do with him. He had his own chance now. Besides, hadn't Moranus the Baron subtly pushed him to deal with this? Now here they were, and now he was giving the orders. Bind him! At the constable's command, 2 commanders and several cavalrymen dismounted and began advancing. Their posture was menacing. Even if the rumors weren't entirely true, the accomplishments were enormous. Even if only some of it were true, Encrid was not someone they could handle. And yet, they were still making a move against him. This meant the rumors about Encrid had spread widely. Encrid observed the advancing group without any particular reaction. Should he quietly follow them? No. Even with gentle words, he knew it was better not to comply. Encrid instinctively knew. The situation has already escalated. If that weren't the case, would Crang and Marcus be coming after him? Capture Baron Andrew as well. He's guilty of the same charge. If he resists, kill him. At those words, Andrew snorted. He seemed to think, go ahead if you can. Pullman Vertes, the constable, scanned Encrid and his group's weapons. It seemed like he was praying for them to make a move. Encrid decided to grant that wish. No grand battle was necessary. Ignoring the advancing group entirely, Encrid spoke. Dunbakel, capture and bring them here. Neither Ragnar nor Rem needed to act. A beastkin surged forward. A white shadow stretched out like a growing line. Her short white hair looked like an extended ribbon. One of the guards, in reflex, extended his spear. He was a skilled spear wielder, his technique honed as his specialty. Among ordinary soldiers, he was an exceptional warrior. But Dunbakel was a beastkin acknowledged by Aishia herself. As she ran, she deflected the spear's tip with her claws, twisting the trajectory. Then, grabbing the shaft, she threw it aside. Ah! The guard holding the spear rolled sideways as the tip slipped from his grasp. A few soldiers stepped forward to block her, but Dunbakel didn't even draw her scimitar. She simply kicked the shin of one, knocking him over, and threw a punch to the jaw of another. Their helmets didn't protect their chins, especially from a punch coming from below. Aimed upwards, they were completely vulnerable. The sound of cracking echoed as the guards fell. Dunbakel didn't stop there. This was just part of the process. She advanced further, and the constable, seeing this, reached for the sword at his waist. It was a broad sword with a wide blade. As he tried to draw it, Dunbakel closed the distance and seized his wrist. The horse he was riding on reared up in surprise, whinnying loudly. Ah! With her grip on his wrist, Dunbakel dragged the constable from his horse. His foot caught in the stirrup as he was pulled off. The ankle twisted awkwardly as he fell. Ah! The constable screamed in pain, his cry ending in front of Encrid. Dunbakel had swiftly knocked down 5 soldiers, dragged the constable by the wrist, and brought him forward. The second in command to the constable, the city's chief constable, hesitated to move. What the hell is going on? Honestly, he didn't even have the courage to stop this. He had barely drawn his sword, hearing the ting as it left the sheath, but it was more of an expression of hesitation than confidence. "Can I stop this?" the chief constable whispered. His squire, standing beside him with wide eyes, could barely speak. "She's higher ranked than me." The squire didn't need to say more. He could tell immediately that he wasn't a match for Dunbakel. Just watching her movements, it was clear. She was at least at the level of an advanced squire. The difference in skill was obvious from the way she moved and struck, making full use of the beastkin's enhanced agility. But what made it even more dangerous was the fact that there were those commanding her, and others calmly watching from the sidelines. The soldiers were clearly intimidated, unable to speak. The highest-ranking commander present had been taken down. The constable, who could no longer stand, lay sprawled on the ground, his ankle twisted, sweat pouring from his face. "How dare you?" Even with his will broken, the constable still tried to resist. He had no authority or dignity, but he still had some pride. After all, it must have taken pride to get to that position. Encrid looked at the constable and asked, "It is true that Baron Bentra was involved in the murder, with Squire Aishia as well?" "Squire Aishia? Do you think bringing a junior knight into this will let you get away with it? These are traitors. What are you all doing?" Blinded by jealousy, the constable completely lost track of the situation. He shrieked in fury. The squire, watching this, stepped forward. "Shouldn't someone speak properly?" The chief constable, standing nearby, didn't seem to want to open his mouth, but he had come here to say exactly this. "That's right. Junior Knight Asia has not denied any of the charges." The squire raised his voice. "Then has she been captured as well?" Encrid's gaze shifted to him, his blue eyes locking onto the squire. "She's a member of the Knight Order." The squire wanted to swallow his words. The tension in their locked gazes made it harder to speak. "Still," he answered calmly. Encrid considered the squire's words. Did this mean that a knight couldn't be held responsible for such matters? It sounded as though Asia hadn't been caught. Then, what else was going on? At the very least, something must have occurred within the royal palace. Encrid pieced things together through his suspicions. "What are you doing? You should arrest these traitors immediately." The constable, still full of defiance, shouted in frustration. His tears made his words sound less imposing, weakening his authority. Despite his pain, he still spoke confidently. He might have had nothing but his tongue left, like a ghoul with no other power. Encrid decided on the quickest way to deal with this annoyance, even though it was a bit loud. Thud! With a swift kick to the chin, he knocked the constable unconscious. It was a kick delivered without the intention to break his neck, and though the sound of it breaking echoed, the constable was lucky not to die. His neck was twisted sideways, and he drooled as he collapsed, his face pressed into the ground. A quick glance showed he had merely fainted. "What? If you're going to kill him, just say so." Rem chuckled from behind. "Did you forget my nickname? The Noble Hunter." He certainly had strange tastes. Leaving the unconscious man behind, Encrid spoke up. "Who's the next person in charge? If you're thinking of ordering a full charge, you'd better reconsider. I'm not interested in turning Andrew's estate into a graveyard." Encrid was showing some courtesy. The captain of the Southgate Guards was present. This man had fought for the capital's security. That alone earned him some respect. He was on the right path, and Encrid had made his judgment based on what he had seen and heard. "It would be nice if you could explain what happened at the royal palace," he continued, knowing that something significant must have happened. After all, such an event wouldn't have occurred without reason. Was this a personal deviation from the constable? If it had been, he would have stormed in without needing any pretext. The only reason he had arrived here now was that permission had been granted. Crang had mentioned that Baron Mearns was the main problem. The unsettling atmosphere seemed to pierce through Encrid's skin. He stopped speaking, and his gaze shifted to one side. Clop! Clop! The sound of hooves approaching rapidly was unmistakable. It was coming closer to the estate. "Save me!" A cry echoed, and Encrid left those in front of him behind, kicking the ground and propelling himself over the estate wall. Rem followed closely behind, his skill at scaling walls evident as he sprang upward with ease. Seeing this, a few members of the constabulary made to move, but "Stay back!" Ragnar stopped them. His sheer presence made them hesitate. Everyone froze in place. On the wall, Encrid saw someone running along a path lined with blue stones. It was Marcus. The cry for help had come from him, and someone was chasing him, running after him with unusual attire, a cloak layered with several pieces of leather, and spears floating above both his shoulders. Chapter 372. Squire Rupert Crang reflected on his mistake. It had been a plan with many flaws from the start. Thus, the mistake wasn't so important. What mattered now was knowing what was immediately needed and confirming what actions to take. He did just that. What was needed right now was time, and he needed to do something that would buy it. "Marcus Bizarre." "Yes, sir. Can you escape and request help?" "It seems that I must." Crang was trapped in the assigned reception room. The small private reception room was one of the outer rooms of the royal palace, referred to as the outer annex. This was a place where guests stayed when visiting the palace, but it wasn't equipped with defensive facilities. One drop for sengendet hjälpa dig att GEA när 23 kilo kräven dagar. Open since he wasn't a Grand Duke, the only space he had was the reception room connected to the bedroom. That's how he found himself stuck here. As soon as Crang finished speaking, his whip guard, Matthew, threw a stool at the window. The glass shattered with a loud crash. Matthew used the handle of his whip to break the remaining shards and clear them away. The window was large enough for a person to fit through. "My guard should be outside," Marcus said, approaching the window. It was on the 3rd floor, high, but with a large tree in front it wasn't dangerous to drop as he could catch the branches on the way down. Crang sat with his arms crossed. His mind wasn't cluttered. If anything, it had become simpler and clearer. Viscount Mearns had started a rebellion. It was a reckless act, but still, he acknowledged it as a clever move. A suitable move indeed. Crag admitted that Viscount Mearns, whom he had half considered an idiot, was actually sharp and intuitive. He's using every possible means now? It was a calculated move, a knife pressed against the neck. The one thing Crang had been doing since arriving at the royal palace, including the Grand Duke appointment ceremony, was all for a single purpose. A simple and clear goal. It was to collect the garbage and dispose of it. That was also the solution to the problem the Queen had given him. "Make all the ministers your allies," Crang muttered, raising one knee and hugging it, speaking in a voice low enough only for him to hear. If he reversed those words, it meant he had to eliminate those who weren't his allies. If it wasn't possible to convince each one individually, just remove them all. By doing so, the opposition gathered under Mearns had attacked him. I thought they'd keep fighting amongst themselves so they wouldn't pay attention to me for a while. Even now, thinking about the reasons wasn't useful. From the start, it had been a battle that required a gamble, and Crang had made his bet. Now, the result of that gamble was unfolding. "I'm going." Marcus leapt out of the window. Crang immediately stood up, leaning out of the window and watching Marcus leave. Marcus grabbed a nearby branch, slowing his fall, and rolled upon landing, executing a flawless roll to dissipate the shock. He was a trained soldier. As he landed, the guards stationed outside the annex rushed at him. They wore golden helmets and carried golden spears, royal guards. The very same guards who were supposed to protect the Queen were here. "Kill him! Traitor!" Who was the traitor? Spear points flew toward Marcus. He rolled again, the leaves and grass sticking to his face and back. He got up, turning his back on the tree, his shirt torn at the elbow. Marcus took a breath and scanned the surroundings. His guards were nowhere in sight, but they should be in the annex lobby on the first floor. They would come soon. Thinking this, Marcus drew a short dagger from his belt. Come on, you bastards," he said as he glared left and right, showing that he would kill whoever came first. "Form a circle." Then, the leader of the Royal Guard, wearing a dark grey helmet, stepped forward. No one rushed in. Instead, the Royal Guards spread out, positioning their spears in a perfect circle. A flawless encirclement. Damn it. Attacking with spears simultaneously in perfect synchronization was the Royal Guard's specialty. To block 10 spears with a single dagger, one would need to be at least a junior knight. Marcus was sweating cold as he realized this. Is that the right path? Crang's voice came from outside the window. Though isolated and surrounded, his presence and authority remained unshaken. Crang's authority and dignity came from his character, personality, and actions. He placed one foot on the windowsill and leaned out, not hiding his body. While it was certain that an arrow could fly toward him and kill him, hiding and raising his voice from cover wouldn't be of help. One of the Royal Guards waiting nearby saw this and subtly adjusted his spear, preparing to throw it. It was close enough to hit him. The dark, grey-helmeted leader raised his hand. A signal to wait. The soldiers squinted, but ultimately lowered their spears. The leader of the Royal Guards raised his head and spoke directly to Crang. "What is the right path, then?" he asked, standing still with his spear, his subordinates gathering around him. There were fewer than 10 of them. The palace was in chaos, with screams and fighting happening everywhere. Right and wrong are not decided by others. Crang spoke slowly and clearly. What did the Royal Guards consider right? Protecting the royal family. The dark, grey-helmeted leader was troubled. What is the right path? Crang, his hair fluttering in the wind, entered his sight. Even knowing that death would end everything, he risked his life to buy a little more time. For what? To save Marcus Besar, the man labeled a traitor by Viscount Mearns. Does that action have meaning? Will things change just by buying some time? He didn't know. It wasn't an action driven by calculation. It was something he did because he believed it was right. At least, that's what it looked like. To his eyes, that's all it appeared to be. He saw Crang, met him, and spoke with him. That conversation surely had an impact. He never expected to make this kind of choice at this moment, but he had chosen his side. Reverse the formation. Turn your spears. Are you mad? The soldier who had been holding his spear backwards shouted, but the owner of the grey helm remained silent. He had chosen to stand here to protect the queen. He believed this place, rather than becoming a knight, was a more honorable position. But now, what was this? Was it a position where he was desperate to protect the lives of a few noble fools? Was he supposed to raise his spear for them? He didn't want that. Frankly, he wanted to say he didn't care and smash those fools' faces in. Soon, the royal guards split into two groups. They had already been divided by factions. A spear flew toward the owner of the grey helm. The man furrowed his brows. He twisted his body, reducing the range of the incoming spear. He dodged it and parried it with his own spear, then thrust his left foot forward and slammed his spear down like a club. Whoosh! Thud! Ah! The scream of a subordinate who had tried to block with his arm echoed. When the blow broke his arm, he stepped back, and another man took his place. "Are you insane?" another soldier asked. "I think so," he answered nonchalantly, and his subordinates cleared the way so that Marcus could pass. Marcus said and swiftly moved on. The grey helm owner, instead of replying, guarded his back. Marcus didn't look back as he left, mounting his horse and galloping away. But the danger wasn't over yet. He had to fend off his pursuers again and again. 2 of his guards followed, but 1 was killed, and the other stayed behind to buy time. At the end, even a berserker from the west joined the chase. Of course, Marcus didn't have time to figure out who his opponent was. "Where do you think you're going so hastily?" He was riding fast, but the man was running without a horse. He was fast. It seemed like he would be caught soon. The spear he threw struck Marcus's forearm deeply. Without time to recover, Marcus urged his horse forward. Blood splattered as he rode faster. "Run, you are my lifeline." Marcus urged his horse on as he headed for Andrew's estate. That was his last refuge. Now even his own family, the Bazars, could not be counted as allies. Crang, left alone in the room after everyone had left, shouted, "Do you know who my friend is?" "He's none other than the lone shining star of Border Guard, the enemy of Aspen, a madman armed with demonic power." "Encrid?" No one answered. Matthew asked again, "Will it work, right?" "It's not working yet, right?" Even though the calculation had failed, Crang smiled. He responded to Matthew's words with a bright smile. Open the passage. At least he had secured a secret passage to escape. It was a hole sloping downwards. It was the Queen's consideration as well. "Maybe I can hold out for half a day." Then he could clear the trash that had gathered. In other words, his opponents were moving faster than expected, half a day earlier than he had predicted. To be dealing with this nonsense in broad daylight. Crang instinctively knew. For him to survive, and for this plan to succeed, a variable was necessary. The enemy had prepared that variable, but Crang had prepared one as well. Now it was time to bring it to an end. That one. Rem reacted. Marcus, on horseback with his injuries, and the appearance of the one chasing him. The moment he saw it, Encrid spoke. "Destroy him." Rem had already planned to kill him. The one chasing Marcus was the immortal berserker. The one who had fled before had now come back to show his face here. Rem leapt off the wall. Then the man chasing Marcus changed direction. He slammed his foot on the ground and immediately began to retreat, jumping back. The spear flying through the air followed and turned, chasing him without hesitation. It was a complete retreat. Rem swiftly pursued him. The 2 ran faster than the horses, sprinting across the blue stone. Ah! A woman, minding her own business by the road, screamed in terror. A man, perhaps a lover or a husband, gathered a woman into his arms and pressed her against the wall of a building that looked like a shop. In the brief moment, the 2 of them disappeared from sight. As Crang's form vanished between the buildings, It was impossible to follow with the eye. Encrid saw Marcus as he approached. Perched on his horse, blood poured from one of his arms, and he breathed heavily, his face more frantic than ever before. "Help me." Encrid decided it was time to act. Just as he was about to jump down from the wall, someone shouted from behind, "If you escape now, things will only get worse." It was Squire Reprimand. Encrid spoke without turning. "I am heading to the royal palace." Squire Reprimand knew well whose hands the palace was currently in. If Encrid was going there, it meant he was willing to risk his life. For what? Reprimand furrowed his brow. The thoughts came crashing in. Why was he here? What was he fighting for? Whose orders was he following? Did he have any will of his own? The words of his mentor echoed in his mind. "It's not about right or wrong. It's about where your heart lies." Reprimand had been recognized for his swordsmanship, becoming a squire, but he had always been criticized for his character. "So, what do you think?" Even when choosing lunch, he would defer to the opinion of his companions. He had always been the type to be pulled this way and that. It was what brought him here, not by his own will, but by following the will of others, justifying it as simply obeying orders. Is that enough? Is that all it takes to be satisfied? He didn't know. "Why am I here?" Unwittingly, Squire Reprimand spoke his thoughts aloud, shifting his resolve with the words that should have come from the one he was supposed to capture. A strange, uncomfortable feeling moved his lips. "Soon, Viscount Mernza's army will advance." He raised his voice without thinking, and Encrid blinked in surprise, glancing behind him. "Why are you telling me this? The one leading the coalition of all factions is someone just as skilled as a knight." "What are you talking about?" The chief of security, desperate, grabbed Reprimand's arm. Reprimand calmly pulled it away and continued. "Please, help." Encrid scratched his head. He was asking for help, but wasn't this the kind of thing the person who was supposed to capture him would say? Still, it was hard to ignore the sincerity in Reprimand's voice. Reprimand bowed his head. The guard captain, wearing a feathered hat, stepped forward. "If this continues, the citizens of the capital will be severely harmed. Would the army marching toward the capital just camp quietly? And these factions cobbled together? Among them would surely be mercenaries paid in gold, and many blinded by the thirst for blood. The nobles, too, would no longer care who they worked with. Those infamous figures would surely be involved. To protect the citizens, to defend the capital." The two men bowed their heads. "Ragnar, can you stop them?" Ragnar didn't ask why. He just looked into Encrid's eyes. "I'll go and stop them. Dunbakel, come with me." With Ragnar and Dunbakel, they could hold back the elite forces coming in from the front. "What's your name?" Encrid asked Reprimand. "Reprimand. Go and rally the remaining forces to block the incoming enemy. Hold the gates, and those challenging you to a duel, my men will handle." After rescuing Crang, being surrounded by enemy forces would be the end. Encrid recognized the situation both instinctively and rationally. The sense developed from previous experiences, escaping over and over again from battles with enemies, was now guiding his actions. He knew what needed to be done. Block the external forces and manage the interior. If Crang wasn't clueless, what was needed was time. Encrid now realized where he stood. "Let's go." Ragnar, having heard the command, said simply. It wasn't a request, it was an order. Ragnar and Dunbakel turned without a sound. Meanwhile, Marcus panted heavily, his skin turning pale. Jaxon came up beside Encrid. They climbed over the wall, and the remaining soldiers stood uncertain, turning their heads left and right. Should they follow Ragnar? Or should they stop the retreating Encrid? They saw the fallen officer and the sweat-drenched captain beside him. "Didn't you take up arms to defend the capital?" "At least I did. Those who want to stay, stay." Squire Reprimand spoke. Everyone has moments of growth and realization. This was Ropert's moment. It was sparked by Encrid's simple words about heading to the royal palace. "Let's go." He followed Ragnar, and the guard captain followed after. The soldiers who had already made up their minds joined in. The remaining officers cursed under their breath before saying, "Let's go, to fulfill our duty." And so, Andrew too set out. On his own, he knew he couldn't do much at the royal palace, so he chose to stay at the gates and protect the walls. He left 5 trainees behind. "We've trained to survive," one freckled female trainee said. The 5 trainees followed Andrew, but as they moved, Andrew shook his head. "You're servants now. Stay here." Saying this, he joined the others, following behind them. Ragnar led the way, stumbling forward with Dunbakel following close behind. "This looks more fun, doesn't it?" Ragnar nonchalantly nodded. Squire Rupert, walking beside them, silently shook his head. "Fun? This wasn't the time for that." He walked a little, then spoke. "The direction was wrong. We should be heading to the west gate." Rupert spoke. This way." "No, that's north." Rupert spoke to the man leading the way and took the lead himself. It seemed his sense of direction was lacking. Chapter 373. Bad fate in order. When Rupert and his group arrived at the west, they found that the Meres Baron's coalition army had already blocked the castle gate. There are a lot. Even a quick glance made it clear that the enemy's numbers were substantial. There were even siege weapons visible. In front of their troops, 10 men stood, all looking formidable. Their armament varied, but their presence was unmatched. One of them was even a familiar face to Rupert. Deserter. He was the one who had caused trouble in the Knight's Order and then fled. The man turned to look at the castle wall, then spotted Rupert and grinned maliciously. "Idiot." Rupert felt a surge of discomfort as he saw the man mouthing the insult. "Svampen lem na kroppen. Gör dit innan du gera och lägger dick open." That man had once been a senior to Rupert and far more skilled. Although not quite at the level of a junior knight, he was ruthless and would stop at nothing in a life-or-death battle, one of the most dangerous opponents. And he was with 9 others who seemed equally impressive. Behind them stood someone with a higher rank, it seemed. He wore a helmet with a single, sharp horn. The same horned motif appeared on his shoulder pauldrons. Regardless of skill, his taste was as eccentric as his appearance. The 10 men at the front looked intimidating. But what about the army behind them? How could they be stopped? It was a moment of overwhelming defeat. "There's a lot of interesting ones here." A beastwoman's voice was heard. Then a voice from a directionless swordsman also spoke. "At least one of them seems decent. The rest, not so much." Rupert was stunned. There was not a hint of concern or urgency in their voices. "Open the gates. We are the Viscount Merens's army. We've come to capture traitors," the enemy commander shouted. A face unfamiliar to Rupert, with neat features, and a helmet worn to the left side of his head. A sword hung at his waist, and in his hand he held a shield, which reflected the sunlight and blinded Rupert's eyes. The soldiers atop the castle wall trembled in fear. If they faltered here, they would lose the battle before it even started. Willpower, he reminded himself. The castle walls existed. His resolve existed. They had to protect it. Rupert took a deep breath and stepped forward. "We can't open it. The Queen has not given such an order," he shouted, trying not to sound like a scared dog. "Open it, then." The deserter squirmed and grinned as if to challenge them. "Move aside." Rupert bit his teeth and muttered to himself. Now was the time to stop the attackers. Only 10 of them. But their mere presence seemed to shake the soldiers on the wall. But Ragnar was not a commander in charge of everything. He preferred using a sword over words. And so, he decided to act. Dunbakel was of the same mind. With a swift motion, she slapped the blades of her sickles against her waist. making the decision clear. Words were difficult for both of them, so it was time to start doing something else. Immediately after Ragnar left, Encrid noticed a figure with one eye. The horse seemed to be looking inward amidst the commotion. Without hesitation, Encrid spoke. "Take me." Weird Eyes was a friend. A simple request was enough. Encrid was already mapping out the fastest way to the royal palace in his mind. The quickest path to the palace. It required horseback riding. The fastest route would be to gallop along the same path he had once traveled by carriage. With this thought in mind, Encrid spoke to the Weird Eyes. The horse blinked once, then turned his body slightly. It seemed to indicate permission, and as he moved, a sharp whistle sounded through the air. Encrid tilted his head back. The bolt shot past his face, missing by mere inches. Over the wall, familiar faces appeared. Though it was not yet sunset, a group of masked figures appeared. There were more than 30 of them. The color and atmosphere of their attire reminded Encrid of several encounters. "Are you guys not tired of this?" Encrid asked, wondering why they had gone this far. Was it because of a contract? No. A mere contract wouldn't make someone risk their life like this. He could tell from just looking. Mages and various assassins had already been dealt with, but this formidable force seemed to have put everything they had into this. It was clear they were putting their lives on the line just as much as he was. "Are you tired of it? Or is this just an obligation?" The one at the far left of the masked group spoke, his arms hanging far longer than the others. Despite his odd posture, his arms weren't limp. They were just casually hanging by his side. Among the group, one figure stood without a mask. He stood at the very center of the group, in the middle of the wall. The rest were crouching or hunched over. The person standing in the center was a man with white hair and a monocle, dressed properly in a shirt and jacket. He held a cane sword and tapped it against the ground of the wall before speaking. "You were told to stab, but you didn't listen. Do you think the request was cheap?" His gaze shifted to Encrid's back, directed at Jaxon. So it was the one who mentioned the request to Jaxon. Encrid didn't bother looking back. Not rejecting the offer on the spot meant accepting it. But he had broken it. He hadn't followed through. They hadn't followed through. They hadn't followed through. Encrid was standing there perfectly unharmed. No, he kept his... "Therefore you must tell him everything you know." Encrid stepped forward in place of Jaxon, his tone firm. Jaxon lightly bit his lip and shifted his gaze sideways, clearly wanting to withdraw from the conversation. It seemed like he didn't want to hear anymore. "What's this nonsense? He's still alive." The white-haired cane swordsman was a key figure in the Assassination Alliance. It was as if all the members of the Alliance had gathered there. The leader of the Alliance remained hidden, observing from a distance, breathing calmly as he took in the situation. Using deadly strikes disguised as regular assassins was her specialty. "I stabbed him," Jaxon answered with an air of certainty, without hesitation. "What?" "I stabbed him. Right here in the spot. If you don't believe me, I could stab him again right now." Encrid pointed to his left arm. There was no wound now, only a faint scar left behind, but it was barely visible unless someone got close. It had been protected, so there was no way to see it. So what exactly was he talking about? The female leader of the Alliance pondered, a sudden suspicion creeping into her mind. The white-haired assassin, who seemed to think similarly to the leader, asked, "You stabbed him? You told me to stab him?" Jaxon replied without taking a breath. A brief silence hung in the air. He had stabbed because he was told to, so the request had been fulfilled. The fact that the target hadn't died was beyond his control. But he did get stabbed, and that was the truth, wasn't it? Encrid repeatedly pointed to his left arm with a look that conveyed his words more than his tone. The annoyance was so palpable that the white-haired assassin's cheek trembled. Some of the Alliance leaders, who understood what Encrid meant, were dumbfounded, while others seethed with anger. This brat was mocking them, belittling them. Jaxon sighed quietly behind them, making sure no one heard. So he's really doing this. You told me to stab him, so I did. No, that's not what it meant. It was from the earlier conversation during their sparring match. No one was foolish enough to misunderstand that. Jaxon smiled lightly, responding, Yeah, you told me to stab him. He simply repeated the same words, disregarding anyone else's interpretation. It was clear he was angry. Was it because they tried to pull a trick on him? He was indeed a strange person. But instead of directly confronting it, he returned the irritation in a soft and indirect manner. I hurt. It was painful. As Encrid spoke, his opponent reacted. This bastard is really insane. The white-haired assassin clicked his tongue. Jaxon felt a bit embarrassed. There were things that could be argued and things that couldn't be. This was ignoring the coded meaning and context. Encrid wasn't really trying to argue. It was purely to provoke and rile up his opponent, showing how annoyed he was. That's when the tension broke. Some assassins who had been listening couldn't help but mutter in confusion, wondering what nonsense this was. Encrid's hand moved faster than his eyes. As the word insane left his opponent's mouth, Encrid's hand shot forward. At the same time, the sound of a whistle and the word really overlapped. Encrid extended both of his hands and threw 2 whistle daggers. The daggers hit the foreheads of 2 assassins with precision. Thunk! The 2 assassins fell backward, the thud of their bodies hitting the ground barely audible before Encrid and Jaxon moved. You go ahead, Jaxon said, nodding. Encrid gave a small nod in response. The 2 of them split and moved in different directions. As Jaxon moved away, he flipped his hooded robe and adjusted his belt, throwing his body into the shadows near the wall. Encrid gave him a quick glance and, taking a deep breath, shouted, Everyone, come at me. With that shout, Encrid stomped his left foot on the ground. Boom! The shockwave from his powerful stomp cracked the ground beneath him. The force was enough to astonish the assassins. With that roar and the shockwave, all the assassins on the wall turned their attention to Encrid. The provocation had worked, drawing their focus. What was this guy doing? The assassins, however, were not easily intimidated. Rather than backing down, one of the more hot-headed assassins pulled out a bottle containing a deadly poison, 10 breaths. The poison was a modified concoction that would release green smoke when broken, and 1 breath of it would be fatal. The assassin threw the bottle back with a snap of his hand. But just as he did, he felt a searing heat in his throat. The pain was followed by an overwhelming heat that spread throughout his body, and his vision blurred. The world turned black, and the sound of rushing water filled his ears. He had died. Jaxon, concealed in the shadows, had acted swiftly. His earlier use of the magical artifact had been key. The same artifact he had obtained when raiding the Black Knife Bandits' village. The robe blocked the flow of life energy, and the belt muffled sound. After silencing his presence, Jaxon had taken advantage of the assassin's moment of distraction, stabbing him in the neck with a longsword. When the tip of the sword pierced through the assassin's neck, blood poured from the wound, and 4 other assassins quickly reacted, backing away. At the same time, poisoned darts flew through the air. 1 dart struck where Jaxon had just been standing, but Jaxon was already gone, hiding against the wall. Find him, the white-haired assassin shouted. The moment he vanished, he couldn't track him. Jaxon, unseen, launched 3 more silent throwing blades, hitting 2 assassins in the throats, while 1 deflected the attack with his long arms. The assassin's eyes gleamed with an unnatural light. It was a form of magic, his special magical eyes. There! He shouted, pointing directly at Jaxon, who had darted beneath the wall. However, Jaxon continued to stay hidden, using the wall to shield himself from their sight. He didn't mind being spotted. He leapt up to strike from above with his longsword, swinging it wide in a circular motion. To the assassins above, it must have felt like a guillotine was coming down on them. The sword swished through the air, slicing through the arm of the assassin holding a crossbow. Whack! Though Jaxon hadn't put much force into the swing, the blow severed the assassin's wrist with a single strike. The assassin, having been in the midst of aiming his crossbow at Encrid, let out a scream. "Over there!" another assassin shouted. Then a third assassin jumped down from the wall, throwing a dagger. The sound of the whistle echoed. Jaxon stopped running, swiftly evading the dagger. It embedded itself into the stone wall where he had just been. Jaxon grabbed the dagger as he ran, throwing it back at the assassins. One of them dodged it, while another blocked it with a shield. It was unusual to see an assassin with a shield, but being prepared for any situation was an essential skill for any assassin. These daggers won't work so easily, Jaxon thought, as he climbed up the unguarded wall where the assassins had left a gap. He moved with the same agility as Esther when climbing the walls. Once on top, he surveyed the area and called out, "If you don't want to die, don't chase me." Then he dropped down to the other side and began running again. "If you let your guard down, you'll pay the price. That's why we came together." The leaders of the Assassin Alliance exchanged words as they watched. One of the assassins, with his arms dangling, had been looking for Encrid, but found that he had already disappeared. He was a swift one. Or perhaps it had been part of the plan all along. It wasn't by accident. As Encrid drew their attention, Jaxon hid, and when Jaxon drew their attention, Encrid did his part. The results were the product of teamwork. They had trained together every day, honing their skills. This kind of coordination was second nature to them. "First, that one," the white-haired assassin said, pointing to the direction Jaxon had gone. Their original mission was to deal with the assassin from Jor's dagger. Encrid's journey to the palace wouldn't change things. There, the real monsters waited. Chapter 374. Woof! While Jaxon was causing a ruckus, Encrid pushed Marcus aside as though tossing him. "The Duke is at the palace." Marcus, rolling to the side, spoke. He was quick to understand the situation. Finding a spot to hide while crouched, he took cover. There was no strength to call upon immediately, so all he could do was hide well. He had once served as a battalion commander, but in reality, he had no subordinates following his orders. Goddamn Bizarre. His family didn't side with either of the opposing factions. Marcus disliked this, but he couldn't afford to be idle either. Sending Encrid to the palace meant he could do what needed to be done. That is, after surviving. If he had known this would happen, he would have stayed on his horse. Swampen försvinner om one dag. Skrivna expectans recept open and creek gave a slight nod and mounted the one-eyed horse. The same intense energy that had been felt earlier emanated through its skin. It was a strong will. "I'm fast." Pure speed for the sake of running. However, Encrid did not want to carelessly use his power or will. Yet he ran. "It's because of my request." The one-eyed horse fully accepted Encrid's request. The beast, halfway through its transformation, stomped its feet and moved. Its movements were incomparable to ordinary cavalry. The one-eyed horse lightly struck the ground and lowered its body. With its knees slightly bent, it pushed off the ground and passed through the mansion's main gate. It was swift and discreet, like a shadow vanishing in a blink. Meanwhile, Jaxon had killed several assassins, drawing plenty of attention. There were no guards at the main gate, though the walls were being watched. Was it some kind of assassin's habit? Encrid thought as he spoke. "That way." "I know." He gripped the mane and lowered his body. The one-eyed horse moved in response to his whisper. It headed toward the outer road to the palace. The capital was in chaos. Citizens who had a sense of the situation quickly retreated into their homes and locked their doors. A few shops hastily shut their doors, and some of the guards walked around with a murderous glint in their eyes, holding spears. Encrid ignored all of them. The one-eyed horse lightly struck the ground as it arrived at the outer road leading to the palace. This was not a typical path for people to travel. It was a direct route, created on the outskirts, with the palace walls to the left. "Let's go." The one-eyed horse responded with a snort and swiftly kicked the ground. Immediately, the objects around them blurred and disappeared behind them. Could this be the effect of triggering will consecutively? The speed was extraordinary. Soon an obstacle appeared ahead, and before Encrid could fully process it, it was almost upon them. His focus sharpened, and he recognized the object ahead. It was a wooden spike barricade. The spikes were sharp and embedded in the ground, slanting at an angle. If anyone, horse, cart, or person, ran into it without caution, they would be pierced, creating a few nice air holes in their bodies. It was a formidable obstacle that even a seasoned warhorse would struggle to pass. Of course, the creation of a direct path to the palace would require a means to block it. Block? Yes. A soldier, standing in front of the barricade, tried to speak, but couldn't finish his sentence. It was as if a black mass was flying toward him. The speed was unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, it reached right in front of him. He tried to shout to stop it, but before he could even finish, the black mass passed over his head. Thud. With the sound of the ground being struck, a gust of wind brushed past his ear. Something heavy soared above him. At the same speed it had been running, it passed overhead. The one-eyed horse kicked the ground and leapt over the barricade. It didn't even seem that high to the horse. Encrid didn't have to say a word. The one-eyed horse knew what to do. Wow! Several soldiers, startled, turned their heads. A fine cavalry could jump over considerable distances, but this could be called flying. They had set up barricades and soldiers to block the path to the palace, but the horse cleared them all in an instant. "Fire!" the commander shouted. "Too late!" The command was pointless. The horse that had jumped over the obstacles was already speeding far ahead, faster than any horse they had seen. This was the second time Encrid had ridden the one-eyed horse, but it seemed even faster this time than before. The palace, once distant, quickly loomed ahead. It leapt over the pointed stakes and the barricades, closing the distance in no time. The one-eyed horse, upon reaching the palace gates, stomped the ground with its front feet and turned its body, coming to a stop. With a scrape of its hind feet, a cloud of dust rose from the ground. Running at such a terrifying speed was impressive, but controlling its body to come to a perfect stop was a work of art. Encrid straightened himself and spoke. "Thank you." Without wasting time admiring the one-eyed horse, he jumped down immediately. Encrid dashed toward the palace. There were no guards in front of the inner keep. Instead, there was the sound of metal clashing and the smell of blood in the air. Encrid followed the noise and scent. That idiot. Someone who recognized him was there. A group of people had gathered. Was it a coincidence, or the help of the goddess of luck? Maybe it was because he had hoped for such a moment. Who could say? It was someone he knew, a former instructor known for spreading nonsense. "Hey, bring that maid here." I still remember the words he used back then. After that, I was beaten half to death. Say that you lost. Say you're sorry. Say you were wrong. He forced me, but Encrid quietly responded, "What? Did you say woof, woof?" There are many memories from back then, some helpful, but others unpleasant. Right now, it was the latter. The former barking instructor was now a soldier under the Viscount of Mearns. He wore a gambeson bearing the family crest. He chuckled and opened his mouth. "Hey, be honest. You got to where you are by selling your body, right?" It had been a long time since I heard such nonsense. The barking instructor knew the past Encrid. A man with no talent, yet swinging a sword like his life depended on it. A man who swung his sword until his hands bled. He was a fool. How could such a man be a hero of border guard? It was nonsense. Perhaps someone was watching his back. It was the same back then. There were always those who quietly supported him. Do you know where Crang is? What? You don't know, huh? What the hell are you saying, you idiot? You're probably still too busy barking, right? Woof woof. Bringing up the old ties made his face turn red. I'll kill you, he said with malice, drawing his sword and getting into position. There were things he said back then that were useful. If you get cocky thinking you're strong, you'll die. Even when hunting a rabbit, you should give it your all. If not, you'll be the one going down. I agreed. That's why Encrid showed some of his best. Between the columns that looked like a corridor, there were 13 of them, the instructor and his group. They were likely causing trouble under the false name of the Marquess of Mearns. Behind them, I could see a half-dressed maid, trembling with fear, her arms scratched and shaking with cold. Encrid stepped forward, tensing his muscles. He bent his knees, then straightened them as he grasped his blade, looking ahead. He kicked the ground, aiming at the visible enemy. Thud! His foot slammed into the stone floor. In an instant, the speed propelled him forward. In the face of such speed, the spark became a point, putting an end to the past relationship. Ping, thud. With the sound of the strike, a corpse was created. Blood followed where the spark had been pulled out swiftly. Encrid's thrust caught him off guard. The difference in skill was clear. The man holding the sword collapsed downward. His knee hit the ground with a thud before he fell forward. There was the sound of his head making a solid connection with the ground. The others froze, too shocked to move. Encrid silently drew his sword from his left hip. It slid out smoothly, a gladius. He held the gladius in his right hand and the spark in his left. Encrid, with a sword in each hand, became a wolf among the sheep. Two of the sheep reached out with hands full of wool, but the wolf easily cut them down with a strike. The broad, thick cuts and the thin, narrow thrusts left the 12 sheep slaughtered before their time. Having killed them all, Encrid swung his weapons through the air, shaking the blood off. Ah! The maid, though saved, was even more terrified. The group that had looked demonic to her moments ago was now just meat. It was fortunate she didn't faint. She seemed too stunned to answer any questions. But Encrid had no time to comfort her. Stay hidden. He only spoke the words and continued moving. He sheathed his sword and thought for a moment, clenching and relaxing his hand. It's getting easier. Having fought countless times with Aishia before, Encrid had become more accustomed to using will. He used it constantly, sometimes passing out from overexertion, but by morning he would be fine. Aishia had been amazed by this, but Encrid still felt discomfort. Yet, the more he used it, the more natural it felt. His body was changing with the use of will. Was it development? Anyway, it was far more comfortable and better than before. A fleeting thought. Just a passing fragment of a thought. Encrid had a feeling someone would try to block his way next. It seems like all the bad connections are showing up. First, the jealous constable. Then, the assassins. Now, the barking instructor. Encrid moved instinctively, his feet in motion. Not long after, he discovered another group fighting. It was thanks to following the sounds. It was the royal palace's inner garden. Even the guards on the inner walls were gone, and now there was fighting here. The group of royal guards had split into 2 factions. Who are you? One of the royal guards shouted, and Encrid responded, Just a passerby. Continue with what you were doing. What kind of crazy bastard are you? By the way, if anyone knows where Crang is, I'd appreciate it if you could tell me. Encrid's gaze shifted to one of the men, the one wearing the dark gray helmet. This man seemed to have gone through quite a bit himself, his body worn out. He's in a private room inside the palace. You're late, the man said. You crazy bastard! One of the royal guards brandished a golden spear and charged at Encrid. Encrid pulled his right foot back and then kicked upward, snapping his foot like a whip. It was a Valis-style back kick. Using the rotation of his waist, his foot whipped through the air and struck the hand gripping the spear. The royal guard, who had been focused on his sword, took the blow directly to his fingers. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. His boots, reinforced with tough leather, were weapons in themselves. Ah! The soldier screamed and dropped the spear. The pain from the break must have been intense. As Encrid looked at his face, he recognized him. It was the royal guard soldier who had mocked him earlier and grinding his teeth. I run into you again, huh? Encrid grabbed the man's head and struck it with the flat of his sword. Thud! A satisfying sound mixed with a crackling scream. The man collapsed sideways, hitting the ground with a thud. Blood slowly seeped from the golden helmet. His skull seemed to have been cracked slightly. Encrid turned his gaze away and asked, "Need help?" Even though he had just knocked one out, he remained calm. The subtle pressure and presence in the air overwhelmed the surroundings. It was the kind of aura that only those with real skill could show. The kind of pressure one might expect from a knight of the Red Cloak Order. Everyone around them fell silent. "Didn't I say you can't waste time?" The man in the dark gray helmet spoke. It almost sounded like he was telling Encrid to stop wasting time and go to Crang. "Fine, .you." Encrid replied and dashed forward. He wasn't sure where the private room was, but he instinctively chose a direction. If he got lost, he could just ask anyone along the way. "This is treason!" A voice came from behind him. "If what you believe to be right is treason, then I guess I'm a traitor." Encrid heard the voice of the man in the dark gray helmet respond. Encrid proceeded further into the palace and soon found the right direction toward the private room. The long hallway guided him. Light streamed through the windows along the walls. He wondered if the queen might be in danger. As he took a few more steps, it happened. "Stop right there." Someone blocked his path. A woman with orange hair, wearing leather armor instead of plate armor and a cloak. Encrid's feet stopped. She was more likely to talk than attack. "Aishia? That's far enough. I can't allow you to go any further." Without a trace of a smile, Aishia stood firm in front of Encrid. Chapter 375. Aishia. Why is Aishia here? As soon as Encrid faced her, several facts came to mind. They were things that popped up without him even having to think hard. The constable. What was his reason for coming to him? Jealousy was part of it, but he likely saw it as an opportunity. He thought that Encrid must have done something wrong. The crime in question would be the murder of Baron Bentra, but that incident could have been witnessed by Aishia, a knight. If she had intervened, it might not have happened, but it did. Aishia didn't stop it. The reason Aishia was here was because of the involvement of the Marquee. So, whose side is the Marquee of Octo on? No, has the Knight Order turned against him? 1 drop for Sanganet Yelpa Dig at Giena 23 kg P11 Daga. Open, could that be possible? A Knight Order without knights. And how many junior knights did Aistia say were left in the capital? A series of complicated thoughts followed one another, like a tangled thread children had been playing with. Getting hopelessly knotted, Encrid boldly cut through it. He couldn't behave like craze. There was no need to. The one who could answer was standing right in front of him, so he could just ask. Why? Encrid spoke, his question short but sharp. Asia raised her sword. The slender blade stood at the boundary between light and darkness. She answered, "They said this is as far as you go. Leave." There was no emotion in her eyes. Felt like a sword was standing in front of him. The sounds of clashing metal and shouting from outside grew distant. It felt as though two actors had met on the stage of a corridor. Encrid unsheathed his silver sword. Shh! The sound of the sword being drawn from its scabbard, wrapped in a metal tip, was eerily clear. The silver longsword revealed itself, showing off its body. Encrid grasped the sword hilt with both hands and took a deep breath. To his left and to Aishia's right, sunlight filtered through the windows. The light passing through the window created a long line, dividing the space between Encrid and Aishia. "Step back." Aishia spoke again. It sounded like a request. "Why?" he thought as he asked. Naturally, there was no answer. He didn't know enough to figure it out. Aishia didn't seem like the type to give an answer freely. Without a smile, she just stared. Aishia showed neither malice nor intent to fight. She simply stood there like an inanimate object. On one side of the corridor were rare southern ceramics, things you might see only in the southern regions. Aishia's presence seemed no different from those objects. She looked like a still life. Encrid adjusted his grip on the sword again. Seeing this, Aishia spoke. "Drinking punishment. Just a hobby," Encrid replied, almost out of habit. Even at his words, Aishia's expression didn't break. If anything, the atmosphere shifted. It was a pressure. At the same time, her presence seemed to change. In Encrid's eyes, it seemed as though a wall had appeared in front of him, centered around Aishia. The pressure didn't just mean an intent to strike. It was as though she was showing her resolve to not retreat. A wall as solid as steel. It was a wall that seemed impossible to get over or break. However, Encrid was the type to enjoy either jumping over or digging through such walls. Ting! Encrid swung his sword sideways, measuring the distance to the wall. The tip of silver struck the right wall. He retracted the sword, then gripped it with both hands and raised it above his head. The width was short, but the height was more than sufficient. If they fought this way, the paintings, southern ceramics, and expensive flower vases on the wall would shatter. But that wasn't something to be concerned about now. Encrid took another breath. His opponent was reading his breath. Neither Encrid nor Aishia made a move to strike first. They read each other's breaths and measured the timing. This was something they had done countless times before. They had sparred more than 20 times already. The line of light between them grew longer. On the right wall, in the center, 3 swords crossed each other, hanging. Above them was a shield in the shape of the sun, an ornate decoration featuring a sword. Of the 3 swords, the one in the center was most vertically aligned with the floor, its tip closest to the ground. As the light stretched, the light that had passed through the window reached the tip of the central sword. Although the blade wasn't raised, the well-polished edge reflected the light. In that brief instant when the light glinted, Encrid struck the ground. Boom! He didn't have the luxury of holding back, nor could he. With all his might, he charged forward explosively, bringing his sword down. The moment Encrid closed the distance, Aishia responded. Her sword shot forward, faster than any arrow, a thrust aimed directly at him. Encrid continued with his downward strike. The blades of Aishia and Encrid's silver met. Clang! The clash was followed by a screeching sound. Encrid tried to break the wall with his force, while Aishia twisted her wrist to deflect Silver's path. Her mastery of evasion redirected Encrid's strength. Knowing he couldn't simply take it, Encrid pulled back his foot, conserving some energy. Instead, he let his sword flow with the momentum. He was ready to add more power and strike again at any moment. As a result, a long line was drawn beneath the left window. Even with the lightning-like strike, Aishia deflected it. Aishia raised her thrusting sword immediately. Then, slowly, she brought it down as she aimed at Encrid. Aimed sword. Her specialty, her signature move. But it wasn't quite what Encrid had expected. Rem had already said it, hadn't he? That's not everything. He knew it instinctively. No, countless experiences and talent allowed him to see the missing pieces of what the opponent possessed. Encrid couldn't see those areas. So, would that be a problem? Not at all. The tip of the sword pointed at him. In that instant, only the tip of the sword and himself existed in the world. This was Aishia's style of pointing a sword. A deceptive sword, a trickster's blade. Encrid already knew the answer to overcoming that sword. He had seen Ragnar, Rem, and Jaxon demonstrate their answers many times in front of him. Rem fought while hiding the tip of the sword with an axe. Ragnar ignored the sword's tip. He eliminated anything that stood in his way with the will to cut through it. Jaxon struck the sword first before starting to point it at him. All three methods were correct, but none of them applied to Encrid himself. It was something he felt from the moment he began to embrace part of will. It has to be something I solve myself. To move forward, he needed to walk properly. He had to step on the path. If he placed his foot in the air, he couldn't walk. Moving forward by stepping in place didn't work either. To move properly, he had to make the process his own. That was the true path, stepping on the earth, treading through dirt and sand. If Ram, Ragnar, and Jaxon had their own ways, then Encrid had to find his. He didn't think it would happen all at once. He wasn't a genius. He knew that now. You're a genius. The words his mercenary teacher had said when he was young no longer resonated with him. What remained was the sword. What remained was the dream. What had mended his broken dream? The sword. Even when Aishia had left earlier, Encrid had wished for another 100 duels with her. Why had Aishia blocked his path? He didn't know. Was it because she couldn't afford to delay her mission to save Crang? He understood that. But Encrid didn't feel any impatience. If his heart had wavered with each such event, he might not have been able to hold on to the sword all this time. So, he decided to focus on what he had to do now. No, he had completely immersed himself in the present. If she blocked his way, he would break through. If she tried to obstruct him, he would destroy it. In the fleeting moment, Encrid thought, organized his thoughts, and after coming to a conclusion, drew his sword of method. There was something he wanted to try if he fought Aishia again. His own method. Encrid closed his eyes. If seeing was the problem, what if he didn't look? You're really insane. From Aishia's now emotionless voice, something resembling emotion slipped through. He couldn't help but be surprised at this. He had endured her, saying she enjoyed punishing. But this was hard to endure. You're closing your eyes. To fight with his eyes closed? Was this something a normal person would do? Even when he fought with his eyes open, Aishia always won. Whether he gambled his life or not, the result of their duels was always the same. But now, he was closing his eyes because the tip of the sword blocked his view? You're underestimating me? Or have you trained for this? Aishia spat the words out in quick succession. In her tone, Encrid felt that she wasn't here because she wanted to be. If she truly wanted to be here, she would have attacked with her sword, not with words. Their duels had always been like that. It didn't matter, though. Encrid enjoyed the moment. He smiled, excited to face Aishia herself. Without opening his eyes, he focused his ears, making his hearing replace his sight. Skillfully honing your senses allows you to see without seeing. These were Jaxon's words, spoken countless times. Indeed, his subordinates exhibited such abilities. Without even seeing, they could sense the movements of people standing behind them. Audin had spoken about sensing airwaves. It's just knowing with your senses. Rem had spoken about pure intuition. Ragnar had asked, do you really need to know what action the enemy takes behind you? Swing the sword and strike. That's all that was needed. That was Ragnar's way. Jaxon's wasn't any different. The airwaves are felt by touch, and sounds are heard by the ears. Being able to distinguish and grasp subtle sounds was the foundation of sensory techniques. They were all similar, but their approaches and the ways they understood it were different. Encrid had now honed the blade of intuition, the sixth sense of evasion. Using that, he moved, even with his eyes closed. To put it simply, he attacked first, even while smiling with his eyes shut. "You crazy bastard," Aishia spat out, though there was also some respect hidden in her words. Encrid relied on his memory for the first strike. He remembered where Aishia had positioned herself and heard her voice. With that, he activated his momentary will. Bang! The ground cracked beneath him. Stone dust flew up from under the carpet. Encrid swung his sword with full force. He didn't hold back just because the opponent was someone he knew. Aishia couldn't allow Encrid to pass. The reason was simple. If you get past me, you'll die. Even if she let him go, Encrid wouldn't survive. So she had to stop him here. Whether he came here willingly, under threat, or out of necessity didn't matter. That's for later. She calmed herself and faced him with all her strength. With her eyes closed, she sliced through the moment and closed the distance. Encrid's sword came down without hesitation. Aishia met it at the same speed. She didn't ease her pressure. Her strikes were faster than before, even though they seemed identical. She held her thin sword horizontally, slashing upwards. She twisted her ankle, dispersing the force. She redirected the power of his sword with her thin rapier, just as she had before. She didn't need to block it. She would twist it in the moment of contact. That was how Aishia fought. Her rapier moved like a fluttering piece of cloth. Tirili rin. The sound of the strike was far too soft for the force it contained. Encrid's sword was deflected sideways. Aishia loosened her grip momentarily, then tightened it again. In that instant, the muscles in her forearm tightened, adding strength to her strike. She gathered her remaining power and thrust forward. It wasn't the sword but the air that hit first. The momentum and pressure made Encrid's body hairs stand on end. He couldn't recover his downward sword in time. Instead, he had already drawn his silver sword with his left hand, while his right hand pulled the sword from his waist. He blocked the blow with the sword held in reverse. The gladius intercepted Aishia's rapier. Bang! With perfect timing and coordination, the thrust of the rapier was conveyed through the gladius. Encrid's feet slid backward as if he had been launched. His strength is superior. Aishia knew that too. Encrid's immense strength was terrifying. One failed strike could be devastating. But failure wouldn't happen. She wouldn't meet him with dull blades. And with him coming at her with his eyes closed, his precision was lacking. Encrid retreated and opened his eyes. Aishia pointed her sword at him again. She could keep fighting like this all day. Endurance in constant combat was part of the night training. And, of course, she had completed that training. As for Encrid, one more time, he smiled.